The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the voice of Philippine business. Established by a dynamic group of individuals with strong leadership presence and passion for business and economic development. An influential alliance of business leaders providing policy directions to government and ensuring sustained economic development. This is the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. On April 19, 1886, three of the largest Spanish companies in Manila formed the Cámara de Comercio de Filipinas. Following the downfall of the colonial Spanish government, the popularity of La Cámara waned, and a new organization of Filipino and Chinese mestizo businessmen established the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, CCP, in 1903. Barely half a century after, a group of industrialists founded the Philippine Chamber of Industries, PCI. On July 1, 1978, the two chambers merged, giving birth to the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PCCI. In September of the same year, PCCI was recognized as the country's single voice of business through Presidential Letter of Instruction 780. After more than a century, the Chamber continues to chart the course of economic development in the country. Lending its voice to the government, PCCI continues to be at the forefront to influence public policies in the areas of agriculture and food security, banking and finance, capital market development, energy and power, water utilities, environment, formal and technical vocational education, infrastructure development, intellectual property and innovation, international trade, local economic development, taxation, SME support services, tourism, and transportation and logistics. Covering business comprehensively to ensure the business expansion and country's future growth and progression through its partnership with the government, local chambers, and other stakeholders. PCCI's programs and services include enhancing business environment, SME development, environmental protection and management, corporate social responsibility, national and countryside development, business services, access to local and international training programs and scholarships, publications, breaking grounds with pioneering minds, PCCI is a dynamic force that offers its members fresh new ideas, new choices, and creative new approaches. From only a handful before the turn of the century, the PCCI family has grown to more than 1,600 direct members, more than 100 industry associations, more than 100 local chambers, and around 35,000 SMEs nationwide. To ensure alignment of its advocacies and activities, the PCCI works closely with government, other business groups, donor organizations, and international agencies, as well as the academe. The PCCI also provides a platform that links local firms with the global business community. PCCI also engages foreign chambers, diplomatic corps, international agencies in search of broader trade and economic cooperation. The Philippine Business Conference and Expo is the most important annual activity of the PCCI and one of the most prestigious events in the country. Local and foreign companies wanting to establish new ventures or seeking new markets find it highly attractive to attend due to the many benefits it offers. Every year, more than 800 stakeholders attend the conference, composed of key government officials, business leaders, diplomatic corps, foreign chambers, multilateral donor agencies, PCCI corporate members, bilateral business councils, local chamber and industry association leaders. With resourcefulness, ingenuity, collective ideas, and strength, the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry remains steadfast in its principles of business growth and development. Pioneering, innovating, and trailblazing. The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry will remain as that. One voice of business in the country.
through innovation and the bayanihan spirit. Filipinos will become matatag, maginhawa, panatag. Matatag, work-life balance. Maginhawa, living comfortable lives. Panatag, secured about the lives they live in the present to the future. Achieving economic recovery for all. By 2040, the Philippines is a prosperous middle-class society where no one is poor. People live long and healthy lives and are smart and innovative. The country is a high-trust society where families thrive in vibrant, culturally diverse, and resilient communities. Are you ready? We will show you the way. 47th Philippine Business Conference Innovation.ph Economic Recovery for All. November 17 to 18, 2021.
dahil mapaghahandaan na ang mga gastusing dala ng diabetes. Be greater than diabetes. With In Life, She Cares. Ang 3-in-1 health, life insurance, and investment plan na may diabetes health riders.
Shop now and enjoy First Mega Savers fast and free delivery. Talaga nga namang you will find more happiness here at First Mega Saver because of big savings, great deals, and mega discounts. Kaya naman through the years, I stayed here together with countless satisfied customers and First Mega Saver got our loyalty. Kaya ano pang hinihintay nyo? Tara na dito sa First Mega Saver.
Basta Mega Saver, Mega Saver.
The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the voice of Philippine business. Established by a dynamic group of individuals with strong leadership presence and passion for business and economic development. An influential alliance of business leaders providing policy directions to government and ensuring sustained economic development. This is the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. On April 19, 1886, three of the largest Spanish companies in Manila formed the Cámara de Comercio de Filipinas. Following the downfall of the colonial Spanish government, the popularity of La Cámara waned, and a new organization of Filipino and Chinese mestizo businessmen established the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, CCP, in 1903. Barely half a century after, a group of industrialists founded the Philippine Chamber of Industries, PCI. On July 1, 1978, the two chambers merged, giving birth to the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PCCI. In September of the same year, PCCI was recognized as the country's single voice of business through Presidential Letter of Instruction 780. After more than a century, the Chamber continues to chart the course of economic development in the country. Lending its voice to the government, PCCI continues to be at the forefront to influence public policies in the areas of agriculture and food security, banking and finance, capital market development, energy and power, water utilities, environment, formal and technical vocational education, infrastructure development, intellectual property and innovation, international trade, local economic development, taxation, SME support services, tourism, and transportation and logistics. Covering business comprehensively to ensure the business expansion and country's future growth and progression through its partnership with the government, local chambers, and other stakeholders. PCCI's programs and services include enhancing business environment, SME development, environmental protection and management, corporate social responsibility, national and countryside development, business services, access to local and international training programs and scholarships, publications. Breaking grounds with pioneering minds, PCCI is a dynamic force that offers its members fresh new ideas, new choices, and creative new approaches. From only a handful before the turn of the century, the PCCI family has grown to more than 1,600 direct members, more than 100 industry associations, more than 100 local chambers, and around 35,000 SMEs nationwide. To ensure alignment of its advocacies and activities, the PCCI works closely with government, other business groups, donor organizations, and international agencies, as well as the academe. The PCCI also provides a platform that links local firms with the global business community. PCCI also engages foreign chambers, diplomatic corps, international agencies in search of broader trade and economic cooperation. The Philippine Business Conference and Expo is the most important annual activity of the PCCI and one of the most prestigious events in the country. Local and foreign companies wanting to establish new ventures or seeking new markets find it highly attractive to attend due to the many benefits it offers. Every year, more than 800 stakeholders attend the conference, composed of key government officials, business leaders, diplomatic corps, foreign chambers, multilateral donor agencies, PCCI corporate members, bilateral business councils, local chamber and industry association leaders. With resourcefulness, ingenuity, collective ideas, and strength, the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry remains steadfast in its principles of business growth and development. Pioneering, innovating, and trailblazing. The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry will remain as that. One voice of business in the country.
Through innovation and the Bayanihan spirit, Filipinos will become matatag, maginhawa, panatag. Matatag, work-life balance. Maginhawa, living comfortable lives. Panatag, secured about the lives they live in the present to the future. Achieving economic recovery for all. By 2040, the Philippines is a prosperous middle-class society where no one is poor. People live long and healthy lives and are smart and innovative. The country is a high-trust society where families thrive in vibrant, culturally diverse, and resilient communities. Are you ready? We will show you the way. 47th Philippine Business Conference Innovation.ph Economic Recovery for All. November 17 to 18, 2021.
Welcome to the 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference, Rebuilding Economy through Strategic Partnership. This event is organized by the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, hosted by the La Union Chamber of Commerce and Industry, chaired by PCCI North Luzon AVP Gigi Simbulan, with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of La Union as the host chamber, under the leadership of President Lina Flor Hizon, and vigorously supported by the regional governors, Mr. Tom Panis of CAR, Mr. Alex Ang of Region 1, Mr. Cloyd Velasco of Region 2, and Dr. Alvin Bellarmino of Region 3. This event is presented by Cleanway, RG Simbulan and Partners Corporation, Samyup Masarap. Special thanks to our major sponsors, Alcel Construction, Celia's Cafe, First Mega Saver, InLife, Tarlac Electric Incorporated. We would like to thank our minor sponsors, Bulacan Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Awesome Hotel and Restaurant. And our event donors, Sunrise Motor Parts and Marketing, PCCI Cagayan Chapter, LG Hilton Insurance Agency, Standard Insurance, PCCI Baguio Benguet Chapter Incorporated. We also would like to thank Mr. Hermie Esguera and Engineer Alfonso Lao. Our event is also made possible through the help and support of the partners of PCCI North Luzon, PCCI, DTI Regions 1, 2, 3, and CAR, DOT Regions 1, 2, 3, and CAR, TESDA Regions 1, 2, 3, and CAR, Department of Agri-Regions 1, 2, 3, and CAR, DOST Regions 1, 2, 3, and CAR, DOLE Regions 1, 2, 3, and CAR, Alay Buhay, PCCI SDG Committee, UPNCPAG, PCCI Tourism Committee, PCCI Agri Committee, PCCI Innovation Committee, ARTA, CIFAL Philippines, to properly facilitate our virtual program, may we remind everyone of the conference and open forum guidelines. Kindly mute your audio and turn off your video at all times to avoid disruptions in our program. If you have any questions for our speakers, kindly make use of the chat function. Make your questions concise and direct to the point. If you have questions for a specific speaker or panelist, kindly include their name in the question. Our program begins momentarily, so please make sure you are seated comfortably. Welcome to the 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference. Rebuilding economy through strategic partnership. To properly facilitate our virtual program, may we remind everyone of the conference and open forum guidelines. Kindly mute your audio and turn off your video at all times to avoid disruptions in our program. If you have any questions for our speakers, kindly make use of the chat function. Make your questions concise and direct to the point. If you have questions for a specific speaker or panelist, kindly include their name in the question. Our program begins momentarily, so please make sure you are seated comfortably. More raffle prizes are up for grabs on our second conference day. Get a chance to win cash prizes up to 10,000 pesos, plus a shop air filter courtesy of First Mega Saver. To qualify, you must be a duly registered participant. You must be present during the time of the draw. Later, during the grand raffle draw, we will ask you to unmute and verify your presence. Participants can only win once. So good luck everyone, and make sure you stick around. If you missed the announcement yesterday, here are the winners of our Day 1 raffle draw. Our 20 winners of 1,000 pesos, Jose Tulio, Benjamin Angke, Josue Chua, Virgilio Gil Hernandez, Susan Jesusan Nunga, Ernesto Marcelo, Leoncio Dale Bernas, Angelina Blanco, Rachel May Velasquez, Lian Don Ariola, Beatriz Galang, Lynette Matampak, Glenn Bautista, Lourdes Bernadette Carr, Maria Teresa Tejada, Lilibet Alcaraz, Hazel Balbido, Jonathan Gonzalez, Siana Labonete, and Christine Joy Gonzalez. Congratulations to our winners of 1,000 pesos. Our Day 1 winners of 3,000 pesos, we have 10 winners: Wilfred Lavarias, Christine Tayag, Oribet Lapitan, Mabel Joy Gamueda, Marce Mendilo, Rolando Dizon, Andres Del Rosario, Jose Paulo Carlo, Amigo Fernandez, and Grace Tyler. Congratulations to our 3,000 pesos winners. And the winners of 5,000 pesos on our Day 1 is Miss Emelita Alvarez, Elizard Lazaro, Glenn Pascua, Maria Annalyn Celeste, and Tisha Ann Guevara. Our winner of Sharp Air Purifier. Our winners are Elijah James Lazaro and Army Lodencia. And our winner of 10,000 pesos is Mr. Carlito Geronimo. Congratulations to all the Day 1 winners of our raffle draw. If you are one of the cash prize winners, please listen up. Here's how to claim your prize. The official cash gift certificate will be sent to your registered email. Please make sure that you check the spam or folder. Respond to the email with the following details: back-to-back copy of your 2 valid IDs, name, GCash, or bank account number. For bank transfers, winners agree to shoulder the transfer charges. For the winner of the Sharp Air Purifier, official notification email will be sent to your registered email. And once you receive the email, please respond with the following details: back-to-back copy of your 2 valid IDs, name, contact number, complete mailing address. Winners agree to shoulder the delivery fees of the prize. Please claim your prizes on or before August 30, 2021. Otherwise, your prize will be forfeited. Good morning, esteemed guests. And to start off the second day of our conference, let us acknowledge once again the zealous and hard-working officers and leaders of the PCCI North Luzon and PCCI National in a virtual parade.
Welcome to the 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference, the biggest annual gathering of local chamber in North Luzon, organized by Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to present to you the PCCI North Luzon Regional Governors and Local Chamber Presidents from the Cordillera Administrative Region, headed by Regional Governor Ernest Tom Panis, Attorney Zosimo M. Abratique, President, PCCI, Baguio Benguet, Mr. Rex D. Balong Angi, President, PCCI, Benguet Chapter Incorporated, Ms. Jasmine Tumapang Deleso, President, PCCI, Ifugao Chapter Incorporated, from Region 2, headed by Regional Governor Cloyd Velasco, Mr. Romanito D. Imperial, President, PCCI, Batanes, Ms. Evelyn Velasco, President, PCCI, Cagayan Chapter, Mr. Carlo Castillo, President, PCCI, Isabela, Mr. Gary Chong, President, PCCI, Southern Isabela Chapter, from Region 3, headed by Regional Governor Alvin Bellarmino, Ms. Amanda Batad, President, Bataan CCI, Mr. Victor F. Mendoza, President, Bulacan CCI, Mr. Renato C. Arimbuyutan, President, PCCI, Nueva Ecija Incorporated, Ms. Lourdes Connie C. Tayag, President, Metro Angeles CCI, Architect Nestor S. Mangyo, President, Pampanga CCI, Mr. Leonardo Cudo, President, PCCI, Tarlac, Mr. Ruben de Guzman, President, Metro Olongapo CCI, Mr. Benjamin Antonio III, President, Subic Bay Freeport CCI, Mr. Joseph Gilbert Violago, President, San Jose City, Nueva Ecija, and this year's host, from Region 1, headed by Regional Governor and Co-Chair of the 30th NLABC, Alexander Ang, Ms. Rufina Pines Marine, President, PCCI, Metro Dagupan, Mr. Pastor G. Albano Jr., President, PCCI, Ilocos Norte Incorporated, Doctora Esperanza Lajos, President, PCCI, Vegan, Mr. Marius Manzano, President, Western Pangasinan, CCI, and from the host chamber and our conference director, Ms. Lina Flor Hizon, President, CCI of La Union. Also joining us today are the former area vice presidents for North Luzon, Mr. Reynaldo Diquianco, Mr. Renato G. Romero, Mr. Renato G. Simbulan, Ms. Victoria E. Gaitos, Mr. Nelson Yuchong Chan, Engineer Alfonso T. Lau, Mr. Robert E. Lim. This year's 30th NLABC Chair is Ms. Gregoria G.G. Simbulan, Area Vice President for PCCI North Luzon. NLABC is one of the 5 area conferences leading to the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo, chaired this year by Mr. Jeffrey Nang. The annual Philippine Business Conference and Expo is a premier event of Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, headed by its president, Ambassador Benedicto V. Uico, together with the PCCI Board of Directors and Officers. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the distinguished leaders of PCCI and the local chambers of North Luzon.
Good morning, esteemed guests. And once again, welcome to the 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference, Rebuilding Economy Through Strategic Partnership.
rebuilding the economy through strategic partnerships. North Luzon is undoubtedly a major contributor to the country's economic well-being. Ilocos Region, Cagayan Valley Region, Central Luzon, and the Cordillera Autonomous Region have developed into critical growth centers and are acknowledged as important hubs for tourism, industrial and export zones, agriculture, trade, and services. Investments in transportation, utilities, and communications, infrastructure, outstanding local governance, high standards in education and training, highly skilled overseas Filipino workers, and dynamic private sector leaders have likewise helped dramatically transform North Luzon into a potent economic engine. Its people are famous for being hardworking, entrepreneurial, highly skilled, and creative. History has also proven their indefatigable spirit. The catastrophic eruption of Mount Pinatubo, the deadly Luzon earthquake in 1990, and the annual parade of destructive typhoons that visit the country have all tested the resilience of its people and economy. And time and again, they were able to rise to the challenge. However, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is so severe that it probably ranks next to that of the last World War. Businesses, jobs, education, and health systems have been heavily disrupted. People are losing their livelihoods, and more people are being pushed back into poverty, undermining the significant economic gains over the last decade. How soon and how fast North Luzon can emerge from this crisis will determine its economic future. Aside from bolstering the capacity of health systems and strengthening the ability to effectively respond to possible new waves of infections, it is important to continue monitoring supply chains and ensure the availability of food and other essential goods. Cooperation is required to prevent critical shortages. Policymakers are looked upon to champion and implement measures to mitigate the social and economic impacts of the pandemic. Businesses have to invest in emerging opportunities as fuel for our shared economic recovery. Most important, COVID-19 will require us to strengthen our partnerships across and even beyond the regions of North Luzon. After almost 1.5 years, there are already glimmers of hope on the horizon. The rollout of the vaccination program countrywide to generate herd immunity, the gradually relaxation of health-related restrictions, and modest indications of recovery in some sectors are starting to fuel optimism that the country hopefully will bounce back sooner than many may expect. North Luzon can fast-track regional economic recovery through strategic partnerships. As the main economic driver, the private sector in North Luzon can lead the way in forging more productive cooperation with local, regional, and international partners to enable robust local economic and business development, help achieve economic aspirations of its diverse communities, and support sector transformation towards global competitiveness. The private sector can have more vibrant collaboration with the national and local governments, academia, civil society, and even foreign partners to overcome long-standing issues and barriers which have previously held back their economic growth. Strategic partnerships can unlock business potentials and be the foundation for greater productivity, innovation, inclusivity, resilience, and sustainability. Strategic partnerships can create new products, open new markets and supply chains, generate more value, secure livelihoods, safeguard people's health, and create environments conducive to business growth. Strategic partnerships can define North Luzon's course to economic recovery beyond borders, beyond the pandemic. Welcome to the 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference.
And let's jumpstart today's program with our lovely host from the leadership of Bulacan BCCI, the bright and beautiful Attorney Agatha Paula Cruz.
Thank you for that introduction. Yes, we are all bright and beautiful this morning. Good morning and welcome to the second day of our 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference. How are you all doing? Kamusta na po kayong lahat dyan? I hope that you are all refreshed and ready for another day of learning and sharing. Again, I am happy to be your host for today's second day conference. I'm Attorney Agatha Paula Cruz, a proud member of the Bulacan Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So shout out to all my fellow directors at the Bulacan Chamber. Sorry, yan po ang privileges of being a host for today. Also, of course, this event is made possible through our generous sponsors, and we would like to acknowledge and thank them today. Our co-presenters, Cleanway, RG Simbulan and Partners Corporation, Samgyup Masarap. Special thanks also to our major sponsors, Alcel Construction, Celia's Cafe, First Mega Saver, In Life, Tarlac Electric Incorporated, also our minor sponsors, Bulacan Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Awesome Hotel and Restaurant, as well as our event donors, Sunrise Motor Parts and Marketing, PCCI Cagayan Chapter, LG Hizon Insurance Agency, Standard Insurance, PCCI Chapters Baguio, Benguet Chapter Incorporated, and we would also like to thank Mr. Hermes Guerra and Engineer Alfonso Tao. Our conference is also made possible through the help and support of our partners of the PCCI North Luzon. So we also would like to thank the different departments of our government from Regions 1, 2, and 3, and the Cordillera Administrative Region of the Department of Trade and Industry, the Department of Tourism, TESDA, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Science and Technology, our Department of Labor and Employment, as well as Alay Buhay, PCCI SDG Committee, the UP-NCPAG, the PCCI Tourism Committee, the Agriculture Committee, as well as the Innovation Committee. Also, we would like to thank our friends at the ARTA and the CIFAL Philippines. Hello again to everyone. We are live here on Zoom as well as on YouTube and Facebook. So please say hello to us, drop a comment, give a thumbs up, give a like, or your other preferred emoticons, especially to all those watching on YouTube and Facebook. Nainbag bigat kada kayo amin. Is that correct? Or maya paaldo kayo nga. So magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Also, to our friends, I hope that you will allow us and indulge us to acknowledge the presence of our special guests, panelists, and delegates. We would like to acknowledge the PCCI board guest, our acting president, Mr. Edgardo Lacson, our chairman and director and for membership, Ms. Maria Alegria S. Limhoco, our Director for Urban Development and Infrastructure. He is joining us again today. We are very lucky to have Architect Felino Palafox Jr., or more popularly known as Architect June. Thank you so much, Architect June. Mr. Apolinar, the Director for SFPPs. Mr. Roberto Amores, Director for Agriculture. Our Area Vice President and Director for NCR, Ms. Delia B. Jimenez. Our Honorary President and Chairman, Ms. Delia B. Jimenez. Our Assistant Treasurer, Mr. Bernardo T. Benedicto. Of course, the Chairman for International Affairs, Director Renato G. Simbulan. Hello, Sir Rene. our PUBC Chairperson, Engineer Yunina Mangio, Ms. Nora L. Lacuna, Chairman for Corporate Social Responsibility, the Co-Chairman for Intellectual Property, Mr. Jesus B. Varela, and our Chairman of the SDG Committee, Mr. Joel Tugado. Of course, we will not forget our Secretary General of the PCCI, Mr. Ruben Pascual. Good morning, sir. We also would like to acknowledge the presence of our former Area Vice Presidents for North Luzon, Mr. Robert Lim, Mr. Nelson Yu Chongtian, Mr. Reynaldo Dictianco. Earlier, I heard your conversation with Ma'am Gigi. Good morning, sir. And Engineer Alfonso Lau, as well as our other LCCI guests from NCR, North Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So hindi lang tayo pang North Luzon, beyond our boundaries, we are so grateful to all our friends, delegates, and participants. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. So yesterday, we had 3 plenaries and we featured our esteemed resource speakers from both the public and the private business sector. And for today's discussions, we will be highlighting positive insights on topics relevant during this pandemic. So while it may seem like a positive insight and pandemic do not go together, or it's like an oxymoron, as wittily mentioned by our keynote speaker yesterday, Senator Amy Marcos, quoting the great Winston Churchill, let's not waste a good crisis. And even our other secretary, Len Tayona, mentioned how this pandemic hastened the digital revolution even amongst our local MSPs. So there are positive things or silver linings that we can find even in this, what might be a dark cloud of a pandemic. And we will be discussing that today and more, including our partnership with our agriculture sector, which is very important, of course, for all of us here in North Luzon. So you heard our announcement earlier. We have more prizes up for grabs for today. We are giving away 1,000 pesos in cash. We will have 20 winners of 1,000 pesos, 10 winners of 3,000 pesos, 5 winners of 5,000 pesos, 2 winners of 10,000 pesos cash, and 1 winner of 20,000 pesos, as well as 2 winners of Sharp air filters. Yan, ang air filters, no? That's very appropriate at this time. So our
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord, as we gather for the second day of the 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference, we continue to seek your guidance and enlightenment as you are the source of wisdom and truth. Watch over us, Lord. Lead us to the right and moral decisions. Guide us that we may always protect the integrity of our organization. Inspire us to work together in mutual trust and harmony. In your loving presence, Lord, may we discover the most humane, honest, and efficient way to achieve our organization's vision and mission. To find the best solutions to the challenges we face and the predicament we are in, which continue to hurt our economy, industries, and businesses. Teach us to make significant differences in uplifting the lives of the poor and the underprivileged for the benefit of the community that we serve as strong advocates for the good life under the Chamber movement. May your wisdom be upon our invited speakers, that the knowledge and experience they will impart may help us improve the way we do business, to create more jobs, and to help in the recovery and rebuilding of our economy and country. And that this 30th and LABSI be a success in its true essence of benefiting our country and people as we journey forward to the path of growth and progress. This we ask in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwalhati't pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Everyone, we are now opening the fourth plenary, Emerging Opportunities Amidst and Beyond the Pandemic. Our lineup of resource speakers are industry movers and experts in their fields. And to open our fourth plenary, may I call on the Regional Governor of Region 1, Mr. Alex Ang.
Pleasant morning, everyone. Today is the second day of our 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference. I am Alex Ang, Regional Governor for Region 1 of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and I would like to welcome everyone to the fourth plenary of the 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference. In this plenary, we have three resource speakers. Only after our three resource speakers shall have done with all their presentations, shall we proceed to the open forum for the question and answers. While we are still reeling from the adverse impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, there is no doubt that it also presented business opportunities to many. It also required enterprises to rethink and re-examine their business models and innovate to meet the requirements of the time and of the future. Today's session will showcase emerging opportunities amidst and beyond the pandemic. Our first resource speaker is Ms. Rose Bos Ong, a noteworthy and experienced leader with expertise in the areas of marketing, administration, and operations. As the Senior Executive Vice President, Chief Operating Officer of Wilcon Depot, she creates aggressive strategies that deliver consistent business growth. She is also currently serving as the president of the Philippine Retailers Association and a regular columnist of the Philippine Star. Ms. Ong has won the International Women's Entrepreneurial Challenge Award in 2018 for her strong, successful entrepreneurial business path, despite of the male-dominated retail construction industry. She holds a master's degree in business administration with distinction from the De La Salle University and a bachelor's degree in business administration, major in economics from the University of the East. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on screen the President of the Philippine Retailers Association, Ms. Rosemary Boss Ong.
Morning. Morning to all the distinguished ladies and gentlemen of PCCI. I'd like to make special mention to my good friend, Ms. Bing Lim Hoko, Chairman of PCCI, Acting President Ed Lacson, Conference Chair, my good friend also, Ms. Gigi Simbulan, and all the chapter heads and you call it presidents of the different areas. Thank you for having me today to share with you the latest updates and status of the Philippine retailing industry. But before I start, let me give you a bit background of what PRA is. The Philippine Retailers Association is recognized as the national organization of retailers. We represent nearly 80% of the retail industry, which count all major players like SM, Robinsons, Ayala Malls, Araneta Center, Bench, Mercury Drug, Pen Shop, and of course Wilcon Depot and many more. We, we are the pulse and voice of retail by representing the industry in government meetings and hearings on issues and proposed bills that are relevant to the retailing. I am going to share with you today the current state of the Philippine retail industry. As we know, the Philippines is a consumer-driven economy, and the retail industry plays an important role in driving the economics. Thus, those drivers that affects retail are employment, remittances, and a positive consumer outlook, which are important in driving retail and the economy moving forward. Now, let me walk you through the state of the retail. Based on current data reported by the Philippine Statistics Authority, or the PSA, our household consumption expenditures declined by 4.8% in the first quarter of 2021. This was lower than the 0.2 growth registered in the same period of 2020, but there's a slight improvement compared to the decline of 7.3% in the fourth quarter of 2020. The pandemic significantly affected the retail industry, as shown in these data reports. However, the first quarter data showed that during this period, consumers were out to buy and spend more, whether online or offline, with the easing of restrictions and the after effects of the holiday season. This is also important to note that these figures highlighted the activities during the first quarter before the surge happened in March this year. Consequently, next slide please. Consequently, based on the PSA report on the GNI and the GDP, services contracted by negative 4.4% in the first quarter of 2021, but slower than the declines posted in the past 3 years of 2020. A lot of industries contributed to the decline in services, including the contraction of wholesale and retail, which is at negative 3.9%. From the from the second quarter data report, PSA reports that the Philippine GDP grew by 11.8%. Accordingly, the services sector contributes the highest percentage share to the GDP at 60.2%, followed by the industry sector at 30.8% and the agriculture sector at 9%. Two of these sectors reported positive growth rates. The services sector grew by 9.6%. The industry sector registered a 20.8% growth, while unfortunately, agriculture, which some of you are part of from this area, posted a decline of negative 0.1% growth rate. Consequently, also for the second quarter of 2021, the the top contributors to the growth of the GDP in the Philippines were mostly from the industry and services sector. Construction increased by 25.7%, wholesale and retail trade, repair of motor vehicles and motorcycles grew by 5.4%. Now, another factor that drives also the economy, or particularly the retail sector, is the employment state. As of June 2021, the employment rate in the Philippines is at 92.3%. PSA reported that there are 45.08 million Filipinos employed out of the 48.84 million Filipinos in the labor force. This data means that there are currently 3.76 million Filipinos unemployed, recording an unemployment rate of 7.7%. While the unemployment rate is still high compared to the 2019 record of only 4.6%, it has drastically improved from the 10% in July 2020 and 17% in April 2021. Remember, it was during this time when we were closed, all our businesses were closed for 2 months, which is the highest in the last few years. Meanwhile, the underemployment rate in June 2021 went up to 14.2%. This is translated to the increase of 918,000 underemployed persons from 5.49 million in May to 6.41 million in June 2021. These are the ones who have jobs but are still looking for more to meet their daily needs. These unemployment and underemployment rates are due to the closure of many businesses during the lockdowns from the pandemic. But as the economy slowly reopens after another lockdown and more businesses resume, and of course, transportation slowly increase its capacity, we also expect that unemployment will improve in the coming months. Now, let me walk you through to remittances, which is another factor that drives the retail industry. As we know, aside from the local jobs, remittances from our overseas Filipino workers or OFWs are also an important factor for our consumption and largely fund domestic consumption in the country. The Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas reported that personal remittances from overseas Filipino workers increased by 13.3% to US dollar 2.65 billion in May 2021 compared to 2.34 US dollar billion in the same month in 2020. The growth in remittances may be attributed to the easing of community restrictions and the opening or resumption of more jobs abroad, since most of the countries abroad have slowly recovered from this pandemic, no, having inoculated majority of their population. The remittances were mostly from the United States, Malaysia, South Korea, Singapore, and Canada. Now, on the very interesting, factor that affects retail is the consumer behavior. The pandemic caused shifts in behavior among Filipinos. Aside from the accelerated growth of e-commerce and digital wallet payments, there's also a rising patronage of convenience stores and neighborhood stores. We all know that businesses were urged to think of ways and strategies to continually provide their products and services to their customers despite all the restrictions and all these challenges that we are facing. By implementing technologies or new technologies, we were able to continue doing our business operations in a safer and more profitable level, given that our customers prefer to conveniently shop and to have a safer shopping experience. As I've mentioned, 17% of the population shop online due to the acceleration of e-commerce. According to a global consumer insights survey done in June 2021, Filipino consumers have evolved to be more looking for eco-friendly products. They're more price conscious now, given that everybody was like challenged financially. So they're looking for really uh, value for products or economical products that will fit into their budgets. And of course, they prefer contactless, frictionless experience. And by doing that, they want to go digital. Furthermore, shoppers are also now patronizing local goods and healthy products as compared before. The widespread job losses brought about by the pandemic in 2020 forced many shoppers to rein in their purchasing in many spending categories. According to a survey by PwC, about one-third or one-third of the consumers expect to increase their spending on groceries and takeaway foods. So there's really a shift on more on the essential products, more on the things that matter to people. Followed by, of course, home entertainment because everybody's now staying at home. Everything was centered in the house. Fashion, dining out, virtual online activities, health and beauty, DIY or home improvement, consumer electronics, sports and fitness equipments, arts, and of course, to while away the time, alcoholic beverages. Moreover, on the spending habits of Filipinos, especially in the FMCG sector, AC Nielsen reports that Filipinos will patronize essentials such as food, but this will really depend on the socioeconomic class. For middle income earners and beyond, they will prioritize healthy food because they have the budget, no, to ensure the health and wellness of the whole family. They will also reallocate funds for local travels and leisure for food as well. On the other hand, lower income earners will make sure that they are able to eat at least 3 times a day, especially during main meals, and able to provide food that is requested by their kids, since most kids now are all staying at home. Comfort of the family comes next, which includes utilities like electricity, availability of internet connection, followed by cleaning and hygiene essentials, and vitamins to keep them healthy. Further, as a response to the pandemic, Nielsen said that consumers not only prioritize essentials, but they are also stretching their money for old and new needs while still embracing online and convenience. As such, it could be difficult for non essentials to perform in the next months. Hopefully, we don't have another surge or outbreak, which is happening now. No, as you know, days go by, the numbers are increasing. Yesterday, I think we posted something like 12,000 cases, new cases from this new variant, the Delta variant, and we, of course, continue to vaccinate more Filipino. To provide protection for everyone from this COVID-19 so we can continue our road to recovery. On the other hand, retailers with strong e-commerce and digital footprint will be able to have an advantage too. In a survey conducted by a financial services company, about 77% of Filipino consumers consider it a must for local retailers to have online presence. Previously, online is just something nice to have, but now it's really a must have for everyone. According to Google report, 95% of new digital service consumers intend to continue with the service post-pandemic. So we can expect that e-commerce and digital transactions will continue even when COVID-19 will be gone, hopefully in the next years. And to prepare for this, retailers need to start their digital transformation already if they're not into it yet, no? So with less physical activities and mobility due to the many restrictions and the many challenges that we're facing, retailers need to find ways to constantly connect with their customers. Connection is really important nowadays, especially when you're confined in your home. You cannot do anything. You have nowhere to go. Unlike previously, you have a very strong social life. If if you're not online, you surely miss a lot, no? people really misses a lot if they're not online. But of course, it's not just being online. We have to optimize both having online and online presence, or both having an online and offline store. We have to create, like, having the offline store as the last mile delivery or the fulfillment center. It can be used as the supply chain fulfillment if you're both online and offline. And of course, seamlessly operate, having the same, providing the same experience that you provide offline. Therefore, being able to offer the same level to your customers, or whatever platform they choose. It's really providing an option to your customers. If you're not available offline because of the restrictions, because of mobility, because of lockdowns, then you can be reached out, or you can be connected with your customers by the online presence. So it's really having options, no? So more so, according to the latest Google Mobility Report, as of August 7, there is 40% negative 40% mobility in retail and recreation. Can you imagine? 40% of business in retail and recreation is, is affected. And there's an increase, on the other hand, for 5% on groceries and pharmacies. This is due to the ECQ implementation that we are currently experiencing now. According to Colliers also, no, I mean, food traffic in the malls, even during the time that the business is in operation, there's a decrease of 50 to 60%. And I guess there's going to be a shift now for those vacant spaces in the mall. They will be taken over by essential sectors. So there will be a shift in the sectors, particularly in retail. Now, on e-commerce, according to the Department of Trade and Industry, e-commerce in the Philippines now contribute 3.4% to GDP, which is a big number already because remember, pre-COVID, I think it's less than 1%, the contribution of e-commerce in our GDP. Now it has tripled in terms of numbers, no? So this amounts to 599 billion pesos, which is equivalent to US dollars 12 billion. Now, from the 2020 baseline value, DTI hopes to increase this share of e-commerce in the country to 5.52 to 5.5% in 2022. While online options have increased by 30 to 50% from previous level, it has not been enough to cover the drop in sales from our brick and mortar stores. People still prefer to go to the stores, to have that sense of touch and feel of the items that they want to buy, to have that experience also, to have that social connection with friends, of course, with family when they go to the shopping malls, which has been our major investments. And most of the retailers pre-COVID were concentrated really on the brick and mortar. All their investments were on brick and mortars. But retailers continue to pour investments now on the e-commerce aspect of the business as well. Because of this, it really accelerated the growth of e-commerce. Philippine retailer will be hampered, of course, by the pandemic, and at the same time will be hampered also due to the online onslaught of foreign and local platforms, no? I, we were really pushing for the equal level playing field. In fact, we're lobbying with government to revisit their policies, no, especially online policies, no. Some of the players, especially online players, they don't pay the proper taxes and the VAT compared to those legitimate business retailers in the country, no. Plus, of course, coupled with counterfeit products online coming from different places in the region, coming from China, all these non-authentic counterfeit products, no. So this is an important issue that government need to look at too. So that, as I mentioned, there be a level playing field for online and omni-channel players, no? Those that are in many channels. Of course, by expanding online strategies and partnering with apps to facilitate seamless deliveries, retailers also should be able to offset any softer retail demand due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Many of the mall operators and retailers need to strengthen their online presence by either utilizing existing e-commerce website. Now, the malls have created online websites just to be able to help their tenants, no? Just to be able to provide the products of their tenants to the consumers. And they've set up their digital platforms to market all their products, no? Interestingly, Nielsen also reports that while online is growing fast, offline is still the preferred channel of Filipino consumers, no? I'd like to, to announce also or to make mention that even during the pandemic, in 2020, last year at the height of the pandemic, Wilcon opened 6 stores. And for the first half of this year, we already opened 5 stores. So brick and mortar still here to stay, no? So it's still because consumers still prefer going offline, no? 61% of consumers shop on both brick and mortar stores and online. So it's a combination of brick and mortar and online, while 38% of the consumers or the shoppers prefer brick and mortar stores only. And only 1% of those shoppers shop online, purely online. So there's still a big number of consumers that, prefer offline versus online. There are a lot of things that can be, you can have it online, but it also highlights the limitation of online as well. Because as I've said, people still want to have that sense of touch and feel of the product and the look of it. However, we could still note the importance of being present online, as most people do their search by window shopping. So it's complemented by browsing first before going to the stores, and then they decide either to purchase it online and offline. So it's really having that omni-channel presence, having your stores in many, many channels, whether online or offline. Now, on the outlook, finally, on the outlook and conclusion, retail prospects for this year, I would say, would remain to be soft, especially with the lockdown, the fourth lockdown that we've experienced since the pandemic, and for as long as COVID-19 is here. And of course, the other variants are still upon us. No, uh, we've already used many letters of the alphabet from alpha to delta now. So it really limits the free movement of the general public, no? So we need to build confidence building is really very important, and it will take time until, of course, majority of the population is vaccinated and protected. What we are experiencing in retail in the last second quarter, we hope to continue. Uh, before August, July and June posted really very positive numbers, no, and hopefully it will improve after this lockdown, after August 20, especially now that there's still sporadic community quarantines every now and then in different areas of the country. Well, with the threat of COVID-19 and its more continuous Delta, we are very, very cautious. In retail, we are very, very cautious in reopening our stores and businesses. So we are adopting strict health measures. We want to ensure that our people are vaccinated. We want to ensure that our stores are safe, not only for our customers, but also for our employees. At this rate, the road to recovery may be slow, but hopefully we continue progress towards 2021 because people, the Philippines basically is a consumption driven economy. So if we have this lockdown, definitely people cannot go out, people cannot shop, It is really very, very unfortunate that, we have this pandemic that restricts us. Mobility is really an issue here. It restricts us to move, no? We're all confined in wherever, we were all confined at home. So with the continuous, however, no, with the continuous vaccination program of our government and of course business as well, we are gaining positive outlook for jobs, for businesses, and for the economy. and hopefully it will, we will be able to fast track the vaccination program for all, because we need to reopen the economy. We need to stimulate, the business, because people, when they spend, when you spend for food, it stimulates agriculture. When you spend for clothes, it stimulates manufacturing. So basically, it's all starts from consumption. But we want, of course, to pump up all these activities through mobility, thus increasing the propensity to spend among consumers. While, of course, at the end of the day, what's important is to keep our mind healthy, to keep ourselves healthy, and follow the safety protocols. And I would say that we will heal as one as long as we work together. We work together and then we rise above this pandemic. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Ong, for that very comprehensive presentation of the current state of our retail trade industry, given the situation during the COVID-19 pandemic. Please stand by and join us again later for the open forum. Our next speaker is known as the N-type champ. He is one of the most sought after and celebrated Filipino motivational speakers today. He is known for the enjoyment brand of keynotes and workshops, for his best-selling book entitled Strategies of a Champion Entrepreneur, and has recently released Stand Out, How to Lead Without Losing Your Values, a book on ethical leadership. He is also a regular resource person on national TV and radio. He delivers engaging educational and experiential talks, as well as his consistent sharing of real-life strategies and principles, offering transformational value to his audience spanning youth, corporate, executives, and entrepreneurs. A multi-awarded entrepreneur himself, please help me welcome Mr. Paulo B. TB.
Magandang umaga sa inyo lahat, everyone. So, good to see each and everyone with the chamber movement dito sa buong North Luzon, at hindi lamang syempre sa North Luzon, but all over the Philippines. So unang-una, nagpapasalamat pa rin tayo kasi nga still we are doing a lot of things for our businesses, for our companies, and taking with the topic as discussion for today, would like to really get into the groove of what have been said and being presented by Ms. Ong. Napakaganda po, no? So, leading to that end and taking notes of those datas and research, now we're moving on. If you are ready, how to develop further our take on this pandemic and these emerging opportunities. Now, take a look at the first slide that I'll be showing you. Can you comment on the chat box? Ano po ba itong mga nakikita natin? Kasi napakaganda po nitong topic, at I'm sure you'll be appreciating all these things for your businesses. Please comment on the chat box. Let us engage and be the one to tell us right now. Yan, sabi ng mga narito, Navy SEAL team, divers, what else? Sige, quick lang. Navy SEALs, yan. So, ito ay Navy SEAL. Tama po kayo. Maraming salamat for that. Now, ano nga ba ang character o yung characteristic ng Navy SEALs? Please, again, comment quickly on the chat box. Ano ang character o yung characteristic ng yan? Well-trained daw sila. Flexible daw sila. Sige nga, please comment. Resilient. Formidable. Well-planned. Resilient. Diba? Focus, aim, target. They are vigilant, ready, and many more. Now, we see these Navy SEALs are something that is always translated and relevant to all of us. Makikita natin, they are so agile. Tama po kayo, they are so resilient. Kasi ito yung panahon, whether are they going to resist or absorb with the different terrain, challenges, obstacles ng kanilang mission. Sabi nyo ang ganyan. In such similar case, we are all like Navy SEALs. Di ba? Entrepreneurs, negosyantes, CEO, presidente, key executive, di ba, are something that we need to have also within us. Ibig sabihin, it has to be embedded sa atin din. In fact, ngayong panahon na to, dito natin makikita nga eh, are we the likes of Navy SEALs? Now, taking from it, everyone, I would like to share with you and be ready kung paano tayo magiging Navy SEALs, kung paano tayo magiging agile, kung paano tayo magiging resilient. C2C framework. Itong framework na to, I have developed this because of this crisis. And mind you, it had helped many already in the country. Now, taking the Q, ACE model. Ano nga ba to? Diba? In any crisis, accordingly, merong business opportunity. And that can be translated to cash. ACE model tells us about how do we accept things, what is happening around us, how do we create based on what's yung mga pangyayari ngayon. Paano natin to i-create? And then lastly, how do we evolve? Di ho ba? So ACE model, let's work on this and I will discern each and every one with you. With this first, accept. So paano nga ba yon accept? Many ways to create, and these are the approaches to create opportunities amidst crisis or even beyond pandemic. The first thing that we need to do is reframing. Alam nyo, lagi kong sasabi, it is in our core. Kailangan yung sarili muna natin, yung ayusin muna natin. Di ba? Hindi kasi pwede na titignan natin kaagad externally and yet yung internal, intrinsic natin, hindi develop, hindi maayos. Kaya nga, earlier sabi natin, we need to imbibe yung matamang attitude, the behavioral shift that we need in order for us to face these challenges. So, ibig sabihin, reframing tayo. All about attitude, all about our behavior, all about our mentality. Now, do you have that knack for opportunity? Sabi nga natin, open-mindedness, di ba? Ang key kasi ngayon dito, everyone, is we need the liminal state right now. We need to accept and embrace what is happening. Same thing, the need to coexist with the times. Di ho ba? Nalalatag ngayon. Probably you've been hearing a lot, di ba, since yesterday about how are we going to do things, di ba? Paano natin gagawin to? But the question will always be, are we ready personally at yung ating sarili, yung ating core is ready? So maraming paraan kung paano natin magkakaroon ng yung mentality o yung shift ng mentality. I'll share with you 3 things for us to be in the zone state. Let me tell you about that, in the zone state. Ano pa tong in the zone state? Ito yung pagkakataon na kailangan we are well motivated kahit na anong nangyayari sa atin sa paligid ngayon. So una doon, we need to have that natural high. Take note of that. We need to have that natural high. Ibig sabihin, we love our work, the joy in our work, the passion in what we do in business, di ba? In our companies and so on. So ibig sabihin, patuloy dapat yung motivation. Alam natin, nade-demoralize marami. Alam natin, maraming closure lately. Alam natin na maraming effect yung pandemic. But then again, it's okay, 'di ba? It's okay not to be okay, but it's not okay, 'di ba, na patuloy tayo hindi okay. So, given that situation, we need to further boost our way to handle, 'di ba, the scenarios ko, natural high. Then another on that note, the second one, we have to be mental tough. So, ibig sabihin, mental tough. Dati-rati pinag-uusapan lang natin. What's your negosyo quotient? What's your ability to take your business to the next level? Di ba lahat na lang yata, negosyo quotient, NQ. Di ba kailangan natin ng financial quotient, di ba FQ, IQ, di ba intelligence, emotional, even physical, financial quotient. Now, ngayon, idagdag na natin AQ. Ano yung AQ? Adversity quotient. Di ba? So again, how to resist and absorb things around us right now. Sawa, di ba? Ewan ko kung nananawa na kayo. GCQ, MECQ, di ba? Lahat na lang ng Q, meron tayo dito eh. So anong gagawin natin? AQ. So, ibig sabihin, the need for us to be mentally tough. And the third on the in the zone state is about what? You have to be in the game. You have to be in the game. Ibig sabihin, upskill, learn new things, alamin natin what's happening around us. 'Di ba? While we are in our house, 'di ba, in our homes, 'di ba, work from home. O kung sawa na kayo ng kaka-Netflix, iFlix at kung ano-ano bang flicks, i-flex na natin ngayon at tignan natin anong pwede so we can be in the game. So three things to be in the zone. Again, natural high, be in the game, and mental toughness, shifting of mentality. Now, anticipate predictability. So, ibig sabihin, we need to learn from today. 'Di ba? There's a thing that we need to renew. We need to renew yung we have to continuously ignite, 'di ba? Yung kailangan natin. Why? We need to see result. We need to see continuously doing our business in a different way, in a different approaches. And what's with the business model right now? What would be opportunity along that line? So from that anticipation, we learn from the current status, and then we also need to prepare for the worst. We will never know. Ayaw natin magkaroon. Ayaw natin magkaroon pa ng lahat na lang ng letra ng virus masusundan. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and so on. But then again, ano ang kailangan natin gawin? Coexist with the time. So ibig sabihin, we have to be in the know. Kailangan alam natin. Kailangan may pakitayo sa nangyayari sa paligid. Meron tinatawag na circle of control and circle of concern. Sa circle of concern, ito yung nangyayari na wag nating i-waste yung ating oras masyado ron. Circle of concern yon. But there are things, so many things that we need to do on ourselves, on our businesses, on our companies. Circle of control. Ito yung how are we going to be enthusiastic? Ano yung mga goals natin? How do we pursue our goals and so on? Paano natin gagawin? Paano natin ipupursue yung mga kailangan natin for our companies and so on? That's where you need to be in control. We can choose what we want. And last, on the shifting of that creation approaches would be about to play. Meaning to say, we just need to coexist and just be what? Diba? Enjoy the moment. We have to be the moment. We have to have that time being. Diba? Hindi pwedeng hihintay na lang natin, matatapos na ba to, saka pa lang ako gagalaw. Kaya nga sabi natin, in the midst, right now, and what else? Moving forward after the pandemic. So the first model tells us about accepting or accept. Moving on with this, with the ACE model, let me share with you the elements of how to create further your business model and how to check your business model. So ito yung tinatawag natin na 5 Ws. 5 Ws, ulitin ko lang, and the 1 H. Ulitin ko lang, 5 Ws and 1 H. Why? We need to always go and see these elements para we can go forward. So ibig sabihin, on the first W, what? Product or service that will have continuous demand. Maybe your business right now, whether in your you are in the FMCG, manufacturing, service-oriented, real estate, 'di ba, agribusiness and so on and the likes. Kumusta ngayon? Yun pa rin ba? Pareho pa rin ba? Or dapat you need to get into something that will, 'di ba, the customer will likely purchase. Earlier we have seen yung mga research data na na-present ni Miss Rose, napakaganda. Sabi ko nga, this is aligned to what we're talking about right now. Talking about parang opportunities beyond, di ba? Even at this point. So, ibig sabihin, more than a year right now, have you checked on your product, on your service? Will still be applicable pa rin ba? Acceptable pa rin ba ng customers natin? Why? Why will this be accepted by my customers? Paano siya mag-stand out? I always believe in the principle of be the orange among apples, everyone. Talking about differentiator, talking about standing out. Kung pare-parehong offering natin, pare-pareho tayong nando sa platform, what will make our business, what will make our product and service stick with the customer. Talking about standing out, talking about being the orange among apples. When? When is the best time? Ngayon na ba? Sa susunod na ba? Yes, of course, alam natin may konting restrictions. Yung di ka makaalago ang mabuti, parang kabayo yan, may konting reservation kasi ayaw mong idiretso because of COVID, because of, protocols, restrictions, and so on. But the question will be, can you prepare right now? Pwede, di ba? Or can you develop right now? Pwede. Or probably, can you do a lot of testings already? Who are my potential? Nagbabago. Nagbabago. And from all the, studies, millennials right now are taking charge of the purchases. They may have not that big purchase, but look at the drivers and motivation of these millennials. Pansinin ninyo, sila ngayon ang sinusundan. Sila ngayon ang gustong i-capture. Bakit? The big chunk of our market are millennials. O, ayaw naman natin isan away yung mga millennials, centennials, at kung lahat ng tayo. But then again, based on the demographics and psychographics, iba-iba ang need natin at merong adjustment. Where it will sell. Again, anong platform, brick and mortar, physical store, and so on. We have to consider those things. And lastly, paano natin gagawin? How? Remember the 5 W's and 1 H to effectively create further the elements in your opportunity. So that's C, create. With the model right now, talking about how do we evolve. Yan. So evolve. Take a look at this. If you can read with me in your own, at the comfort of your house or offices, either you're in or out, nowhere to go but up. Value the essence of time and don't be eaten by your competition. So the key here is about what? Innovating the plate. Innovate the plate. Evolve, and evolve. So sabi nga natin, either you're in and out. Mapag-iiwanan ka ba? Di ba typically sa Pinoy sabi, nasaan na siya? Naiwan doon sa pansitan. So gusto ba natin maiwan sa pansitan? In or out? Nowhere to go but up. Not the school, everyone So ito yung sasabi natin, yung trajectory dapat pataas, hindi pabalik. Kailangan mo yung launching pad mo, i-develop mo, i-create mo. The need for you to evolve and nowhere, di ba? Sabi nga natin, but to move on. It may not be up, everyone. It may be something that moving forward. It's okay, no problem with that. You need to evolve. V, value the essence of time. Kailan pa? Maghihintay ba tayo? Titignan ba natin ang mga nangyayari na? Papabayaan na ba natin ang competition? And lastly, 8, don't be eaten by the competition. So you need to do, innovate. Innovation is sustainability. Take note of that, everyone. When you innovate, you sustain. So innovation equals sustainability. So that's the ACE model framework. Okay. Now, how are we going to adapt with the changing times? Alam mo, this is in Harvard. We are encouraged by Harvard to let us rethink the ways, di ba, the manner that we do business, yung mga paraan ng ginagawa natin, and on the flip side, parang encouragement how to see the major things in our businesses. First, look at this. This is called the SAVE principle. And this is true. In fact, I've been sharing this to a lot of engagement all over, conferences, with companies and organizations, because ito yung isang magandang platform for this opportunity to work on at this point. S stands for solution. So dati-rate, di ba, we always look at the product in itself. Now, the encouragement right now, more than the product, we provide solution. Solution that will fit, solution that is very functional, solution that is probably somehow advanced versus the others to get you ahead of the competition. So, anong pinag-uusapan natin dito? Hindi lang pwedeng benta lang tayo. Ma'am, sir, ginamit natin ang social media natin. Ginamit natin lahat ng digital platform natin in our negosyo. But then again, people tend to be sick already with much of those product lamang. So provide them solution. Provide what is necessary to address their real needs and wants. So that's on the S thing. Now, next on the same principle, access. Ano ba yung access? Access tells us about dati-rate yung place. Ibig sabihin, how are we going to distribute? So, ibig sabihin ngayon, taking the lead right now of digitalization of so many platforms, you need to develop and be seen. And be seen. Take note of this, everyone, in a multi-platform. So, ibig sabihin, you can use, kung meron kang physical store, it's okay. Diretso pa rin. Kung meron ka namang online delivery, pick up, and so on, meron kang app-based technology, go. Kung meron kang social media, make use, di ba, your social media, your page, your Instagram, your LinkedIn, at lahat ng social media, wag na lang po yung Friendster at Multiply ha, wala na po iyon, ipagpatuloy nyo kasi people wanted to be rich, di ba? Yung ease ng purchase natin. You've heard earlier, even the malls, di ba? Nagkaroon na ng accessibility to online. What about us? Di ba? If the malls, the biggest malls in the country are taking into it and aligning the needs of the customers, you have to be accessible. Now, ang tatanong, paano kung hindi naman parang yung product namin parang hindi naman pang online and so on. At the end of the day, everyone, try to check and see how people can have ease access and purchase of your product and service. Kasi pag nangyari yon, you have the edge already of customers continuously buying from you. V, value. Yung value na yan, kung dati-rate, price. Di ba? Nakita, di ba? Price driven. So ibig sabihin, alam naman natin at this point, di ba? We intend to utilize our money, our cash, talagang sa tamang basic lamang, 'di ba? Kaya nga ang sinasabi natin dito, more than the price, provide more value. What can the customer get from you relative to your pricing? What are the benefits, further benefits that we can get from you? 'Di ba? Sabi natin, gusto natin maging customer centric eh. When you talk about customer centricity, you talk about value. What value we can get further from you. And lastly, more than promotion, develop educating our customers. So ano ibig sabihin? Provide more content. Maglabas tayo. Kunyari, if you're in coffee business, di ba? Bakit hindi natin bigyan ng information ang ating mga customers about our coffee? Hindi lamang yung nagbenta lang tayo. Hindi yung buy one, take one. Hindi pwedeng ganun lamang. Ang kailangan natin, for example, ano ang magagawa ng kape sa atin? Try to, kailangan infuse natin yung mga learnings, yung insight, so that there would be affinity at there would be association to our product. Pwede rin yung samahan ng humor. For example, di ba? Kaya lang, because of time constraint, magbabato sana ako ng mga hugot line dito. But for example, kape. If your business is kape, pwede bang mga humor like, hugot like na, anong pinakamasarap na kape? Diba? You then engage your customers on your page. O ano sasagot ngayon yung sasagutin ngayon? Di yung kape lingka. You know, those humor are something that can help you be associated with the product. So ibig sabihin, provide more content, educate your customers for them to really be aligned and to patronize our products. So ibig sabihin, that same principle is something that we need to see right now. Ito yung magbibigay sa atin ng way, and this framework, maniwala kayo, the ACE and SAVE principle can help you further really improve handling all these changes in our midst. Okay? So I hope that helps everyone. So now, moving on with this. Ano ang ibang mga strategiya that it can be helpful to us? Number one, go hybrid. Diba? Go hybrid. With all the researches that we have seen and heard right now, get into online, still work on the physical, and definitely strengthen your business model, lalo na ngayon at this point, virtually. So humanap po tayo ng paraan, di ba, para nang sa ganun makita natin yung businesses natin. It may be on our process, it may be on how do we market, how do we promote. So ibig sabihin, people tend to see digital or the virtual space right now, or the business scape, o yung sinasabi natin yung landscape right now, that we need to go hybrid. Di ho ba? So ibig sabihin, hindi na po ito mawawala. While we wanted to be in the restaurant, gusto nating kumain yan, gusto nating maggala, gusto nating pumunta sa mall, mamili tayo sa ganyan, pumunta tayo sa tourist area, etc., etc. Pero at this point, everyone, as we see right now, hindi na po mawawala na maging hybrid. So online virtual will be here to stay. Expand your market. So ibig sabihin, again, with the e-commerce platform, with the virtual space, you can go borderless. Pero of course, syempre dapat ready na yung mga product o service natin. Di ba? So pwede na tayong to get into, if you're in Luzon right now, pwede na rin siguro Visayas, Mindanao. Sooner, we can go Southeast Asia, Asia, and the rest of the world. So ibig sabihin, the need to expand is much more, di ba? At saka mas reachable and achievable sa ngayon. Automate your operations. We don't want a purely robot. Alam nyo, may human factor pa rin eh. May human touch pa rin. We are still human. We need to help people also. Di ba? I have a friend dyan sa area din, no? Dito sa Central Luzon. Most of his production line automated. Pero sabi niya nga, yung meron lang din siyang tinitira para marami pa ring matulungan doon sa kanilang area o community. But looking at right now, everyone, how do we see automation in your businesses, in your processes, in your system? Meron na po for MSMEs. Hindi naman po, meron na pong you just shop around and try to look at it at kung ano mag-fit for your businesses. Okay? And lastly, you seek collaboration. Influencers right now, bloggers right now have really worked on well. In fact, naging negosyo na nga nila. But be careful, everyone. One of the things that really be needed by our customer is true and sincere testimonial. But what we wanted to do is to reintroduce to new market, to new audience profile, explore yung potential and so on, and many more. So you seek collaboration, maging collaborative tayo at this point. So these are some of the thriving strategies that can help us move on. Now, last on my list, potential winning option amidst this crisis and going beyond. Taking a look at this, everyone, food na all good. So ibig sabihin, you innovate the food, di ba? Fusion. Just last few days ago, we've heard about what? Sinigang na pinakamasarap na soup sa buong mundo. Wow, 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 di ba? Paano na yan? So, taking on that note, if you're into food business, how will you develop things that will help you, di ba? Improve on your negosyo, di ba? Packed meal, di ba? Ready to cook, ready to eat, and so on. Few months ago, I did a lot of engagement with many food companies, with new startup companies, and now they're looking at taking in convenience store, looking at scalable way to address their current operation and further business development nila to further boost their sales and revenue through yung ngayong nakikita natin na through online, through other means of market and other ways to sell their products. Food na all good. Nurture agriculture. Ano ibig sabihin? Agriculture for all and for all of us, I call this as business of infinity. Walang katapusan, walang katapusan. Ito po yung totoong revolusyon. Maki-baka, di ba? Maki-hayop, lahat na po. Whether you're into livestock, whether you're into aqua, o yung kung nasan kayo man na ginagawa sa agriculture, try to nurture it. Anong pwedeng gawin? If you are just typical supplier, why not get into processing end consumer at yung dun sa end goal natin? My forever sa deliver. As you've seen, one of the resilient industry since last year ng pandemic is related to transport. Di ho ba? O sabi nga diba, maki-baka, maki-sama, maki-baboy, maki-hayop na tayong lahat. Agriculture. So yan, my forever sa deliver. Trading is the big thing. If you wanted to further work on with the lesser capital to change the business model or to revise the business model, get into it. This is it, IT. Di ba? So, how do you get into it? Website, kung nando kayo sa tech part. Di ba? Marami pa rin sa atin, admit it everyone, we are not techie. Marami pa rin sa atin are teka. So ito, how do the techies now capitalize their trust, their business, their experience and expertise. So development of so many app-based and so on, this is it. Yan na po yan. Cash on content related to what we have discussed. Whether you're into services, you do a lot of online courses, you do things that will help you, di ba? Kung nasa food ka, tignan nyo, yung mga vloggers ngayon, pagkain, travel, online tours, and so on, anything for that matter, even yung lamang sa pag-develop dun sa paggawa sa bahay, paglinis ng bahay, and you can develop a lot of contents on this. Clean it to win it. As I've seen with the research, ano napakita? Ito ang isa sa pinagkakagastusan natin. Diyos ko, mula sa alcohol, face mask, at kung ano-ano pa, naging usi na tayo. Sabi nga nila, gusto na daw natin ngayon, laging malinis na. Hindi lang katawan, bahay natin, at buong kapaligiran natin. Clean it to win it. Well, wellness. We have seen many, hindi lang New Year's resolution syndrome. Di ba ngayon, marami na nag-exercise, marami na ang gumagawa ng mga bagay na gusto natin maging fit, maging healthy, and so on. Di ho ba? So, please take a look at that also if you are related to this type of businesses. Care sa skin, care, eto, magutom na, sasabihin mag-diet na, pero pagdating sa pagiging banidoso at banidosa, kagandahan, di ba? Lahat pong yan, BB cream, CC cream, ngayon po ba may naglalay na pa at nagmemena pa? So, care sa skin care. Lastly on that, everyone, Arriva, fashionista. Bakit ang taas sa e-commerce? Because many, and one of those, fashion. Kahit na pandemic, gusto pa rin natin, di ba? Conscious pa rin tayo with what we see. Why? What we wear. Bakit? Kasi ito po nakakadagdag to live, di ba? Our mental health, to develop, di ba? And handle the stress, the pressure of this pandemic. Last on this list, everyone, I would like to take this last quote. Alam nyo, we are like coffee beans. People are similar. We are like similar to coffee beans. Bakit po ba? Put them in hot water and you'll know how strong and intense we are. What does it tell us, everyone? Katulad natin, when we will know exactly how, di ba, how strong a businessman, a corporate executive, a manager, or anyone for that matter, how strong we are when we are faced with many challenges, when we are faced with problems, when we are faced with katulad nitong pandemic. So lastly, everyone, we can be like coffee beans. We can see coffee beans. We can be the Navy SEALs of our company, of our businesses, of our community, of our organization. At the end of the day, everyone, let's show that we have that adversity quotient. Let's see the opportunity coming on, diba? And be the coffee beans of your team, of your family. With that, everyone, maraming salamat at magandang umaga sa ating lahat.
Thank you for that very inspiring presentation, Sir Paulo. Please stay in the room and join us on screen later for the open forum. Now, moving on, our last speaker for this session is also very familiar with the chamber movement, having served as resource speaker in the Financial Literary Seminar Series organized by the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Our speaker has over 27 years of experience in the financial services industry, working in fund management, marketing, product development, strategic business development, profit center management, and workplace learning and development before starting his own company, We Lead Advisory. He was the wealth management specialist, head of the soliciting official of Citibank North America, and a senior consultant for Citibank Malaysia. He is the first and only Filipino to be the Young ASEAN Manager Award recipient, held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. On top of this, he is also the first and only Filipino to chair the ASEAN Insurance Congress. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in mathematics with minors in operations research, actuarial services, C programming, and physics from the University of the Philippines. He completed his postgraduate studies at the College of Financial Planning based in Colorado, USA. He also completed managing family corporations for succession planning at the Asian Institute of Management. He recently earned his post-baccalaureate at the De La Salle University on workplace learning and development with distinction. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Melvin Esteban.
Hello, good morning, everybody. You know, when I first got the invitation to join you today, I was actually very excited, no? Because a lot of you people, a lot of here may not know, I'm actually an Ilocano. In fact, I grew up in La Union, no? We have a very small restaurant up there, no? So anybody here from La Union? I just like to say hi, no? We have the small restaurant there, no? I don't know if you know it, Midtown, no? If you know Midtown, just type yes. Okay, kaya lang medyo nalungkot ako kasi Zoom pala, akala ko face-to-face tayo magsasama today, no? So it would have been a good opportunity for me to go back to my hometown. Okay, so this morning I'm gonna talk to you about the post-COVID consumer. How will the post-COVID consumer look like? After all of this pandemic, how will it look like? But first, I'd just like to give you a glimpse of what's happening in the global scene. So what I want to focus on is more on the global side because, you know, very, very important that hindi lang natin tinitingnan yung region natin, hindi lang natin tinitingnan yung Philippine setting, but what is the current trend globally, no? The first one that I'd like to share to you is the expected output of the vaccine for 2021, no? We expect that this year there will be about 14 billion doses by end of 2021. Now, ladies and gentlemen, bakit napaka-importante nito? Because if you look at the global population, our global population would be about 7 billion in population. So if we expect that a lot of these vaccine producers will be producing about 14 billion doses by end of 2021, you should expect, but by end of this year, we should have more than enough for everybody for the global pandemic, because of this global pandemic. Now, where do you expect this vaccine will be coming from? So UK, China, North America, India, and Europe will be the biggest source of this vaccine, no? That's why yung nangyari sa India nung pumutok yung Delta variant sa India, there was a significant disruption in the supply chain of the vaccine. No, the one on your left are just the beneficiaries or the region where we expect the beneficiaries, where the beneficiaries are, no? Equivalently, in terms of business sentiment, ladies and gentlemen, the good news is since the start of this pandemic last March, now business sector has been continuously being positive, no, month on month, no. So this is just a projection that they are looking at 6 months from now. Tinitingnan nila, do you think that things are going to get better, and so on and so forth. So you see, in almost all region, that we believe that that businessmen believe that things are going to get better 6 months from now. In fact, the only area, the only region that we're looking at na medyo nakakatakot is actually the Latin American countries. No, hindi masyado na highlight ang Latin America because other than the fact that we are in Asia, no, if you really look at it, yung Asia kasi at saka Latin America, parang yan yung dalawang talagang biggest competitor to each other, no? So it's hindi ko naman sinasabi na good news to, no, na hindi sa kanila okay, but any loss of business from them is actually a gain of business from our side. Okay? Now, the good news is, in terms of, sabi nga nila, di ba, that in every crisis, there's always danger and opportunity. We looked at the spending of a lot of the companies last year, and this one of the most important discovery that we found out, no? That maraming companies sa buong mundo, yes, it may be true that a lot of them has cut their budget, their resources, to make sure that they'll be able to adapt and survive. But almost equivalently, about half of the companies globally, not only that they retained their current budget, despite the fact na bumaba yung sales nila, bumaba yung revenue nila, they retained their budget. And in fact, a big percentage of them even started to increase their spending. And you know what's the most surprising part in all of this? When we first have this data, we were thinking that a big percentage of their spending will be more on software, maybe more on telecommunication, because of the need for online selling. But ang pinaka-nakakagulat nito, it is quite across the board, no? They invested in real estate. They even increased their insurance coverage for their employees, for the wellness of their employees. They started buying equipments and so on and so forth. So they took this opportunity, they took this pandemic as an opportunity for them to rehash their businesses. So ang question ko ngayon sa inyo is, kayo kaya, ano ang ginawa ninyo? Ayan, okay? So yun ang mga pag-uusapan din natin. Okay, now, these are the different industries in the world, no? Accommodations, administration, and so on and so forth. So what we did here is we plotted ano yung mga economic impact ng bawat industry. So the black portions, the black circles that you're seeing here, these are the industry that were highly affected, but at the same time, the risk of this industry is also very high. Meaning, pag pumutok tong industry na to, yung economic impact nito is actually very high. So the size of the circle is also the size of employment that it is affected, no? So for example, just to give an example, yung letter A, no, nakita nyo ang laki ng bilog, di ba? So that's accommodation and food services, no? And I agree with Miss Rose Ong earlier, that the biggest that was really impacted is really food and industry. So this was not just an experience in the Philippines, but this is actually a global experience. And since food accommodation and food industry are highly manual labor, highly labor intensive, the impact of that one is actually very high. So yan yung nakikita nyo, the one in black are the one that is highly affected and at the same time high risk. Now, equivalently, yung mga color blue, yan yung mga less affected. But good news is, hindi sila, kahit na mataas yung impact nila in terms of the economy, no, they are not as affected as the one in the blacks. So, for example, construction. So, even in the case of the Philippines, no, you can see that even there, when there was lockdown, there was some semblance of continuation of the construction industry. On the red portion, these are the ones that are less impacted and at the same time, low risk. So hindi na natin masyadong pinaproblema yan. So the reason why I also wanted to show this is because one of the most common na question na nakukuha ko from my clients is na sinasabi nila, Edwin, hindi ba delikado ang mga bangko ngayon because of this pandemic, ang dami mong makikita mga tinatawag na non-performing loans, hindi ba lalo silang malulugi, hindi magbabayad yung mga borrower and so on and so forth. But if you look at the non-performing loan, there was an increase in non-performing loan, but sa totoo lang, it's still way manageable as far as the banking system is concerned, no? And of course, last but not the least is the orange line. These are the one that is highly affected, but the good news is their impact to our economy, to our society is not that big. And that's only one. In fact, it's healthcare and social assistance. No, ironically, no, healthcare, in the healthcare side, you know, in some ways they're even booming. No, I know a lot of companies that are doing much better now, no, compared to the pre-pandemic period. So if you want to find out yung industry where you are today, Okay, kung kailan kaya natin nakikita sila mag-start mag-recover, and at the same time ano yung period niya. What we did here is we plotted that duration. So as you can see, no? So for example, just to give you an idea how this looks like, for example, for the first one, my favorite, arts and entertainment, I'm sorry to tell you that we expect that arts and entertainment will recover as early as 2024 pa. No? And for fully recover, it will even go beyond that. So accommodations, we expect that recovery will start in 2024 pa. Education, a little bit earlier. The one that we expect, but majority of the industry that we expect to recover, they will start to recover as early as 2021, which is actually this year. And you can already see that marami tayong mga kasama sa PCCI that you have started opening up your business already. Even some tried to expand it already and so on. We expect the full recovery of a lot of the industry will be around last quarter of 2022 to first quarter of 2023. Okay, so if you need a copy of the slide, by the way, just let me know, no problem. Okay, now, unfortunately, after this pandemic, it will not be the same for every industry. So what I'm sharing to you here is what we call as the stickiness index. No? Medyo nakakatawa lang yung pangalan niya kasi parang panghuli ng lamok. Okay, but what is the stickiness index? So you see, every industry will have a very different outcome after this pandemic. So the one that you see on the left side, on the right side muna, no, on the right side, is we are looking at it to have a high stickiness. So meaning, after nitong pandemic na to, we expect that yung behavior ninyo during pandemic, it will stick. So most likely gagawin nyo pa rin yun. Okay? And very, very dominant talaga dito is actually the e-grocery and even the food industry, even restaurant kasama dito. So tama yung sinabi ni Mr. Tibig and ni Rose that if you are in the food services industry today, it's not enough for you to just stay in the brick and mortar. You have to adapt to make sure that you have that online presence. Because even after pandemic, you expect that a lot of this will stay. Now, on the extreme end, no, the one that has a low stickiness, we expect that these industries will go back to the pre-pandemic level. So, ano yung itsura nyo dati pre-pandemic? Babalik at babalik kayo doon. Why? Because these are the type of industry that requires high touch. For example, the travel industry. I'm sure nobody will opt to travel via Zoom. Okay? The only one that will be happy there is the one who is spending on that travel because nasa Zoom lang kayo, no? So that will be the one to have low stickiness. So the three areas that we expect to have low stickiness is in the entertainment industry, of course, the travel industry, and of course the education portion. So I am from La Union, no? And sa totoo lang when I was young, nobody really goes to San Juan, no? Mga kasama ko sa La Union, tama, di ba? Pag pumunta ka sa San Juan, parang minsan nakakatakot pa nga, di ba? Pero you know, so many years later, sobra ako nagulat that it became it became a very hot tourist destination. In fact, sinasabi nga nila, it is now the new Boracay, may mga ganun pa, di ba? So sa totoo lang, medyo nagulat ako. So the good news is, you expect by 2022, things will get to normalize already. Kanina sinabi ko sa inyo that this year alone, that we expect 14 billion vaccines to be produced. So if you just do the mathematics, if everybody will need 2 vaccines, no? So ibig sabihin nun, easily for 2021, we should be able to fully vaccinate the global community. Of course, notwithstanding the new variant that may not be effective on the vaccine. Siyempre, hindi ko pwedeng isama yon. But all things being equal, we expect by 2022, second quarter of 2022, things will be back to the pre-pandemic level. So ladies and gentlemen, the reason why I wanted to share you all of this trend is because I want you to be ready. Gusto ko pagtapos natin ngayon, sa pandemic na to, did you come out stronger? Okay? Yan. So there are 7 behaviors that we are expecting to change because of this pandemic. The first one, no, and some of this are already discussed by Rose earlier, the one that is most dominant is actually the health and wellness sector. So we expect that people moving forward will not only not only will do a lot of deliveries, takeout, and so on and so forth, but there will be a significant change in the way we eat. No, ano yung mga binibili natin? There is now an increase in consciousness on healthy products. Now, one of my client is in this category. No, ang ginagawa nila, they have this grocery type wherein they sell a lot of healthy products. No, and they are sharing to me that except for the first 3 months of the pandemic, after that, their sales almost normalized to the pre-pandemic level. In fact, there are months wherein their sales is even more than that of the pre-pandemic level. And ladies and gentlemen, we expect this to continue. No, I am from my family, not me. No, my family is in the restaurant business. No, and ito yung palagi ko sinasabi, start looking at serving healthy food. Because even after pandemic, that is a trend that we're expecting to look to continue. Okay, now, a little bit bad news, however, is that when you talk about health, you talk about 2 things. You first talk about food, and you talk about, exercises and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, we expect the gym industry to not do well, at least in the next years. So even after pandemic, we expect that the gym industry will not recover as fast. Why? Because of 2 reasons. Number 1, and I'm sure, I don't know if a lot of you here are really health buff, but can you just imagine that if you go to a gym, no, if you are a health buff, no, Dr. Alvin, ikaw ba palagi ka ba nag-gym, Dr. Alvin? No, so kung palagi ka nag-gym, tapos bigla ka, kaya lang yung parang binubuhat lang yata ni Dr. Alvin yung tubig niya. Biro-biro lang, no? So pag ikaw palagi ka pupunta sa gym, tapos bigla kang tumigil for 1 week or 2 weeks, ano mangyayari sa inyo, ladies and gentlemen? Napansin niyo? Di ba mawawala ka ng gana? Biglang tatamlayin ka, parang ayaw mo na pumunta sa gym, and it will require a lot of effort for you to go back. Unfortunately, tumigil ka ng hindi 2 linggo. Tumigil ka ng 1.5 years. So talagang yung for you to go back to the gym will be very hard. Okay? Now, equivalently, for a lot of people who, you still want to have that active lifestyle, no? Last year, a lot of them started buying home equipments. So bicycle, treadmill, and so on and so forth. There's one company in the US called Peloton. No, their backlog at the height of the pandemic is almost 200,000 bicycles. Can you just imagine that? So up to this day, they are still fulfilling the backlog of the orders that they got. Can you just imagine that? So bakit importante yan na alam ninyo? Kasi kahit napatapos na yung pandemic, may treadmill ka na sa bahay, ayaw mo nang bumalik sa gym. Kasi may treadmill ka na eh. You're already invested. Okay? So you see, it's very important to understand all of these trends because for you to be able to adapt properly. Okay? So the next biggest trend that we're looking at is the casualization to be a mainstream in the post-COVID world. What do you mean by casualization, Melvin? Okay, it has nothing to do with employment. Hindi ito yung dadaming casual workers sa Pilipinas, no? Kanina pinakita ni Rose yung underemployment, no? Iba to. When you talk about casualization, the way we dress, the way we buy our clothes and so on and so forth. Just to give you an idea, yung nakikita nyo dito sa screen na to, these are all the companies that went bankrupt last year. So lahat yan, nag-bankrupt last year. These are the global brands. No, hindi ko na sinamay sa Philippines. Ang gusto ko lang ipakita sa inyo yung global muna. And yung mga nakikita nyong red dyan, and some of them may be familiar to you, these are something to do with clothing. It has something to do with clothing. So 1 in every 5 company that closed last year, that went bankrupt. So this means that hindi lang sila nag-close temporarily. They already went bankrupt. 1 out of 5 has something to do with clothing. Okay? Now, but the good news is, if you look at all the companies that went bankrupt, they all have one common denominator. Ano yon? The line of clothing that they offer is not in the line of casualization. A lot of them are actually business type clothing. Okay, the Aldo Group, Brooks Brothers is known for their very nice suit, no, and so on and so forth. So you see, when we saw that pattern, no, a lot of companies have started adapted on that. In fact, at least 3 companies that I'd like to share to you that is now doing very well because of the shifting of the demand on the clothing industry. So the first one is Lululemon, then Atletica, and of course, even Nike. So what they did is now to move to what we call as athleisure. So if you're in the textile business, if you're in the clothing business, that's something that you want to consider moving forward. No? Gone are the days that you go to the office, naka-long sleeve, naka-necktie, and so on and so forth. Okay? So of course, kaya nagsuot pa rin ako ng necktie, nagsuot pa rin ako ng business clothes kasi other than the fact that yun ang request sa akin ni Angie, para magamit naman. Okay? There. So, where we eat may look different. Okay? So kanina pinag-usapan na natin, di ba? Sinasabi natin that the one that was really impacted is the food services industry. So you see, ladies and gentlemen, my objective as last part of the speaker of this panel is to show you where the trends are. So nang sa ganon, kapag gagawin nyo na ngayon yung adoption ninyo sa business ninyo, no? Makikita nyo ngayon ano kaya ang pwede natin gawin. Okay? So the way we eat will be very different. No? What we're seeing is that the number one thing that we expect to remain is what we call as the curbside pickup. Ano yung curbside pickup, Melvin? Okay, is this like delivery? Is this like something like magte-take out ako and so on and so forth? Ironically, hindi siya yon. What is a curbside pickup? Literally, ito yung restaurant mo, magpa-park siya sa labas and lalabas mo yung pagkain niya. So it's very different from take-out, guys. So ano ibig sabihin ng take-out? Papasok ka pa. No? Ano sabi kanina ng dalawang speakers? Unfortunately, ayaw mo nga pumasok sa tindahan. Tama? So you see, a curbside is literally lalabas mo yung pagkain. So if I'm now in the restaurant business, you know what I'll do? I will dedicate a slot or 2 for people to park and for me to not just people to buy take-out, but for me to literally have the facility for them to order outside. Pasok ako, tatawag, and then ilalabas niya yung pagkain. By far, that is the biggest trend that we are looking at globally to not only stay, but will definitely continue. It's much even higher than takeout in the restaurant. Food delivery has a significant surge because of this pandemic. But the trust level on the delivery is not that strong. Bakit? Because you can see in Facebook that there are a lot of times that food was actually mishandled and so on and so forth. And because of those, I'm sure the food industry has already significantly tried to address this. But sometimes the stigma is there. No? So ngayon, ang ginagawa nila ngayon, medyo takot sila. Mas gugustuhin na lang nila pumunta sa restaurant, pick up yung food. No? But sabi nga natin, ano pa mas better kung ginawa pa siyang curbside. Okay? Then of course, the last 2 is actually eating out in a restaurant. So pumunta ka talaga sa restaurant, they will all still prefer to eat outside than to be inside. So you see, moving forward, dine-in restaurant will have the least attractiveness. Okay? Pero sa tingin ko lang, pagdating ng summer, kakain ulit sila sa loob ng restaurant na kasi mainit sa labas eh. Okay? There. Okay. And because of this, the food takeout, the curbside delivery has significantly improved because of this pandemic. Sabi nga nila, di ba, that in every crisis, there's always danger and opportunity. The biggest opportunity that was given to this crisis is actually the what we call as the invisible restaurants. These are the restaurants that don't have a brick and mortar store. No, they set up their shop. They started selling in Facebook, in LinkedIn. I don't think in LinkedIn, no, in Instagram, and so on and so forth. And because of that, we expected that the growth of this industry would have been going up by about 15% by 2025. But by end of 2021, we expect that food services, no, even after pandemic, will account to 15% yung mga deliveries, curbside pickup and takeouts. Okay? Now, where we will we return to the movie theaters, no? Well, the biggest answer there is, unfortunately, it may be hard for a lot of us to go back to the movie theater already. For two reasons. Number one, because takot pa rin kayo. Number two, unfortunately, a lot of the movie producers discovered one very important consideration, one very important factor. You know what that is, ladies and gentlemen? That they don't need the movie theaters to make money. Unfortunately, they don't need to have the movie theaters to make money. These are the two very good examples, the Troll World Tour and the Mulan. These two movies made box office without even going to any single theater. What these two did is they just offered it in the pay-per-view, no, in the Disney Plus. They charge $30. $30, ladies and gentlemen. If you're in the US, pumunta ka sa sinihan, ang charging sa'yo about $6. Pero on a pay-per-view, they charge you $30. So you see, ironically, they even made 5 times more now compared to before. See? So even after pandemic, a lot of these movie companies will not go back to the movie theater already. At most, they will just do it in parallel. Even Warner's has already committed that by 2022 and beyond, all new movies will have a simultaneous run on HBO Plus. See? So pag ang pinaka-advantage pag sa sinihan, 'di ba? Pag lumabas yan una ka, 'di ba? Unfortunately, by 2022, a lot of these movie producers sabay na nilang ilalabas. So if you have Netflix today, if you have Disney, if you have HBO Max or HBO Plus and so on and so forth, expect that new movies will immediately come out already in that box as early as its release. Okay? Now, gaming will become more mainstream. Okay? So ito talaga ang isa sa mga pinaka nakikita natin na naging difference. Because people need to connect. Kailangan sila mag-connect. Unfortunately, if you cannot physically connect with each other, well, you can connect virtually. So the gaming industry and the e-sport has significantly increased. In fact, on 2021 alone, on 2020 alone, there was a 100% increase in search on best online games. In YouTube, 2 times more just on gaming. Paano laruin ito and so on so forth. Okay? 20 times on the first 2 months of the pandemic, 20 times increase in online gaming with friends. So bakit na naman importante ito? You want to create more engagement with your business? Very simple. Maybe create gamification. What is gamification? What if I am now somebody, I have a restaurant, now while I'm waiting, I have something to play. Kita nyo? So something in that area. Okay? Yan. Okay, bakit ganon? And in fact, why do we expect that this industry will remain to stay? Because unfortunately, yes, medyo mura nga ang bawat games na to, $1 lang and so on and so forth. But the scope and the span of what they can do is tremendous, is unlimited. So people will always look for an entertainment. So you want to go to Broadway, $110. You want to buy NBA tickets, that's $89. Or you want to dine out, no? Kain kayo doon sa restaurant namin. $60 on an average. Tama? Console gaming, $60. But unlimited yung duration where you can do that. So you see, that is the biggest benefit of gamification. Okay? There. Social responsibility, social responsible spending will become more prevalent. So this is the most common topic in the boardroom today. And if you look at all the common topic, you can break it down into 3 categories: E, S, and G. What does E, S, and G stands for? Environment, social, and governance. So you see, ang pinakamalaki sa lahat ng to, in fact, was employee wellness. So there was a significant demand for people or for businesses to make sure to take care of their employees. See? So in fact, there was no amount in history wherein companies has really focused on doing good for their employees. See? I'm working with one insurance company, Insular Life or In Life. And one of the biggest strengths that they are now working on is how they can offer insurance even for micro entrepreneurs. See, most of the time, if you look at a lot of insurance provider, they always look at the big companies and so on and so forth, leaving a lot of the small companies behind. But this insurance company, the one and only Filipino company, the biggest Filipino company, insurance company, is actually doing that already. Okay. Okay. So these are the areas that we're looking at: environment, social, those these are just example, and of course governance. Okay. Now, in terms of energy, moving forward, we expect that more and more that we will go to clean energy. So in the past, majority of our energy is coming from coal and gas. But by 2050, we expect that more than half of the energy that we will be consuming will be coming from renewable sources. In fact, 74% will be coming from renewable sources. Okay? So if I am a businessman, or if I'm somebody in the business industry looking for me to expand on what will be a good business moving forward, there's something that you can greatly consider. Okay? There. Okay. So travel fever is likely to kick in. So that's very good news. Now, kailangan ko lang i-manage yung expectation ninyo. Not all things are created equal. So what we're looking at, the one that we expect will recover fastest are the independence, economy, and mid-scale type businesses. So the one that we expect that will be last to recover are actually the luxury spaces. No, bakit? Kasi yung luxury spaces, yung kanilang fixed income ay napakalaki. Unlike in a mid-scale, economy-sized, and independent businesses, they're very nimble, they're very flexible. Their ability to adapt is actually much faster. But by 2024, we expect that more or less that we will go back to the pre-pandemic level. Okay, so ngayon, in fact, for as early as 2022, we expect that there is a significant acceleration on people traveling already. So ang question palagi dito is, are you ready for that? So take advantage that 2021 will be a reset year for your businesses. Prepare already, because by 2022, travelers will go back to your region. Okay? Accelerate usage of the omni-channel. No? When you say omni-channel, hindi na pwedeng isa lang yung linya na papasukan mo. Hindi na pwedeng brick and mortar. Dapat as many channel as you can do, the better for you. Always remember this, ladies and gentlemen. Whoever owns the distribution is the king. Okay? So with that, I'd like to end my discussion by sharing to you, ito yung pinaka nakakagulat. Cash will be a distant memory in the future. Okay? So ladies and gentlemen, this is just a projection that we're looking at, that globally, people will not use cash anymore. So are you ready for that? Okay? So in the end, I'd like to end my presentation with a quote. Leading during a crisis is always a challenge. But it in these hard times that you leave the most indelible imprint on your company's identity. So with that, thank you very much. And I hope you enjoyed our session. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Melvin. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, so we will do away with the open forum to give way for the next plenary. So we will just invite our three resource speakers to just make the closing statements, short closing statements to start, and we start with Ms. Rose Boss Ong.
Hi, good morning. Yeah. Well, I guess I'm so impressed with the two speakers after me, and we're quite aligned with all our thoughts, no? So yeah, the pandemic is not it. This is just temporary. I'd like to share with you my mantra during this pandemic. It's really winning versus COVID-19. Winning is, starts with the letter W, which means that we have to withstand, no? Withstand this crisis. First, I think what we did based on our experience is that we took care of our people. We did not furlough, as I've mentioned. We did not downsize. In fact, we even expanded. So we saw the opportunity that even during crisis, no, there's always, a silver lining to that, no? And of course, the letter I, which stands for innovation. So we innovated. You want to connect your customers. You have so many restrictions. You cannot do it because of the so many issues that we face, mobility and all this, no? So you have to innovate. You have to reach out to your customers in whatever platform you did. We accelerated our online. We did BCCD when we're in, we cannot, deliver end to end. So we introduced that browse, call, collect, which is similar to what our speaker mentioned, the one that Mr. Yeah. Anyway, so we did browse and call and collect. So we give the options so you can browse in the website and then you can choose to collect or deliver. And of course, lastly, we navigate. No, so in this crisis, what we need to do is to navigate. I've heard, our speakers mention about agility, mobility, agility, being flexible, being resilient. So you just have to navigate. You just have to adapt to whatever is the consumer, behavior, shows. No, so there are changes in the market. Like in our case, we are in the home improvement. We see, a pent-up demand for soft lines, though we are more on the hard lines, no? So it's really more on adapting. So at the end of the day, in every crisis, there's always opportunity. So let's look on the opportunity. Let's look at the brighter things ahead. I'm sure this COVID will not, it will not be forever. So we just have to be careful. We just have to abide by whatever, whatever protocols we need to follow, and then have your people, if you're an employer, you have to have your people be protected so that you can protect your customers or the shareholders or the stakeholders of your business. So I guess, yeah, we just come out strong together and let's work together to end this pandemic. I guess that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Ong. Sir Paulo, your closing message?
Miss Rose, maraming salamat for that, and kay Melvin, no? And syempre to Miss Gigi, alam na this, no? But just the same, everyone, 3 words lamang. Total, usong-uso at lahat tayo medyo K-pop at K-fanatics na, di ba, ng mga K-dramas. BTS, the well-known K-pop group, di ba? In our case, we can also be BTS at dito natin makikita kung tayo nga ba babangon tatakbo o susuko? BTS everyone, please. Can we be the BTS na babangon, tatakbo, at susuko? Maraming salamat at we can always connect. Just follow Paulo TV. Everyone, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Paulo. Sir Melvin, your closing message?
You're on mute.
Please unmute.
Okay. The pandemic is already here. So it's either you accept it or not. But para sa akin, my best suggestion is accept it. Ganun lang kasimple yun. Okay. It's okay not to be okay, sabi nga ni Paulo kanina. But it's not okay to always not be okay. So ladies and gentlemen, let me share this as a guide. Always make sure you always look forward. Okay? Kahit na ano mangyari, always look forward. Kasi para alam ninyo na yung pupuntahan nyo kung tama ba. Okay? Look at your back. Bakit? Kasi tingnan mo kung ano yung mga naging experiences mo. Gamitin mo yan to your advantage. Okay? Look at your side, ladies and gentlemen. Because your side serves as your resources. No, I want to be very realistic as you move forward. So look at what you have and what you can do. But last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, look inside. Because ang hirap tumingin sa harap, sa likod, sa side, all at the same time. And you can all do that because you're looking at inside. What is that? That's your heart. It is your heart that can make sure that you can all do it all at the same time. Moving forward, looking at your resources, looking at your back, looking at your experiences as you move forward. So with that, thank you very much. And I hope this has been a productive morning for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Melvin. Please stand by for a virtual photo, everyone. Okay, thank you. That concludes our plenary session. Okay, thank you. That concludes our plenary session on emerging opportunities amid and beyond the pandemic. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
To express the appreciation of PCCI to our resource speakers, we are presenting a certificate of appreciation. May we please call back Ms. Rose Bosch Ong, Mr. Paulo Tibig, and Mr. Melvin Esteban. Presenting the certificate of appreciation to our speakers are AVP Gigi Simbulan, Regional Governor Alex Ang, and President Ms. Lina Flor Hizon. The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry hereby bestows the certificates of appreciation to Rose Bosch Ong, Paulo Tibig, Melvin Esteban during the 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference, given this 12th day of August 2021. Signed by Conference Director Ms. Lina Flor Hizon, Regional Governor PCCI CAR Mr. Ernest Panis, Regional Governor Region 2 Mr. Cloyd Velasco, Regional Governor Region 3 Mr. Alvin Berlarmino, Regional Governor of Region 1 and Co-Chair of the 30th NLABC Mr. Alexander Ang, Area Vice President of PCCI Region 3, Chair of the 30th NLABC Ms. Gregoria Simbulan, Chair of the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo Mr. Jeffrey Nang, and the President of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ambassador Benedicto Yuwico. And now, as a souvenir, let us take a virtual photo op. Once again, a round of applause to our dear guests. Maraming salamat po.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Hello, everyone. Before we proceed to the next plenary, I would like to express my highest gratitude to our esteemed speakers, Ms. Rose, Mr. Paolo, Mr. Melvin. I think we were really guided to have chosen the best speakers for this plenary. You can just look at that chat box and all the requests for copies of your presentation. And even more, your speeches were really aligned and will really produce synergistic effects in the minds of all those who listen. Very, very practical, what do you call it, solutions to the pressing problems of the present, especially po sa mga MSMEs. Napakaganda po ng presentation. I salute you, my dear friend Rose, my dear friend Paolo, and my new friend, whom I will see in your restaurant in La Union. Godspeed. Thank you very much. Please continue the good work that you are doing for your own companies. And to PCCI, we consider you very, very good partners. And I hope there will be another session where we can have all of you and have a face-to-face meeting with all of you in a nice place, which is safe and beautiful, and there is healthy food. Thank you very much. Thank you. Maraming salamat.
Sa bahay mo na lang daw, Ma'am Gigi.
Of course.
Maraming salamat, everyone. Magandang hapon. God bless. Ay, magandang tanghali pala.
Ang magandang tanghali. So, sama din ako dyan sa bahay o kaya sa restaurant ni Sir Melvin. Gusto ko din pong maging friend si Ma'am Rose, si Sir Melvin at Sir Paolo. We are so grateful to our resource speakers. So, just to echo Ma'am Gigi, talagang they all gave us very practical tips but based on well-researched facts and observations. So all our delegates were very fortunate because we all joined for free because of our very, very good resource speakers. Maraming salamat for all the insights. Sabi nga ni Ma'am Rose, together, let's win. Tayo dapat maging BTS, bangon, takbo, at sugod, and not just to look forward, but to also look inside. Thank you again to our plenary resource speakers. And that ends our fourth plenary, mga kasama natin to Global Chamber Movement. We will have an early break today, another wow break, words of wisdom, courtesy of the CEO and founder of Converge ICT Solution, Mr. Dennis Anthony.
The PCCI Chair, Ms. Bing Limhoco, and the PCCI President Ambassador Benedicto Yuico, the PCCI North Luzon officers, LCCI President, and the PCCI National officers. Good day. Thank you for inviting me to be a guest speaker in the 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference. I was asked to give some words of wisdom today. It is quite appropriate as we are now facing another round of lockdown. Just as when we thought we are about to bounce back, we are forced to take a step back, reassess, and reinvent our way forward. My journey in business and technology is also filled with start and the stop, with the innovation and destruction. These were all necessary in growing Converge into the fastest growing fiber broadband provider today. When I came to Philippines, I think in 1978, I was 11 years old. No? So I need to start in learning the English and local dialect. Grade school before is half day. No? So during half day, I need to help supermarket. I'm very interested to learn about this repair maintenance things, and I went assigned to refrigeration to watch over working pressure and maintenance work. No? And high school days, I went to civil year school. During daytime, I go to school. During nighttime, you find time to go to vocational school to learn more about the technology side, no? Refrigeration, air condition, even computers. No? So in excess, early 80s, I'm started already selling of this Atari Commodore computers and these games together with Betamax Rental at early stage. Then IBM to E2 Plus. When I'm college days already, all this computer selling in Central Luzon. I'm the one bring all this computer to all these public school and private schools, even the businessmen. No? And Pinatubo came late because of this video rental business. I concentrate with the cable TV. So my family migrated to focus in the appliances industry. So we have multiple functions to support each other. No? So finally, we built the cable industry, started in Angeles City, expanded to Clark. Then after that, we linked the Clark to Angeles is to able to support Mimosa before. No? This is around 16 kilometers. 1996, 97, 97, we started already putting the fiber optics to able to link these sites. Then internet dial-up days came, we came this proprietary cable internet using the cable infrastructure, and surrounded nearby, we bought all these small cable and linked them together using this technology. You know, in 2012, I was come to Metro Manila to able to serve this market, but the penetration to Manila is not easy, it's very challenged. No? So it took us partnership with Destiny Cable to able to get the corporate accounts to seal us to penetrate Metro Manila. Finally, 2016, we decided to go nationwide with a strong positive thinking only, without any funds. I'm looking to able to expand the whole plans and major plans. Even I announced to press and announced to several occasions to link the digital Philippines at early 2016. And we built the whole master plan of connecting the whole Luzon, Metro Manila, Southern Luzon, and including Visayas and Mindanao, including the subseas, and plan the design of each individual towns and cities that's created as early as 2016. No? So as of today, everything plan was realized because of it's a proper execution and proper plan with support of the entry of the Waber Pingos in 2019. Then we finally got IPO out and the fundraising exercise we did. And that's we have today. We have more than 8 million home pass network as of today. And we'll do more. At 2025, our plan is put at least 55% of the household to the entire country. Our country is a lag behind among the Asian peers, no? In terms of technology-wise, the consumer just only receive no choice, and what provider give you, you just take it. No? So what Converge did, we plan to have a new technology and make sure this underserved and unserved of outside Metro Manila to able to have a right to choice and to have a better connection to the digital connectivity. The pandemic struck us at early March, right? We start actually January, we feel already the business is getting down. No? So we are lucky enough, we have the plan of rolling out this infrastructure. No? So in spite of this pandemic, we got IATF exemption and we massively roll out. Because of pandemic, people cannot go out. In fact, in my call center also, people cannot work at offices because this virus has to contiguous. You have social distancing, you have another protocol to follow. So people stay at home, the demand get, I think, triple or quadruple. Even the demand of the Zoom demand stay at home is, in the video conferencing, is go up like crazy. No? So I noticed we need to immediately do something to quickly respond to the needs of the client, but you cannot do overnight. No? Suddenly, we order more than 400 new vehicles, train the people, and we put a lot of online services. People are scattered all over the customer support. Finally, we did it 2.5 months, no, to able to catch the demand. No? So after 3 months of this pandemic, during the pandemic, we are really on track. No? In fact, during the lockdown, we have more than 3 months backlogs of installation, even the trouble we cannot attain. But as of today, we back more than 90% installed the same day. No? So we back on track already. Even the customer support, we built 5 sites, no, scattered to Luzon to able to support the call and online support to our customers. So that's very important to have an interface with the customer base. The international network is quite important because this is a gateway going out to Philippines. When you build the scale, you should have enough capacity to go different feelings of the worldwide. No? Usually in Asia Pacific, you have 2 major places, Hong Kong and Singapore. And finally, we have acquired 2 landing stations, EAC, C2C already, all this cable already in Philippines. Finally, we have access already to this cable. We can access to among Asian countries, even go to US, in Japan, and Taiwan. No? So this is the major part. We don't have, we have enough capacity. No? But in the long-term plan, because of the growth of the digital usage of the Filipino consumer, they are digital savvy, it's a lot of gaming, and it's a lot of video, 4K, new technology. You need to plan for the future. Especially, you need to have a new cable, in which is we decided to invest with the Bifrost, the first submarine cable directly Singapore connected to US branching to Davao. In fact, we have a domestic connection to Davao already throughout the Philippines, so we will pick up that international from Davao to connect to inter-country. No? And we have more planned coming months. We have few cable coming inter-Asia, and we still have 2 more coming into US. So this is the long-term plan to able converge can be do global business, and we plan to set up a global office in Singapore to able to sell this overcapacity to Asian countries. The technology went fast because of the demand of the bandwidth is getting bigger and bigger. No? So the good thing of 800G, imagine double the capacity in single light. No? In single fiber, you can go up to 64 lights in the technology now. Each light you can go 800 gig times 64. The single fiber cannot run. No? So in terms of that backbone capacity is almost never be over subscribed because of the technology we implement, and we make sure our network is unblockage because that's our design to able bring the light to the customer. So the light should be always free flow of the access to the node, to the backbone, and to the international gateway. So all these should be clear free flow, no unblockage. So that's why you have deserved a better ping, better connection, and true speed for the individual consumer. That's the network Converge have. The Philippines is quite gifted by the educational, and people are really talented. We are in the middle of Asia. This opportunity, we should thinking by regional and global business. No? Philippines is, with the trade war happening right now in US and China, I think we are in the logical place to grab a lot of opportunity, no? Especially in the ICT telecom sector, in terms of the gateway, infrastructure, in terms of the manufacturing, in terms of these regional offices and global presence. So this should be hand-in-hand work with our government agency to able to bring more investors. The more people, the more investment come to the Philippines, which is a benefit of this employment, and this is a multiply for all the sector of the business. Stay focused on your expertise. As long as You happy what you're doing, and bottom line here is you can sell our people better. And end of the day, business, I know you need to have a margin, but not necessary. The happiness is just only money, but the happiness here is serving with the people with heart, and make sure you deliver a good product and good quality and make the people, consumer, happy. And after that, that's the thinking the business becomes successful. Thank you for inviting me here, and good day.
And to formally open Plenary 5 and introduce our resource speakers, let us welcome our session chair, PCCI Regional Governor for Central Luzon, Region 3, Dr. Alvin Bellarmino.
Good morning. Welcome to Plenary 5 of the 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference. I hope you are still with us for this very interesting session. It is my honor to be presiding this session, as agriculture is a priority sector for the North Luzon area, because we believe and recognize the importance of harnessing as well as addressing the challenges of the agri-sector competitiveness in North Luzon. Get ready for a rich, thorough, and extensive discussions with our several speakers joining us this session. Today, we are privileged to have with us distinguished speakers who are experts in the different fields of agriculture and livestock industry, locally and internationally, who will give us an overview on how the country's agricultural sector has been affected by the pandemic, how smart agri-technologies and how our government and private sector can work together to help farmers, fisher folks, and agri-MSMEs recover from the effects of the economic downturn caused by the pandemic. Moving on, allow me to introduce the speakers for our next topic entitled PCCI Partnership Programs on Agri-Sector Development. Our first speaker is Mr. Roberto C. Amores, President and CEO of Hylas Marketing Corporation, one of the pioneer and leading exporter of fresh and processed mangoes and vegetables in the Philippines since 1978. Out of the more than 40 years of experience as an agribusiness entrepreneur, 37 years were devoted principally to fresh and processed mangoes and other agricultural products. Aside from his business, he provides equal devotion to the food processing and exporting industry through active participation in various organizations and advocacy groups like Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry as Director of the Agriculture Committee, PhilFoodX as President, PhilExport as Trustee for the Food Sector, Philippine Mango Exporters Foundation Incorporated as President, the Philippine Plant Quarantine Board of the Bureau of Plant Industry as private sector representative, Philippine Okra Producers and Exporters, or POPEA, as chairman, among others. Through his active involvement with these organizations, he was instrumental in several advocacies in agriculture. Joining us after Mr. Amores is the former Assistant Secretary of the Department of Agriculture and now currently the consultant for agribusiness development of the Agri-Food Hub, Mr. Salvador Doy Salahop. Mr. Salahop will be highlighting their modern market link, primarily a tool primarily aimed at further developing a sustainable food value chain in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Roberto C. Amores and Mr. Salvador Salaco. Mr. Amores and Mr. Salaco, were representing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alvin Delartino, for that very kind introduction. Anyway, I will just dispense on the acknowledgement and of our distinguished guests and VIPs, as they were already introduced formally and properly in details earlier. I just like to make a statement about a congratulatory remark for ABP GG Simbulan for a well-organized, a well-attended, a high-impact plenary, which is very important right now that we are adapting to the new normal under this COVID-19 pandemic. Congratulations, Ma'am Gigi Simbulan. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on how we can collectively address the challenges in the Philippine agriculture sector. With us talking and discussing on the subject, which goes to show that we recognize the issues we are facing and the need for us to collectively address these issues as we move forward in rebooting agriculture. Having been, as mentioned earlier, having been in the agri-food industry for over 4 decades now, both as a farmer, a processor, and exporter of agricultural products, both fresh and processed, I have seen and witnessed the highs and lows of the agriculture sector. I could not help but wonder what has really happened. Our ASEAN neighbors have definitely overtaken us. It's a fact, and the figures will show. Let's take a look at how we are performing as an agriculture economy. In 2020, with a total gross domestic product of $362 billion, agriculture contributed only 10% of this GDP, where in fact, our contribution can reach up to 30 to 45% of GDP if we will include the other related services, including manufacturing. In 2020, our population was already at close to 110 million people, and about 53.1% or 56.6 million of our population live in the rural areas. Out of this 56 million residing in the rural areas, 22.5% or about 12.4 to 12.7 million people are employed in agriculture. And looking at this big employment in agriculture, it is just sad to say that our agricultural share in our agri-export was only 6.04 billion of the total 63.77 billion merchandise exports. I highlighted before the disparity of our export value compared to our ASEAN neighbors, and we are far behind. Our agri-exports have decreased essentially because of our low productivity and issue on competitiveness. We also have not seen and we have not been successful in modernizing the industry as of this moment, which unfortunately has been sidelined in favor of services and manufacturing. As you can see, the big disparity of our merchandise export performance. Agriculture Secretary William Dar, when he assumed the post as Secretary of Agriculture, adopted the roadmap which will put more emphasis on increased competitiveness towards higher productivity to achieve food security. And to balance this food security direction by way of importation of selected uh, very important raw materials and commodities in case of a shortfall to stabilize prices and manage our inflation. You can see in the screen existing and long-standing challenges in the agribusiness industry. Competitiveness has been an issue for the longest time. We have a high cost of production. If we are to compare our production costs with Thailand and Vietnam on rice, we have a very expensive logistics, and we still have concern on management of our food safety system. Our market demand vis-a-vis supply has a big imbalance. There are selected commodities which already have been established in the domestic and global market, but the linkages on the availability of supply remains a major challenge. We have a technology and product development, branding issues, although our government agencies like the Department of Science and Technologies have been doing their share, but commercializing it in a bigger picture to develop high impact results remains to be a major challenge. We have post-harvest facility concerns, which has been a major issue, especially for rice, where post-harvest facilities are needed in order to improve our yields and be able to address our shortage and to have a better balance on handling our importation. Okay, now on product development, I would say there has to be a very proactive approach in terms of increasing or empowering our entrepreneur or agri-entrepreneur in order to make them more productive. And in order to go about this successful directions, PCCI, in partnership with the Department of Trade and Industry and the Department of Agriculture, have organized a project which we call Aspire. Aspire, or Agribusiness Support for Investment in Regional Enterprises. Can you show that slide, please? Anyway, I would like to further benchmark. Next slide, please. Okay, I would like to further inform our participants here that in order for us to improve our productivity and competitiveness, we have to look at our agriculture in terms of introducing farm mechanization. As we benchmark ourselves with ASEAN, you can see in the screen that our horsepower rating or our capability to operate mechanization has been at a very low level compared to our ASEAN and the developed economies in Asia. We only have 1.23 horsepower for all average crops, 2.31 horsepower equivalent per hectare for our rice production, and 3 horsepower ratings per hectare on major rice producing regions like Nueva Ecija and Isabela. Although we have slowly improved as far as mechanization is concerned, but still we are a little bit far behind from our ASEAN neighbors, like Thailand and Vietnam. Other Asian countries are already experiencing improved mechanization, like South Korea, China, which are really far beyond our level of mechanization. Sadly, another information is the data has significantly shown these figures. No, historical data shows the Philippine annual growth productivity rate averages only at 2.87%, compared again to as benchmark with our ASEAN neighbors like Indonesia, where they have a 3.73% growth. Malaysia has 4.10%, Thailand has 3.2%, Myanmar surprisingly is 3.67%, and Vietnam is 4.16%. Now, what can be done? What can be done? Ano ang pwede natin gawin? Okay? To attain these specific objectives, the secretary has redirected the agriculture way of life, rebooting it in his 8-point paradigm of improving agriculture, one of which is farm clustering and consolidation. Farm clustering and consolidation is to be able to improve the productivity and competitiveness of a farmer group or a farmer unit. Ang ibig ko sabihin po dito, it's a combination of our much needed production of rice partnered with high value crop which are already existing in the market. I would like to cite specifically the case of the fresh okra industry and edamame industry, which is now developing under the concept of the farm clustering and consolidation. A high value crop development cluster has been organized, no, with rice as one of the principal commodity, partner with a high value crop in the like of fresh okra and edamame. Ang ibig sabihin nito, the objective of rice production is to be able to recover at least the rental or the lease of the farm areas na inuupahan ng ating farmer. For your information, majority of our farmers who were already land reform beneficiaries before, hindi sila nakausad because of kakulangan nila sa capability to produce and to manage their farm. Specifically, the land reform, agrarian reform areas which were donated, which were granted to our farmers, may malaking kulang yun. Binigay yung lupa, pero walang access to capital. So napilitan itong ating mga farmers, ipaupa nila o ipabenta nila yung kanilang lupa and then upahan nila. This is where majority of our farmers are, especially in North Luzon. So this is one concept of clustering and consolidation which will reboot and improve competitiveness of the farmers by way of clustering and consolidation. Ito po yung sample na ginagawa sa North Luzon, no? And then also in some parts of the region, another example of consolidation is banana. For your information, we are one of the biggest producer of bananas in the world, no? We are, I think, number 3 producer of Cabernet banana to the world. But because of competition with the other economies like Ecuador, Cambodia, and Laos, nahirapan na tayo magbenta ng ating saging sa ibang bansa, specifically China, Korea, and Japan. And of course, Ecuador has been very competitive because of their productivity system in terms of addressing pests and diseases. Now we suggested and we recommended a cluster consolidation of Cavendish with a variety called Saba, Cardaba banana, which are well produced in North Luzon too. Itong Cardaba banana is produced into banana chips and frozen banana, which is now being sold and exported to about 70 countries globally. So because of consolidation of different varieties of banana, we will be able to improve the opportunities for the farming communities. Next, please. Also, part of these specific interventions will be directions towards farm mechanization, which is also part of Secretary Dar's directions to reboot agriculture. We should be able to introduce properly educating our farmers on farm mechanization. Farm mechanization will improve our productivity, will improve our competitiveness. And of course, I would like to inform you that since our farming age level, ng mga farmers ngayon is above 57 to 60 years old na, it is now high time for us to encourage our children and our students to go back to farming. And how can they go back to farming if there is no convenience in how to handle farming in the most productive and competitive manner? Kaya mechanization, improve profitability, will bring back the interest of the millennials and our students who are studying in the university instead of employing in other industries. This is very important directions right now. Now, as far as PCCI is concerned, next please. We are promoting innovation and technology, which are critical to improve farm quality, production, and productivity. This has been a major advocacy and major directions of the president of PCCI in terms of improving both the agriculture and non-agriculture sector. Now, on introducing smart agriculture by way of innovative approach, we have, on some occasion, we were able to arrange a B2B and a webinar with a group of technical group of business people coming from Israel, one of the most modern agricultural economies in the world, despite having 20% only of their arable land as available for agricultural production. Now, part of the intervention is partnering, directing our objectives by improving and seeking interventions on smart agriculture, which is drip irrigation, which is very important right now because of the need for us to grow bigger fruits, especially two export winners right now. We have mango and we have calamansi. Unfortunately, because of the lack of irrigation facility, where we are not able to grow bigger fruits with higher recovery, making us uncompetitive compared to our ASEAN neighbors. Now, another interventions that PCCI have done is the organization of a project which we call Aspire. Okay. Aspire's mission, no, the agricultural support for investment in the regional exposition, is to support our farmers and suppliers and provide them the right information on what to produce in order to meet the demands and requirements of the market. Separately, each organization has its own function, contributing to a better and more effective handling of our agricultural commodities. Aspire is market-driven. It has identified priority commodities that have existing markets already, both local and export. Farmers are encouraged to grow and produce these commodities for assured market and better income. Ito po yung mga selected commodities that are already identified with a fixed, exponentially growing market. Number one is, next please, we have mango, as I mentioned. We have been experiencing a decline of mango production because of issues on infestation and productivity. That's why we need intervention as far as partnership with some technical assistance from our developed partners in the same field. Then we have Cardaba banana, which is a suggested recommendation as an alternative variety out of Cavendish banana in order to increase competitiveness and increase market opportunities. What I'm mentioning here as the priority commodities have already existing markets. Ito pong kalamansi, we need to produce better yields because countries like Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam are already producing calamansi and will be inching closely to us if we are not able to produce better fruits with higher recovery. Philippine calamansi is now getting popular as a condiment and as a regular wellness healthy juice. We have young coconut, we have ube, we have cacao, and of course this dairy product or milk. Itong young coconut, if we are only able to develop a improved genetic material like Thailand, the demand is very huge as far as export is concerned. One company in Thailand, Fresh Coconut Limited, I have visited that before the pre-pandemic days. They are exporting about 30 to 40 million nuts, buko, to North America and Europe. Why? They're able to produce high-yielding variety of young coconut called aromatica. Sa Thailand po, ang buko may separate farm. Ang nyog may separate production area. Sa Pilipinas, iisa lang yan. Yung buko at saka nyog, pareho lang yung puno. Kaya nagkakaroon ng imbalance parate yung supply and demand. Therefore, affecting the competitiveness of the farmer. Purple yam, ube. You can now find purple yam ube powder and frozen and ice cream in very discriminating markets like Costco and Trader Joe and Walmart in North America. Cacao is an export winner. Nakapanalo na siya ng Global Award for being a very good quality taste cacao that is being produced in Mindanao. And market is growing compared to our production. So a lot of opportunities are available if we will only be focused on selected commodities that are being recommended. Now, just it's worth mentioning also that ang laki ng kakulangan natin sa dairy products. We are importing 99% ng ating dairy products. And it is worth looking at engaging our farmers, especially in North Luzon, to develop the dairy industry. We have enough land areas that can cater to adapting to better yielding dairy products by improving the genetic material of both carabaos and cows. And Israel can also be a partner to this, as Israel. Well, the reason why I'm mentioning Israel, because they will be doing presentation on a possible B2B opportunities with our different stakeholders. Israel, incidentally, is one of country that has improved the genetic material on cow. It's called Holstein. They were able to improve. Now I'll be ending in a few minutes. No, so what I would say is, with all this crucial improvement that is needed, in the sector, we will be able to generate a lot of opportunities for our farmers, stakeholders, especially in the North Luzon area. Now, in closing my presentation, I'm leading you to one important presentation, which is a partner already of PCCI as far as marketing and supply linkage and concern. And this is called the Agri-Food Hub, an online marketing platform for agri-producers, which was founded by Philip Ong, our chairman of the Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Food. And to further discuss and explain this program, we have today my good friend, former Assistant Secretary and Agri-Food Hub Consultant, Mr. Salvador Doy Salacop, to continue in explaining the project Agri-Food Hub with regards to rebooting the supply and market opportunities of our farmers, especially in North Luzon. ASEC Doy Salacop. Maraming salamat po for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amores, and likewise, thank you to Dr. Bellarmina for the introduction earlier. Good afternoon again to our PCCI officers and members, our guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen. The Agri-Food Hub team is privileged and honored to present our humble project, which is a tool to ensure the competitiveness and high level of productivity of our farmers and fishers and other stakeholders of the agribusiness spectrum. The Agri-Food Hub is a modern market linkage tool, an app that uses gadgets such as cell phones, tablets, personal computers, and laptops, etc., which a majority of our agricultural stakeholders now use and possess. Riding on the 30th North Luzon Business Area Conference theme, Rebuilding the Economy Through Strategic Partnerships, the introduction of the Agri-Food Hub becomes doubly important. In our existence of over a year, we have partnered closely with relevant organizations such as the PCCI, particularly on the PCCI's collaborative project with the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Trade and Industry, which is entitled Aspire, and Mr. Bobby Amores mentioned this earlier in his presentation. A major focus of the Aspire program is to identify possible products and suppliers of agricultural commodities that have established domestic and global markets. And again, earlier, Mr. Amores enumerated that some of the commodities that were given to us as included, to be included in our priority list. Agri-Food Hub follows the major dictate of the AFMA law, which is the Bible of Philippine agriculture. It is the Agriculture and Fisheries Modernization Act of 1997. It states clearly there, and a whole chapter has been devoted to that, and it says Philippine agriculture should be market-led and demand-driven. And that is why, especially with our partnership with PCCI Aspire Project, we focus our attention on what the markets want and what the markets need. Next slide, please. This major direction of the AFMA law, and of which Agri-Food Hub is taking, is further encouraged with what is happening in the agri-supply chain at the production level. Number one, it is production-driven. There is a lack of market information, and there is the disorganized supply chain. It is a fact that the bandwagon mentality wherein a farmer will also produce what his neighbor farmer is producing. And on a more massive scale, our barangay will produce what the other barangay is producing. And this results, ladies and gentlemen, to the cyclical problem of having a glut or an oversupply during peak harvests. And this results undoubtedly to the low farm gate prices that our farmers are experiencing. Also, there is the problem on logistics, financing, wherein most of our farmers are still connected extensively to the informal trading and financing players. And more often than not, these informal players provide the market to our farmers, which undoubtedly offer very low rock bottom farm gate prices. So with that, let's see how Agri-Food Hub can provide some solutions. Number one, it is an easy to access market information tool. It provides up-to-date market information and actionable market information. We investigate, we validate, we profile all of the stakeholders who are enlisted in our Agri-Food Hub. It takes time, it takes a process. And later on, I will show you how far we have accomplished in 1 year and 2 months of our existence. Next slide, please. There you see, to date, we have around 336 processors, traders, and exporters. Thanks to our partnership with PCCI, with PhilExport, with PhilFoodX, some of the credible and reliable buyers are already enlisted in our consumer buyers segment of our Agri-Food Hub. Likewise, the local government units have also been approached for them to be enlisted in our tool. Next slide, please. If you look at the map on the right side, the colored areas will signify that we are very active in the Luzon area, considering that we are barely 1 year and 2 months old. But despite that, we have enlisted around 44,000 farmers emanating from around 540 plus farmer groups or cooperatives. Next. Aside from the 6 commodities that Mr. Amores presented earlier, in our lineup today, we have around 93 agri-products commodities who are made up of suppliers who are capable of producing these highly demanded agricultural commodities. Next slide, please. And just to show you some of the success stories and some of the partners on the production side, this group from San Marcelino, Zambales is active in producing ube or purple yam as described by Mr. Amores earlier. It commands a high demand in the global and discriminating global markets at that. Next would be another group that we're actively partnering with. It's the Lupao Vegetable Growers Association, as the picture suggests. We're actively promoting their squash products. They're also into garlic and onion production. Next, please. Just to show the other undertakings we're doing with some of our farmer partners. And the past performance for the year would be close to 1,075 matched producers with identified sellers. And we are averaging around 65 active buyers per month. Okay, next. Okay, just to give you a teaser on this, and we now have focus on our screens, our email address or web address. Please get in touch with us. Together, let us partner closely. Please enlist in our Agri-Food Hub. And let's bring back the vibrancy and the good health of Philippine agriculture and Philippine agribusiness. Mabuhay po at magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Thank you, Mr. Roberto Amores and Mr. Lois Lacup for Okay, so we now go to the next speaker. A while ago, it was mentioned by our two speakers, Mr. Salakop and Mr. Mores, about financing. Indeed, this is a problem of our farmers in the Philippines, wherein when you enter into the informal financing, chances are you won't get any of the profit at the end of the harvest. So to discuss financing facilities for the agricultural sector, we will now have Ms. Bonhe. He is part of the agricultural and development lending sector in the Land Bank of the Philippines. She holds the distinction of being the Land Bank Northern and Central Luzon Lending Group Vice President. Without prolonging my introduction further, let's give it up for Miss Filipina B. Monje.
Distinguished guests, fellow resource speakers, participants, and organizers of the 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference, magandang tanghali po. On behalf of our President and CEO, Cecilia Borromeo, thank you for inviting Land Bank to be part of this conference. As we celebrate our 58th anniversary this month, it is a privilege to share with you our efforts and initiatives in support of farmers, fishers, and other players in the agri-business value chain. We also welcome this opportunity to contribute to the exchange of ideas and possible solutions in further assisting the agriculture sector as we continue to thread the path towards recovery and sustained development. Over the past year, more than ever, we have seen how collaboration is the key to overcoming and recovering from the adverse effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Our conference theme of rebuilding the economy through strategic partnerships fittingly captures this idea as we all move forward. Indeed, recovery efforts will be more significant when they are built on shared expertise, proven strategies, and best practices. Land Bank at its core is a government bank dedicated to supporting the agriculture sector. And we have continued to intensify our efforts in responding to the needs of Filipino farmers, fishers, and other agri-players in the country. The bank has always been compliant with Republic Act number 10,000 or Agri-Agra Reform Act, which requires all banking institutions to allot at least 15% of their total lending portfolio for agricultural loans and 10% for agrarian reform credit. As of December 2020, Land Bank's agricultural loans reached 76.95% and 11.52% for agrarian reform. Overall, Land Bank's agriculture lending has been consistently growing from 222.05 billion in 2018 to 236.31 billion in 2019 and 237.62 billion in 2020. Likewise, for the 6 months of 2021, Land Bank's outstanding loans to the agriculture sector have amounted to 223 billion. This represents a 79.15% accomplishment over our 281.75 billion target for the year. Of the bank's total agriculture loans, about 34.61 billion directly benefited small farmers and fishers, including those which are channeled through cooperatives and farmers associations, rural financial institutions, and other conduits. A total of 139.24 billion supported small, medium, and large agribusiness enterprises, while the remaining 49.17 billion back agri-aqua-related projects of the local government units and government-owned and controlled corporations. In northern Luzon, in particular, which covers regions 1, 2, and the Cordillera region, where I am assigned, Land Bank has extended a total of 20.42 billion in outstanding loans to the agriculture sector, assisting 244,408 farmers and fishers as of June 30, 2021. More than half, or 13.74 billion of these loans was generated from Region 2 or the Cagayan Valley region, composed of the provinces of Isabela, Cagayan, Nueva Vizcaya, Quirino, and Batanes. Nationwide, Land Bank has cumulatively assisted a total of 2,754,993 farmers and fishers in the form of loans, subsidies, and training programs as of June 30, 2021. This translates to a 91.8% accomplishment over the bank's year-end target of 3 million. We believe that it takes a collaborative approach to fully support the agriculture sector and all its requirements. Therefore, we continue to build on partnerships with various government agencies. Among our major partners is the Department of Agriculture, which we collaborate with to administer various loans and subsidy programs. As of June 30, 2021, Land Bank's cumulative loan releases under the programs jointly implemented with the Department of Agriculture amount to 9.95 billion, benefiting 271,182 farmers and fishers. One such program is the Agricultural Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, or ACEF, which offers credit assistance with minimal requirements and interest rate to individual farmers and fishers agri-cooperatives, associations, as well as micro and small enterprises to enhance their productivity and competitiveness. Loans under ASEF may be used for the acquisition and establishment of agricultural production and processing facilities, farm inputs, and farm improvement. As of June 30, 2021, the bank's cumulative loan releases under the ASEF reached 5.3 billion, benefiting 42,871 farmers and fishers. Another program is the Socialized Credit Program under the Sugarcane Industry Development Act, directed at sugarcane farmers or planters and farm workers to boost their productivity and income in support of the country's sugar industry. Land Bank has so far released 420 million in loans, which supported 7,250 farmers under this program. Meanwhile, in support of the rice tariffication law, Land Bank is also working with Department of Agriculture in implementing the expanded rice credit assistance under the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, or ERCA RCEF. From 2019 to 2024, Land Bank is granted 500 million annually to extend affordable credit assistance available to rice farmers and their cooperatives for the purchase of farm inputs and acquisition of agricultural fixed assets with minimal requirements. As of June 30, 2021, Land Bank's cumulative loan releases under the ERCA RCEF have amounted to 1.16 billion, assisting 32,463 rice farmers. We are also offering a one-time loan assistance to small rice farmers whose incomes were adversely affected by the drop in palay prices through the Survival and Recovery Assistance Program for Rice Farmers, or SureAid. Under the program, rice farmers tilling 1 hectare or below can borrow 15,000, which is payable up to 8 years with no interest. A total of 165,963 small farmers has so far benefited from the program, with total cumulative releases of 2.52 billion. Specific to the ongoing COVID-19 crisis, Land Bank and the Department of Agriculture are also working closely in implementing the expanded Survival and Recovery Assistance Project, or SureAid COVID-19. Funded under the Bayanihan to Recover as One Act, the SureAid COVID-19 program provides a one-time zero-interest loan assistance of 25,000 to eligible farmers and fishers to finance their emergency and production capital requirements. As of this first half of the year, Land Bank released 570 million to 22,635 borrowers under the program. Likewise, Land Bank works hand in hand with the Department of Agrarian Reform to support agrarian reform beneficiaries. So far, our partnership has resulted to cumulative loan releases of 640 million, helping a total of 8,588 beneficiaries as of June 2021. Through the Credit Assistance Program For Program Beneficiaries Development, or CAP-PBD, we provide credit assistance and support services to agrarian reform beneficiaries through their respective organizations for crop production, agri-enterprise, and livelihood projects. This program was designed as a flexible credit facility for agrarian reform beneficiaries organizations, or ARBOs, that are not yet qualified to borrow under the regular lending window of Land Bank. Another program is the expanded assistance to restore and install sustainable enterprises for agrarian reform beneficiaries and small farm holders, or ERIs, ARBs program. It offers a contingent credit facility to ARBOs, which and host members were affected by natural calamities or disasters, viral infections or outbreaks, as well as pests and diseases, to restore their livelihood and farming activities. To fit the unique requirements of every farmer, fisher, and the whole agriculture sector, Land Bank continues to place great emphasis on expanding its credit loan portfolio. For farmers cultivating high-value crops such as banana, cacao, cassava, coffee, oil palm, rubber, and vegetables, we are offering the Sulong Saka program, or high value crops financing. Aside from financing crop production, the program also supports the establishment of nursery, budwood or mother and plant or parent clone gardens, new plantation, replanting, rejuvenation, and rehabilitation of old trees, post-harvest projects, as well as trading and export activities. Other eligible borrowers under the Solong Saka include small and medium enterprises, cooperatives, farmer associations and organizations, large agribusiness enterprises and corporations, local government units, non-government organizations, and countryside financial institutions. Meanwhile, in support to the poultry sector, we are offering the Poultry Lending Program to meet the credit requirements of poultry industry stakeholders. Under the program, eligible cooperatives, individuals, or small and medium enterprises, agribusiness enterprises, and corporations may avail of financing for the production of broilers, layers, breeders, ducks, quails, ostrich, turkey, and other poultry animals, including backyard raisers, free-range chicken, and other financing other allied businesses. Land Bank also remains responsive to the unique and emerging needs of agri-sector, which continues to grapple with the impact and challenges brought on by viral diseases. Amid threats from African swine fever outbreak, Land Bank, together with the Department of Agriculture, launched last March the Swine Lending Program, which stands for Special Window and Interim Support to nurture hog enterprises, to assist hog raisers in sustaining and increasing pork production in the country. The Swine Lending Program is available for commercial hog raisers registered as cooperatives or farmers organizations, small and medium enterprises, and large enterprises or corporations. Loans under the program can be used for swine production, which includes the acquisition or importation of semen or breeding animals, feed milling operations, the construction, improvement, or retrofitting of necessary facilities that are compliant to biosecurity protocols of the Department of Agriculture, the industry or integrators, acquisition of fixed assets, and as working capital. Likewise, agri-players adversely impacted by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic may also avail of loans under the I-Rescue or interim rehabilitation support to caution unfavorably affected enterprises by COVID-19 lending program. Launched at the height of the pandemic last year, the iRescue lending program provides credit and loan restructuring assistance to pandemic businesses under more flexible terms and conditions. The program also offers a subcredit facility for MSMEs and cooperatives, as well as self-employed individuals duly registered with the Department of Trade and Industry and the Securities and Exchange Commission, classified to be critically affected by the ongoing pandemic. Existing land bank clients may also avail of loan restructuring under the program via additional loan and extended repayment period to rehabilitate and restore their operational cash flow. Aside from forging strategic partnerships with government agencies to better respond to the immediate financing requirements of the agri-sector, Land Bank has also taken significant steps in making loan processes easier to accomplish to make lending facilities more accessible. In 2019, we condensed our loan application form from 3 documents into just 1 document and was reformatted with mostly tick boxes for easier completion. The promissory note, which used to be a 14-page document, was also shortened to only 1 page. Simplifying the loan application process is very important to encourage interested borrowers to avail of land bank loans with friendlier rates and conditions instead of borrowing from informal lenders who charge significantly higher interest rates. With the ongoing pandemic, we at Land Bank actively look for ways to address the changing and emerging needs of our clients under the new normal. This includes strengthening our partnership with our own clients by understanding and responding to their concerns during this unprecedented time. Earlier this year, we conducted the first ever online stockholders consultation forum to gather first-hand insights, sentiments, and recommendations from our clients on accessing credit from Land Bank. In doing so, we were able to gain a deeper understanding of their issues and concerns, which help us to craft concrete solutions and remedies. Most of the major issues raised during the consultation forum are either being addressed or have already been resolved by the bank. For instance, on the request to make loans more affordable, Land Bank has already lowered the interest rate to 5% per annum for most of our direct lending programs for farmers and fishers. In fact, we even have the programs that offers interest rates as low as 2% per annum, such as the previously mentioned ASEF and ERCA RCEF lending programs, while loans under the Sure Aid program with the Department of Agriculture is interest-free. Concerns on complying with the documentary requirements and loan processing time were also brought to light during the consultation forum. Aside from simplifying the application requirements, we also have land bank account officers assigned in all our coverage areas to guide and assist loan applicants. Meanwhile, for loan programs we jointly implement with DA and DAR, applicants may also seek the assistance of the regional and provincial loan facilitating teams of the DA as well as the regional and provincial offices of DAR. To make the whole application process even faster and more convenient, Land Bank is now developing a digital lending system that will cover the end-to-end loan process electronically, from application, processing, and approval, booking to collection. Aside from addressing the concerns on the documentary requirements and processing time, this new automated facility will also limit the need for physical contact, which is compliant with the need for social distancing while we are in this pandemic. Moreover, to avoid long queues and waiting period in our branches, we are encouraging our clients to shift to digital banking using the Land Bank mobile banking app and iAccess for their online banking needs, and the LinkBiz portal for paying products and services via the internet, among others. We are also expanding our physical touch points by targeting to open additional 16 branches, 5 agri-hubs, 2 lending centers, 100 ATMs, and 50 cash deposit machines before the year ends. Last month, we successfully inaugurated 2 mobile branches housed in a 6-wheeler truck to be deployed in unbanked and underserved communities, as well as areas affected by disasters, calamities, and other disruptive events. These are some of the Land Bank's recent efforts in support of the agriculture sector. We surely have a long way to go, and so much work remains to be done. But through meaningful and impactful collaborations, we can take concrete steps to help fast-track the recovery of the agri-sector. As the World Bank said, transforming Philippine agriculture into a dynamic, high-growth sector is essential for the country to speed up its recovery, poverty reduction, and inclusive growth. On the part of Land Bank, rest assured that we will continue to deliver responsive finance interventions to our farmers, fishers, and other agribusiness players. We will remain at the forefront of serving the Filipino people and the nation at large towards recovery and inclusive growth. In closing, we need everyone to contribute and do their share to help rebuild our local economy. As Henry Ford said, if everyone is moving forward together, then success takes care of itself. Thank you. at magandang hapon sa ating lahat.
Thank you, Madam Filipina B. Monje, for your insight, valuable insight in the field of financial assistance. Indeed, what impresses me in your presentation is you have helped a lot of the farmers, especially the small farmers and fisher folks in North Luzon, and that you lent about 20.4 billion to 244,000 farmers in North Luzon. Thank you for that. Up next, we are also joined today by two resource speakers who will be discussing more of smart technologies of Israel and Thailand on drip irrigation and livestock.
May conference ako. Overtime na naman kami.
First off, we have Mr. Sam Tidhar, Director for Southeast Asia of Netafim since 2012 and was Director for Business Development of Netafim USA. Mr. Tidhar came a long way from farming for 10 years while studying irrigation engineering between those years. He first started working in Netafim Australia. To give you a brief overview of the company, Netafim is an Israeli manufacturer of irrigation equipment which produces and distributes crop management technologies and intelligent precision irrigation systems. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Sam Tidhar.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to participate in this inspiring conference. Thanks a lot. I would also like to thank the Israeli Embassy for inviting us. In my presentation, I will tell you who we are and what we do as a company. And I was specifically asked to talk about drip irrigation, so I'll give you the sense of the technology. I'll try to do it not too technical, make it more graphical, and specifically talk about fertigation, which is the process of putting fertilizer through the drip system, and key consideration for the system. Netafim is a multinational. We're operating all over the world with offices everywhere. Wherever there is an active agricultural market, you will find a Netafim office, agronomists, technicians. Here in the Philippines, we have a collaboration with a company called Netafields. Some of you may know them. Our core businesses is drip irrigation and fertigation technologies, project management services, greenhouse technology, and digital farming, which is automation of irrigation systems, agronomic sensors, measuring the soil moisture, measuring the plant growth, etc. So let me jump into it. I would like you to have a look at the reddish clip on the right-hand side, which basically shows two interesting parameters. One is population growth in our world, and then the quantum leap jumps in terms of development of technology in agriculture. So it starts from the 1800s with breeding, moves into the green revolution after World War II, the biochemistry that allows us to use a lot of plant protection materials, etc. And the big question that we're facing now as an industry, agriculture, is what is the next quantum leap in our industry? Because the population continue to grow, the demand continue to grow, and we actually live, I believe, in a very exciting time for agriculture. A few things happen in recent times. In a way, COVID reinforced the importance of food security in food which is locally produced, and it's happening also in Philippines, of course, and the high commodity prices. Anyone who's tracking commodity prices, coffee, cacao, wheat, corn, sugar only lately, but for the last few years, they've been constantly going up, but also keeping up. Historically, commodity prices fluctuate a lot, but we definitely see a trend of going up and maintaining. So overall, the demand is there. So the question is, what can we produce as producers and how are we going to produce it? I want to focus on one thing, which is drip irrigation. The clip on the left shows the in terms of productivity, what can be gained in different crops. And this is in the Asian region when we go from conventional to drip fertigation. Specifically, when we talk about irrigation, so we have to look at the climate and see why we're irrigating in the first place. So I captured the climate in Cagayan Valley, in Isabela, and what we can see, the orange bars in this slide represent the evapotranspiration, which is the water demand. The plant takes water with a root system from the soil and transpire it the same way that we as humans sweat. So the orange is the water demand and the blue is the rainfall. So we can see that clearly we have 4 months with very distinct water stress and 2 months kind of supplementary. Overall, 6 months with water stress. This is long-term data. I know that last year was a wet year. 2 years ago, it was a very dry year. So we're looking at an average. Nevertheless, plants do not work with average. Plants need, if they need 10 liters today or this week, that's the amount of water we need to supply in a given time. Otherwise, we pay a penalty. By the way, if you look at a mango tree, for example, and we have water stress at 10% of the time, it's not that we lose 10% of yield. We're likely to lose 50% of yield. It's not a linear relationship. Moving specifically into drip irrigation, so it's widely accepted that drip irrigation is a very effective, efficient, and one effective way of increasing productivity and modernizing agriculture. Why is it so? Because with drip irrigation, we can deliver to the plants the daily water requirement. So not the monthly or the yearly, every day or every 2 days. We can, if a plant needs 10 liters, he gets 10 liters. But not only water, we can also deliver the fertilizers. So it's a process that we call fertigation. I will talk a little bit more about fertigation because it's extremely important. Because in the dry season, of course, we have to put the amount of water required and the fertilizer required. But in the wet season, we can still put the fertilizer with the water and put the specific fertilizer required. If it's nitrogen in the beginning and potassium in the end, that's exactly what we do. We don't put it in one whack for the whole season in the beginning. We put it on demand, basically, and the demand comes from the plant. So if we talk about how do we apply fertilizers, and by the way, the cost of fertilizers in some crops can be 40% of the total growing cost, just the growing cost, can be up to 40% of the total cost of growing. So this is the traditional way that it's done. This is in a palm oil plantation, but irrespective of the specific crop, that's how it's done in many crops in Southeast Asia. If you look at the right-hand side of the graph, you can see this is still the palm oil. It's a different plantation, but nevertheless, you can see the drip line here, and we're going to cover it with the soil. It's going to be buried, nothing above surface, and you can see those bags of soluble fertilizers that will be mixed with water and injected into the system, feeding the trees. By the way, this is in Malaysia, in a place that has rainfall for about 11 months of the year. So the purpose of having the system in there is to feed the trees with the nutrients the trees need. I want to show you a bit of, to make it this a bit more graphical, I want to show you some graphics, okay? So let's start now. So the blue line that you see here represents the water that goes into the plants in the end of the lines and feeding the plants with water. And then we want to apply for irrigation. What we do, we take the bags that you'll see here. Oops, animation is never easy. You see these bags of fertilizer here. You see how they fly into a mixing tank. In reality, of course, they don't fly, as you all know. Someone will have to put them in there. And the mixed fertilizer with water, we're filling what we call a holding tank. A holding tank that holds, the first tank can be nitrogen, then potassium, micronutrients, whatever the specific crop. Each crop is different, it needs different quantities at different times, but we fill up the stock holding vessels with a mix that required. Then the machine that you see in here, which in this case it's called FertiKit, it's an Erefim machine, sucks the nutrients from the tanks, inject it into the lines. I hope that you can see the animation. And it can inject 200 liters of element A, 400 of element B, whatever is required, as I mentioned, by the crop at the specific time, virtually feeding the crop. So there's no wastage because we put exactly the right amount. It goes exactly to where it needs to go, which is the root system of a plant. And even if it comes a big rain event, we're not wasting, half of the season fertilizer by leaching it into the soil or into the closest creek. For irrigation can be as simple as we want to make it. In this slide, the machines that you see on the right-hand side are Netafim machines that can check EC and pH, put different amounts of fertilizer with a computer. They can do a lot of things, but the machines that can inject fertilizer can be as simple as what you see here, a Venturi injector, different positive placement pumps. So it can be simple, it can be more advanced. Nevertheless, the process of irrigation can be done in one out of many, many ways. Any irrigation system need to be designed. We're talking engineering, we need certain pressures, we need certain functionality out of the system. With a drip system, it must be designed, and we will take into consideration the soil type, if it's heavy, if it's light, the type of crop that will determine the spacing and the flow of the drippers, the topography of the place, the layout of the whole farm, the farming system. If we want the infrastructure, like you see on top here, bolted to the ground, fixed, or it can be portable, sitting on a trailer, like what you see in the photo above. So one is to understand the requirement, and two is to design a system that can meet the requirements of a specific crop and customer. Now, there's two types of drippers. One is called non-compensated, and it typically goes in flat areas like you see in the middle picture below. You see flat, beautiful country. In Philippines, unfortunately, although in Cagayan Valley you have flat areas, but generally speaking in Philippines, not too many places that you can see 1 kilometer long and it's flat. But when we move to hilly terrain, like what you see in the right-hand side here, the picture in the bottom, by the way, is a tea plantation in Indonesia of hundreds of hectares. We want every plant in this area to have the same amount of water and nutrients. So how do we do it? We do it, if you look at this animation, I hope that you can see it in the middle of the slide. It's an Netafim invention called pressure compensated dripper. We have a dripper with a silicon diaphragm that's regulating the flow. In 1 hectare, we will normally have about 25,000 drippers. So imagine that in 1 hectare, 1 small square in this area, there's 25,000 of these delivering absolutely the same amount of water and nutrients. That's how we can achieve uniformity, which is what drip irrigation is all about, in an hilly or undulating terrain. Then we can do another thing that we can do with drip in permanent crops. We can have it what's called subsurface. The drip system will be buried and we're farming on top of it. It can be buried in a mango plantation or in a plantation of any type and be buried. The advantage that it's out of the way. But if we growing a seasonal crop, such as corn, for example, like this photo, we're likely to use the drip on the surface and then roll it up and move it to a different location. Also, the piping system to service the different types of system, permanent or portable, will be different. The photo on the left here is a PVC. If you've seen an irrigation system, there's pump, there's pipes. So these PVC pipes will typically be the pipes that go and connect the infield. The infield is the drip system in the field. But if you look to the right-hand side, there's another Netafim innovation called FlexNet. We have a portable type system that we use, and in the end of a season, like what you see here in the next slide, it's used in a season as a delivery system, and then in the end of the season, we roll it up and we can put it in the barn, or we go from one field to another field and to another field. So the infrastructure is basically not committed to one location. So this is a better way of doing larger number of hectares with less equipment. I want to show you, this is from Isabella, from Cagayan Valley, a very tobacco company. You would all know that company that have very large number of trailers like that, which is the pumping system, and then all the infield infrastructure is portable. So if I'll try to show you video, I hope that you can see it. So this is the process of planting the plants and laying the drip tube right next to it. And in the end of the day, these lines will be connected to the FlexNet system here and pressurized by the pump, basically irrigating straight away. I'll finish up by reminding all of us a very important thing. The drip irrigation is very efficient. It doesn't waste water, but it does need water, although it's less. And one of the challenges is water infrastructure anywhere we go and developing a project. So if you remember the climate chart that I show in the beginning of a season, how much volume of water can be calculated. It's not, it's engineering. It's not guesswork. And accordingly, infrastructure of water needs to be planned, potentially built if it's not next to a river. This is an overlooked issue, availability of water in the dry season, not in the wet season. So let me finish by saying that Netafim, I believe that is a fantastic, and I strongly believe in it, a fantastic company. We don't stop to innovate, bringing new products all the time. We're very passionate in collaborating with the stakeholders, with the farmers, and I believe that together we can change things. Doing the same will get us the same outcome. So advancing requires change. Unfortunately, also capital, that's where banks come into it, but we would like to be part of that process with anyone who is interested. So thank you very, very much for having us as part of your day.
Thank you, Mr. Santidhar. We are glad to see that Israel technology continues to be introduced to the agriculture in the Philippines for us to be more competitive. And you know, in the Philippines, when it rains, there's excess water. When it's dry, it's really dry. So with this drip irrigation and the fertigation technology of Netafim, we believe that if this is adopted by the Philippines, it will become more competitive. Thank you. We will now be moving on our second last resource speaker to share smart agri-technologies on livestock. Mr. Aner Jacobi is currently the Southeast Asia Ruminant BU Lead at MSD Animal Health, Alflex Livestock of Bangkok, Thailand. Alflex Livestock Intelligence provides the agricultural service and food production industries with unique tools, information, and services based on data from the more than 500 million animals tagged every year with Alflex identification and monitoring products. As the global leader in animal identification and the leading provider of livestock monitoring and tissue sampling on varied livestock species. Before taking the Southeast Asia ruminant lead, he was the CEO of the Ganya Business Corporation in Israel and the Southeast Asia Regional Manager of Alflex Europe, SAS, until last year. Let's give it up for Mr. Aner Jacobi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. Sharing the screen. All right. So let's start. Just before I start a little bit, thank you very much for having me. And I was asked to focus on swine and the solutions that we have for African swine fever. But I just want to mention in a few sentences that our main business of monitoring animals is in cattle and in cows. And it was mentioned before in this conference that 99% of dairy products in the Philippines are imported. I think that's something that we've learned from this COVID situation is that every country in this world should have to be self-reliant and self-sustainable. And having only 1% of your dairy products being produced in the Philippines, I think this is a major problem that really needs to be addressed. And we'll be more than happy to be a part of the journey of the Philippines of expanding and getting the dairy industry modernized in the Philippines. So as I was presented, I'm presenting Allflex, which is the world leading company in animal identification and monitoring. We're part of the MSD Corporation, the Biopharma Corporation. And we represent solutions from identification, monitoring, and also medicines and vaccinations. So just a few numbers about Allflex. So we have around the world 500 million tags on animals, 40,000 farms. We're touching basically every second of every day. We're touching 16 new 16 animals. So we're worldwide. We have huge presence, and we do it in several segments that will in the next few slides we'll talk about. One of our main advantages and basically our cornerstones are our R&D centers, which we have, as you see, in 4 different locations in the world. The main 2 are in Vitré in France, that's for the identification, and in Netanya in Israel, that's for the monitoring technologies. So we basically we divide our portfolio into 3 segments: it's livestock identification, livestock monitoring, and the milking automation. On the livestock identification, we have visual identification, which is a very simple visual plastic tag. I'm sure at least some of you have seen that on mainly on cattle, but we do have it for swine, sheep and goats, and basically every other animal in the world. We have the electronic identification, which is a passive RFID tag that can be tagged on every animal. We have the tissue sampling devices, we have the applicators, and we have the readers to read the electronic tags. You can see here in the pictures a few options of our tags and the different animals that they go on. Again, they're being used in commercial farms, in small farms, also in zoos, and in some cases also in wildlife animal, where there's identification schemes to identify the wildlife animal. They'll be using our tags to identify each animal. The electronic tags is a small button that you see on these animals. The really big benefit of the electronic identification is in the sense that you basically can't make a mistake of identifying the animal. There's no ink to be deleted, or there's no human mistake. It's all digitized, and you can create an install base of the entire animals of your farm, organization, country. I think that's something that we'll really need to take into account when we're talking about dealing with diseases. The first thing that we need to do with diseases is just to understand what we have and where we have it, as far as the inventory of our livestock. If you don't know how many animals you have and where they are located, it's very difficult to contain the diseases. And if we take into account the African swine fever in swine, that's a big issue. If we had in the Philippines a government or a national database of all the animals, where they're located and where they and how many are in each location, the ability to give good treatment and to contain this African swine fever outbreak would be much easier. Talking now about our livestock monitoring. So our main species is the cattle, cows. We're monitoring cows all over the world 24/7 with smart tags that are either on the neck on the cows or on their ears, and are giving us 24 hours a day data of the activity of the cow and the rumination of the cows. And by that, we can determine whether the cow is in heat and then therefore need to be inseminated. And also the health monitoring, we know when the cow is sick, then we can give the cow a very fast and accurate treatment so that she can recover and go back to producing as much milk as possible. So focusing a little bit about the swine solution. For swine at the moment, we don't have smart tags, but we do have a monitoring solution. So what we do is we tag swine either with EID tag, which is the electronic identification tag, or with a visual identification tag with a QR code. The advantage of the visual tag is that it's cheaper. And then the visual tag with the QR code is being identified by cameras, by AI cameras that can send us the location and the activity of each swine. With doing that, we're able to determine whether the swine are acting normally or there are some possibilities of sickness within the swine. That allows the farms to detect early problems with the swine and then make sure if there are some sick swine that they're able to detect them early and give either just take them out of the farm or just give them treatment. This is a new solution that we've been working on in China, and it's working quite well. I think that could work very, very well in the Philippines as well. So this is an example of a visual tag with QR codes and a barcode. Just for you to understand, it will go on the ear of the swine and then be detected by the cameras that will be around the farm. Also, we're talking about a national database. I think one of the things that we need to consider in doing in the Philippines is having a DNA database. And in this regard, we can really help you guys with our tissue sampling devices. So when we tag each animal, we have the ability to tag the animal with either an EID tag, an electronic identification tag, or a visual tag, and at the same time take a tissue sample from that specific animal with a specific tube that can contain the tissue sample for over a year in room temperature. So you can analyze it and basically have the database of each animal in the country. In some countries in Europe right now, this is the regulatory right now. Each animal that is being born is getting these devices, taking tissue sampling from each animal. That way, the country has a full database of the DNA to the DNA level of each animal of the livestock population in the country. Another thing that we offer, and I think also can be very, very relevant to the Philippines, is traceability solution. By taking those tissue sampling, we're able to create a traceability path, basically from the farm to the plate. So using our blockchain technology, we're able to determine to the level of the which steak came from which animal, from what farm. This basically allows total traceability of products, and I think consumers really look into that, to making sure that they know exactly where they get their food from, and we're able to provide this solution, this traceability solution, from basically from the farm to the consumer. We've been active, very active in the Philippines until COVID. You can see some of our past and working projects, mainly in the dairy farm industries, and we'll be very, very happy once this COVID ends to go into the another projects within the dairy farming and especially the swine population in the Philippines. Thank you very much for your time and for having me on this call. If you have any more questions, you can email me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Aner Jacobi of Flex. Indeed, your technology has helped a lot the livestock industry, especially your tagging. I hope it's not red tag. And tagging the animals especially helps in animal health and genetics and other things. So we hope that also the dream of some of our leaders is for us to have more production of milk, which we only produce 1%. Thank you again, Mr. Jacobi. So we are also moving on with our program. Our next speaker will discuss the government's support to livestock industry. Our speaker is the current OIC Director from the Bureau of Animal Industry, Department of Agriculture. His mastery in veterinary public health management and medicine led him towards serving the country through projects and roles in government agencies, one of which is becoming the designated regional animal health officer, mainly to develop the capacity of the region with regards to prevention and control of highly pathogenic emerging diseases and zoonosis. He was also a part of the National Control and Eradication Program on foot and mouth disease. Dr. Morales was in charge of the development of key strategies for the National Action Plan and its operationalization, leading to the successful eradication of FMD. From 2017 up to March 2020, Dr. Morales served as the National Program Coordinator in the Philippine component of the global efforts to combat antimicrobial resistance using One Health approach, which include overall project coordination with the government and partners in trying to address the threat of superbug or the development of resistant pathogens or bacteria which can affect humans and cannot be controlled by ordinary antibiotics available in the market. And I'm sure he will be discussing in his presentation the very reason why your baby back ribs and your bacons have gone the price is so high because of the ASF. And I'm sure Dr. Morales will be discussing more on the ASF. Without further ado, let us all welcome Dr. Reildren G. Morales.
Maraming salamat po. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. And I would like to thank the Chamber for inviting us to make a presentation this afternoon to shed information to your distinguished group as regards to what's happening with regards ASF and the government programs to address this particular threat. So if you will allow me to share my my slide. As a background, before onset of African swine fever. Our swine industry has a standing population about 12.7 million hogs throughout the country. And we know for a fact that Filipinos are pork eaters. So this is the meat commodity that is most consumed by the Filipinos with an annual per capita consumption of about 15 kilogram per annum. And if you will look at the map on the right side of the slide, we can see that the distribution of swine farming in the country is fully spread, no? From the north of Luzon to the southern part in the Mindanao. It is a 260 billion peso industry, but it could go up to around 400 or even 500 billion if we will include the allied industries, including corn production, rice, because rice bran is also used for feeds, and the feeds is composes 60% of the total inputs, no, for swine production. So, and the social dimension of swine production is such that 65% of the total inventory of the country is with the smallhold farmers or the backyard farmers. So, such is the background of swine sector before the onset of African swine fever. Now, what is African swine fever? We can see that African swine fever has started in Africa in 1909, and it spread in Europe, and then in Russia, yeah, and then in 2018 in Asia, China, 2019 it hit the Philippines. So as of 2019, this is the map of African swine fever. African swine fever is caused by a virus, and it is a very resilient virus that it stays in the environment, no? Longer than expected. Even in cooked ham, it can stay there for as long as 6 months. There are documented instances when even the bones of wild boar dry at that, when tested positive for the virus of African swine fever. So the virus is hard to kill. It's a double DNA virus, and the mortality is such that it reaches, the case fatality rate, it reaches about 100%. Meaning to say, if you get sick, if the animal gets sick with the pig gets sick with the ASF, chances are 100% it will die. No? So it was introduced in the Philippines through introduction. We're looking at the swill, no, because the international flights, the international shipping lines, when they call our ports, they also dump their food waste, you know, accordingly. And then these food waste are collected by some contractors and dumped in the waste areas of Quezon City in Payatas, dump site, also in Rodriguez Rizal. So much so that the first outbreak of African swine fever was detected in Rizal, Rodriguez. From there, it spread to about 12 regions. No, 12 regions in the country has already been affected. So this is the ASF zoning status as of 22 July 2021. So the red colored area are considered infected or where there has been outbreaks of the virus. The pink areas are the buffer zone or the areas which has no outbreak, but the risk is so high because it's immediately located in an infected zone. And then of course, surveillance zone, lesser risk, but still in the areas proximal to infected and buffer zone. So is still considered high risk. And then we have the protected zone, which date is mostly in some part of Samar and Visayas, and then in Ilocos Norte. Technically, these are also free zones, but because of the proximity to the infected and the buffer zone, we also code it in such a way that we attribute high risk in these areas. The dark green areas are the considered free zones. No? Traditionally, there has been no cases, and we're trying very hard to maintain it as free. So this national zoning plan was instituted or implemented by the Department of Agriculture to dictate the movement of live hogs and of course pork and other pork products. Meaning to say, if you're from the free zone, you can trade everywhere, anywhere in the country. But if you're in the infected zone, you can only trade within the immediate zone, infected at that in your area. So that's the implication of this map. Currently, also going by July, if we add the areas which has no reported cases for more than 90 days, this is something that we're trying to highlight as well. There are very significant areas which no longer has reported outbreaks of ASF for more than 90 days. And right now, the government has put in place massive surveillance, early warning system to the free areas and surveillance areas to detect the presence of the virus in the mainly in Luzon, Visayas, and in the affected areas of Mindanao. So currently, we have 25 provinces without cases for about 90 days, and 468 cities, municipalities without cases for 90 days as of July. So this is being validated through our surveillance program, and later on I will show you its significance as regards to our effort to recover these areas and repopulate our hog inventory. No? So what are the challenges that we have encountered in the ASF prevention control? During the onset, and we believe it's still happening now, farmers and traders are selling and trading infected hogs. And sad to say, this crept even on the online front. No? Online selling has been monitored, and this is one of the current very troublesome challenge that we have. And as you may know, ladies and gentlemen, the Bureau of Animal Industry is a staff bureau, and we don't have direct line of authority going to the LGU veterinary offices. So we don't have supervisory power over the provincial veterinarian, the city veterinarian, and even the municipal veterinarian. So what we do is we have technical relationship with them. So it has something to do with the program. It's a program based and a technical relationship with regards to whatever program the national government is implementing. So with that difficulty, number two, one of the challenge that we faced with ASF prevention and control is that we have encountered some lackluster support from the LGU. So we put here, we need a strong commitment and support from LGUs. As it is under the local government code, the LGUs, most of the functions of the National Veterinary Office, particularly BAI, has already been delegated to the local government units, particularly inter-LGU quarantine procedure. So the LGUs must have the manpower to support quarantine measures or movement control measures that will be implemented between borders. No? And of course, swill feeding remains a common practice. As you may know, ladies and gentlemen, actually, the industry of swill precedes hog grazing in the area of Rodriguez Rizal. There's just so much swill in the area that led to the people there to rear hogs, or pigs. Sayang po yung kaning baboy na nakikita nila doon or yung swill. So that's why they rear hogs in the area. And the swill that comes from the ports and the restaurants, the institutional markets, are being sold at, I think, during that time, 50 pesos per bag. So it's enough to feed a good number of hogs per day already. And then, of course, we have a weak diagnostic infrastructure during that time, so much so that the tests, which otherwise can yield result in between 24 to 48 hours, took between 14 to 21 days to come out. So that during the time that the results were released, most of the hogs were already sold to the traders and brought to some areas where there are no cases of ASF. So dun po lalong dumami yung cases natin of ASF in the country. So now, to address the challenge of African swine fever, the Department of Agriculture, the Bureau of Animal Industry, has developed a program in coordination with the private stakeholders, particularly the Philippine College of Swine Practitioners, which we call Bantay ASF sa Barangay or Babay ASF. As you may know, with any high-impact transboundary animal diseases, for example, foot and mouth disease or bird flu or the highly pathogenic avian influenza, you can say actually that somehow there's already a template for combating, for addressing these diseases. If you have you will have disease monitoring and surveillance, biosecurity measures in place. You will have public awareness. You will have vaccination if vaccine is available against a particular disease. Of course, quarantine or movement management. But how you implement these strategies or these components of disease control measures spells the difference between success and failure. And we have seen that with ASF, with all the challenges that we have with ASF, we understand and we have seen the importance of the LGU commitment. So Bantay ASF sa barangay is actually bringing at the level of the local government units all these strategies. This is also one of the main reasons that Proclamation 1143 was signed by the President. So Bantay ASF sa barangay or Babay ASF has basically key work areas. Number one would be LGU engagement. Of course, number two, surveillance. Number three is biosecurity. It is very important. Actually, we were discussing with counterparts in Spain. Spain was able to eradicate ASF in a span of 30 years. But in doing so, they actually scrapped the backyard farming method in the country, because their main driver to eradicate ASF is to sustain their export of hogs and pork outside of the country, of course. So yun po ang kanilang main driver. So they consolidated all their farming to have all the farms set up in a commercial manner, so much so that biosecurity will be observed. And of course, one of the key areas is capability and awareness. And later on, I will discuss recovery and repopulation. So with LGU engagement, we would want the local government units to take the leadership and ownership of the program. at the ground level. No? So there are a list of items that we have identified for the LGUs to actually implement. So there are also a number of activities being implemented by E that we want to bring down, no, at the local level. So like regulation of hog traders, improvement of livestock transport carrier accreditation. This has something to do with the trading between provinces and between regions of ASF. And it is one of the critical areas that we have seen. This is one of the high-risk activities that we are looking to have caused the spread of the virus to Visayas and Mindanao. And of course, surveillance should be founded on a strong diagnostic facility. So we're strengthening our laboratory capacity. We're empowering the regional animal disease diagnostic laboratories, all 16 of them, to have the real-time PCR capability against ASF. And we're also procuring about 200 million worth of rapid PCR test kits that can be deployed at the LGU, which has high risk, high risk areas for African swine fever. And of course, we're training our designated biosecurity officers at the level of barangay, so that we will have eyes and ears at the local government level. And we are trying to build capability and awareness not only with the stakeholders, but also with the consumers. Alam po ninyo ang risk of spreading ASF between a truckload of ASF positive hogs, being transported from one province to the other is equal to the risk of bringing in a tainted kilo of chorizo, say from Luzon to Mindanao. The risk is equal, and it's more difficult to detect a kilo of chorizo on the luggage of a traveler than a truckload of hogs being rolled out in the highway. So these are the things that we are trying to address right now. So with the Babay ASF, the key messages actually is that the LGU leadership and ownership of the program to control and eradicate ASF is necessary. Diagnostic infrastructure is critical, even at the local unit. So we're strengthening it and encouraging our local counterpart to actually put up their own laboratories. And this has already been done in the province of Batangas. And of course, risk of swill is very high, as a route of infection. So we are working with our colleagues at the feed milling industry so as to be able to come out with cheaper feeds. So this will actually discourage the use of swill at the backyard level. And of course, biosecurity is a pillar of successful control. So we have observed that even in those areas where we have intensive outbreaks of African swine fever, there are farms that were not affected because of their effective biosecurity measures in place. So while we are trying to do an effective control measure and prevent the spread of ASF, we are also already looking on the positive side. And what is that? That is trying to recover an infected area going to a free status. So we have sets of guidelines already in place that will qualify when is a particular infected zone qualified to be promoted to a lesser risky status, like a buffer zone, surveillance zone, or even a free zone later on. So we already have these existing guidelines, and of course, we are pointing towards our effort to repopulate our hog sector. So technically, what we are doing is we're trying to continue, the government is trying to continue to build the capacity on the ground. So it goes side by side. We control the disease, build the capacity, and try to repopulate alongside. No? Alongside the population, of course, is our effort to expand the population in the hog population in the free areas. So significant guidelines. We have the Administrative Order number 6 and number 7. So number 6 addresses the rehabilitation and repopulation of the ASF affected and the ASF non-affected areas. No? There is this program of expansion in the non-affected areas and repopulation in the affected areas. And of course, we have the implementing guidelines on how we can work with our counterparts at the LGU level to effectively implement the action plans as regards the Babay ASF. And recently, the President has issued Proclamation 1143, declaring a state of calamity throughout the Philippines due to African swine fever outbreak. So technically, this proclamation empowers the local government units to use part of their calamity funds to support activities, programs relating to ASF prevention and control. We know for a fact that most of the calamity funds were already burned out because of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, the commitment that we can have from the LGU cannot be measured only through financial contribution to the program, but we are looking that the local government will actually issue executive orders or ordinances that will enshrine the guidelines of the Bantay ASF sa Barangay program. So these are some of the significant guidelines that we have today. So I have been talking about control measures, and then of course a number of times I mentioned about repopulation. So technically, the government alongside the Babay ASF, the DA, has the Integrated National Swine Production Initiative for recovery and expansion. So recovery of the previously affected areas and expansion on the free areas. So we call it INSPIRE. The objective, of course, is just to hasten the recovery of the hog industry, through enhancement of hog production in the Philippines, so that we can ensure available, accessible, and affordable pork and pork products in the country. So we want to increase production and restart swine livelihood in the affected areas. So to date, this is our current environment. As of July 8, 2021, 6 LGUs in Batangas were already declared free from African swine fever by the Department of Agriculture Secretary. So this is after a massive surveillance was implemented in these areas and sentineling, meaning to say after the surveillance confirmed the absence of the disease, we put forward, we brought some pigs in the previously affected areas, and that these pigs survived, confirmed or validated only our surveillance protocols. So after that, we declared them as free from ASF. So surveillance, as it is part of an early warning system being implemented in both the previously affected areas and the free areas. And with regards to our effort to free up, recover LGUs like Batangas, other LGUs are following suit. So we now have Bulacan, we have Nueva Ecija, and we have Isabela in Luzon, among others. And of course, Land Bank has made available a loan facility for hog raisers, both for commercial and backyard farmers to the tune of 30 billion pesos. So these are concessional loans payable over an extended period of time that is available for our commercial farmers and also backyard raisers. And similarly, the Development Bank of the Philippines made the loan facility available for commercial hog farmers to the tune of 12 billion pesos. And also the Agriculture Credit Policy Council, or ACPC, made available 500 million for smallhold farmers, and this 500 million is lodged with DBP. And one of our problems that has been encountered before is the indemnification fund. So because we pay 5,000 for every head of pigs that's being culled or sacrificed by the government, and we pay the maximum of 20 heads per backyard raisers, and we pay only the backyard raisers. Now, this indemnification fund is no more. What we have is an insurance system, care of the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, that will pay 10,000 pesos for fatteners and 14,500 pesos for the breeders. So technically, this is a lot bigger and a more competitive price than the 5,000 indemnification fund. So all you have to do is the farmer should be registered under the RSPSA, a listing of the Department of Agriculture, and they have to insure under the PCIC. For backyard farmers, the TA will assume the premium 100%. And for the commercial raisers, the Department of Agriculture will have a subsidy in premiums to at least, I think, 22%. So again, the loan facility available for our farmers is about 42.5 billion. So this is on top of the money or funds that were already made available by the Department of Agriculture in trying to put up multiplier farms all over the country, in Visayas and in Luzon, particularly partnering with state colleges and universities. We put up multiplier farms, and these multiplier farms are expected to churn out, or to come out with piglets at the start or towards the start of this year. So these piglets in return will be distributed to our farmers as well. So this is the whole of government approach that we have, a whole of nation approach to revive the hog industry. So of course, the first priority of the government remains to be the local production. The support of the government to local production cannot be questioned. So of course, we will have our repopulation effort, our Bantay ASF sa barangay. The Bantay ASF sa barangay already had 1.5 billion budget to date. And as I mentioned, the loan facilities made available for the commercial ag raisers as well. So local production remains to be the main push, where the government is doing the main push. But of course, there are some problems on the supply chain, and we know for a fact that Mindanao, particularly Davao, Region 12, produces surplus hogs for local export to Visayas, and of course, mainly in Manila. So we're trying to mobilize supply from surplus provinces Metro Manila. So this is one of the strategies that we have. We have designated hub lanes. We work this with the DTI and the OTR, and we provided transport assistance for traders that will actually, ferry these animals from Visayas and Mindanao going to the markets of Metro Manila. And of course, we're firmly monitoring the prices with our Bantay Presyo, and we're strengthening the local price councils, so that we will be able to look at the spike of prices and, if need be, bring up SRP for our pork. And this is one of the efforts in the Bantay Presyo. And accordingly, we're providing chest freezers for market vendors in the NCR and the nearby provinces, so that they can also cater to imported pork, because we have a guideline that imported meat cannot be sold without chillers or freezers in the wet market. So we have strengthened our economic intelligence. This is with IATF, so much so that 2 months back we have confiscated and destroyed. A case has been filed against a particular person bringing in banned pork and pork products in the country. We have confiscated around 60 container vans of pork. So, of course, another strategy would be food diversification. We are looking on, bringing in chicken, fish, eggs, legumes. Even the rabbit industry is now growing as an alternative source of protein. So we have this being developed and being packaged. Even now, the Bureau of Animal Industry is looking on supporting and pushing for the production of local Peking duck. So this will be part of our effort to diversify our sources of protein from animal origin. And of course, importation is one of the most contentious issue, but this is only a last resort, a stopgap measure. We're not actually importing to ease out local production. What we're allowing to be imported are only those which cannot be supplied by the local producers. And we have increased the MAB allocation, or minimum access volume, from 54,000 to 154,000 metric tons only for this year. This will only be until January of 2022. And we lowered the tariff, the in quota, meaning to say if you import inside of MAV, the tariff will be 10% of the landed cost the first 3 months and will be 15% in the succeeding months. And of course, out quota will range from 20 to 25. So previously, ang taripa po na ito ay nasa 20 and 40% of the landed cost. Now it's only at this level. So technically, we look at lowering of tariff so that whatever discount our importers may have will actually translate to lower prices at the market. So doon din po nila makuha yan. And as you have seen in my initial slide, ASF is not only a problem of the Philippines, it's a global problem, so much so that it affected not only the local supply, but even the global supply. For your information, China produces 500 million metric tons of pork per year. So sila po ang pinakamalaking producer ng pork, and they are also badly affected by African swine fever. It also ravaged more than 50% of their standing swine population with the private. That's the private sector estimate. And with that, we are looking na yung kanila pong pagbili, because their economy is robust, they are actually buying, buying at the global market. And if we are looking at the 2018 level, kahit po bili ng China lahat ng pork at the global market, it will not be sufficient to cover their demand. So it affected actually the prices of pork at the global market. It is increasing steadily, and this is one of the reasons that the lowering of tariff was seen as one of the strategies to counter the impact of that. So I think, Mr. Chair, that will be my last slide. Thank you very much, and I hope I was able to bring some good information on the table, and I will be more than happy to answer any question. Maraming salamat po.
ASF. Actually, marami sana akong tatanungin sa iyo, kaya lang I just have one question, Dr. Morales.
Yes, sir.
I heard that you started the test on vaccination by a multinational company. How is it?
Sir, the vaccine trial will actually end this month, no po. And to avoid any bias during the trial that may influence po how the farms actually addresses biosecurity measures in the farm, we did not test any samples collected. Meron po kasi yan samples na kinolect before the trial, at the middle of the trial, and towards the end of the trial. So all these samples will be collected towards the end of this month, and we will be releasing the result to the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture by the end of the month. So there are 2 vaccines that are vaccine prototype that came from the US that's being tried in 10 commercial farms in Luzon, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Morales. By the way, the PCCI has adopted the position paper by the hog raisers of Santa Maria, Bulacan, and this would be submitted to your office, and we hope it would complement the program that you have in addressing the problem on this pandemic, the ASF. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, sir. God bless you.
Okay. The last part of this session will be the showcasing of the pilot model farm, which is called the One Bataan Agriculture Innovation and Technology Center, a public and private sector project between the provincial government of Bataan and AgriLiver of Israel. To tell us more about this initiative is the President of Bataan Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ms. Amanda Batad.
Since we ran out of time, I'll make my presentation fast and short. A prosperous and meaningful day to everyone, to all honorable guests, to our hardworking people in PCI, and to our resilient entrepreneur. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. This pandemic has shown the food security, agriculture, and fisheries are more important ever than ever. I'm happy to share to you there is a place in Central Luzon that has come up with a modern solution to the old problem. This place is in Bataan, which is not only home of rich marine resources, but also to productive agricultural farms. Bataan is building a modern agropolis that will serve as the future of agriculture. In the town of Dinalupihan, we can visit the One Bataan Agri-Innotech Corp, the site of Highly Value Corp's diversification and modernization program for clustered small rice farmers. It is the result of the private-public partnership between the province of Bataan and the AgriLiver, the agri-firm that is based in Israel. The pilot, the pilot farms that use the drip fertigation technology on high-value crops were established through the project 10 hektarya tungo sa masaganang ani at mataas na kita of the province in partnership with the Department of Agriculture. The farms are now producing quality and affordable watermelon, chili, tomatoes, eggplant, and other vegetables which are to brought to market in communities in need of healthy food supply during the pandemic. From 10 pilot sites in one town, Bataan will be expanding the modern farms to create a modern agropolis in the entire province, making agriculture our solution to poverty, slow growth, malnutrition, and lack of appeal to the youth. The One Bataan Tech Corp, all ours to experience and share. I encourage everyone at NLabC to partake in this venture and be amazed with the economic power of farming. Let's watch this video. This is actually the application of what Mr. Ted Har presentation po kanina. Video please.
In Dinalupihan, Bataan, the future of Philippine agriculture is taking root. Bataan has teamed up with Israeli company AgriLiver through a PPP to establish a world-class agriculture, innovation and technology center in Dinalupihan. Under the joint venture agreement, AgriLiver provides 21st century farming technology and designs the services support system to be rolled out by the center. For its part, the provincial government has endorsed access to the requisite farmland and the cooperation of subsistence farmers, small and medium agribusinesses, and large contract growers across Bataan. It has also harnessed the technical and financial support of the National Irrigation Authority on behalf of the small farmers. As proof of concept, AITC has set up pilot farms involving subsistence farmers in 10 different barangays. Each farmer cultivates around 1 hectare, planting crops like eggplant, chili, watermelon, squash, and tomato. AITC support extends far beyond the farm, covering the entire value chain. From financing to crop insurance to input procurement, from post-harvest and processing centers to accounting and marketing.
Our agenda here is to make subsistence farming a thing of the past. We want small-scale farmers to feel proud of their work and to enjoy the fruits of their labor. And we want the rest of the citizenry to appreciate the value that our farmers bring to the economy and to society as a whole. Leapfrogging into modern, innovative agriculture is one clear illustration of inclusive and quality growth.
Reinventing agriculture and the farmer's quality of life is nothing short of revolutionary.
Sa drip irrigation, kasi pag pinaandar mo na siya, halos wala ka ng ganong trabaho.
Unlike dito,
sa umpisa matrabaho, pero once na tapos mo na yung land preparation, kahit ilang tao na lang pwede mong hawakan.
Ang malaking advantage po niya is imbis na whole day, hindi pa kami tapos magdilig. Ngayon, within 1 hour, nakadilig na kami.
Na inilalagay na lamang doon sa tangki yung dissolvable fertilizer. Nakasabay nung pagdidilig doon sa halaman. Sapat na tubig lang yung kinakain ng halaman. Yun, hindi bumabaha, gano'n, hindi sobra sa tubig, yan ay tamang-tama lang.
So we really have to push this project, not only for our vision in Dinalupihan, para din sa kapakanan ng buong bansa natin na i-increase natin yung vegetable production. Mas healthy nga naman.
Indeed, the modern system's benefits to the farmers are compelling. Pre- and post-harvest technical and financial support, coupled with weatherproof irrigation all year round, guarantee rich harvests. Efficient in the use of water, land, time, and energy, the system allows farmers to diversify into cash crops without abandoning their rice fields. These, plus better prices in quality markets, translate to far higher levels of income than ever before. Beyond ensuring a healthy food supply, a robust agri-sector would accelerate economic growth and industrial development. With greater spending power, Bataan's close to 22,000 farmers would aspire for a better quality of life, triggering a spike in commercial activity. The potential social impact of the new system can be just as profound. This is a global problem that the provincial government wants to avert in Bataan by making agriculture dynamic, high-tech, profitable, and appealing to young Bataeños.
Our vision to be a model agropolis in Central Luzon also aims to counter the global trend of farmers shrinking in number and their children seeking other means of livelihood. Starting with the AITC initiative, we'd like to entice the best young minds of Bataan to value agriculture through precision farming, thereby contribute meaningfully to overall growth.
AITC's 10 pilot farms and their rich harvests in the offing are just a preview of a bigger game plan to roll out the center's integrated agricultural approach in farms across Bataan. Investment in farming innovation. That is the clear way forward to achieve the Department of Agriculture's goal, a food secure and resilient Philippines with prosperous farmers and fisherfolk. A very possible dream that every Filipino wants fulfilled.
To express the appreciation of PCCI to our resource speakers, we are presenting a certificate of appreciation. May we please call back Ms. Amanda Batag, Mr. Roberto C. Amores, Mr. Salvador Salacup, Mr. Aner Jacobi, Dr. Raildren G. Morales, and Mr. Sam Tidhar. Presenting the certificate of appreciation to our speakers are AVP Gigi Simbulan, Regional Governor Alex Ang, President Ms. Lina Flor Hizon. The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry hereby bestow these tokens of appreciation to Ms. Amanda Batad, Mr. Roberto C. Amores, Mr. Salvador Salacop, Mr. Aner Jacobi, Dr. Realdren G. Morales, and Mr. Sam Tidhar during the 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference, given this 12th day of August 2021, signed by the officers. And now, as a souvenir, let us take a virtual photo op. Once again, a round of applause to our dear guests. Maraming salamat. And now we are down to our last plenary. This time we are pitching sessions on smart technologies for SMEs. With that, may I call on the President of PCCI Baguio Benguet, Attorney Sosimo Abratique.
Oh, yan na.
Okay na. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Magandang Bagyo sa ating lahat. Welcome to our last plenary session for the Northern Luzon Area Business Conference. As you may recall, we have lined up interesting topics for you today, and we will be ending this afternoon with a session that will highlight smart technologies for SMEs and be inspired from our speakers. In this session, we will have our resource speakers discussing their best existing models as well as new developments that could provide opportunities for SMEs and local chambers to expand their innovative approaches towards the new normal. Our first resource speaker this afternoon is no less than Mr. Angelo Zenon Valdez, President of Fresh Buys. Mr. Angelo is the master of innovation. His out-of-the-box thinking has pushed him to the top of the corporate ladder. His background of 20 years regional experience in HR and training and exposure to multinational companies in Singapore, Africa, and other ASEAN markets gave him the leverage and advantage to bring the business to the next level. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Angelo spearheaded the initiative to help farmers and SMEs, especially in the Cordillera region, to bring their products directly to the consumers through Fresh Buys PH under VS Group. He is currently the president and managing director of Morgan Fields Philippines. He is also the founder of ASEANHR.org, which curated flagship programs that are known to many business leaders in Southeast Asia. The CFO Summit, the CEO Summit, and the ASEAN HR Summit. Angelo was part of the CNN Philippines, the final pitch session 3, and is a current advisor of 3 winning startup tech companies in the fields of supply chain, e-commerce, and property development. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Angelo Valdez.
Agreeing kami itinasapa, sakpeng umatuti init. Ada kami di garden, agmulakan agani. Nung nagka-COVID, wala na. Awan ti malaku. Nagrigat. Adu iti masaysay nga gulgulay. Wala kami magawa. Ila kami timura kahit wala na kaming kita. Kaysa masira. Kung hindi namin mabenta, itapon na namin. Sobrang laking tulong sa amin at sa pamilya namin. Agpasalamat kami iti Fresh Buys. Thank you, ti adu-adu.
Hello po, magandang umaga. Naimbag nga malam kanya tayo. Northern Luzon daw kailangan Ilocano or what do you call it? At least yung makakonect ka sa Northern Luzon. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for inviting me, Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And to our friends and network in the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in La Union, maraming salamat for inviting us. It's an honor for us, Northern Luzon, especially here in Cordillera, for appointing or sharing or inviting us to share the real value of farmers. Sabi ko nga, ang sabi nila sa akin, Jello, magugulay ka na daw. Sabi nila. Kasi I've been away for quite some time. Our background is more on the corporate side. Been away for like, I think 14 years before we came back. Unfortunately, it's pandemic. I think because of our initiative of we want to help our friends. Sabi kasi ng mga friends natin in Metro Manila, Jello, ang mahal ng gulay, ang mahal ng bilihin. Baka pwede kayong bumili dyan kasi meron kayong vegetables. And having said that, we saw, or because I'm based here in Baguio, my family is here, we have relatives here. Ang dami nasisirang gulay. But even me as a local here, we do not have any idea at all on exactly the impact or baka sobrang nga yung tanim or baka nga marami lang nakatabi dyan na what do you call it? Extra. But in reality, it's a waste, no? And the only way that I can do is to help distribute it. We don't have any idea on how we're going to do it. I just know the process because we just know the supply chain of the business, and I am involved for the past decades in in this. Madali sa Singapore madali gusto mo bili ng product coming from different countries, you can easily buy it using your phone, dadalhin sa the convenience. Now I tried, buti na lang nag-respond ang ating friend in the private sector without any idea at all about sa ginagawa namin is something special. And I'm thankful the earlier responder is our friends in Lalamove, whereby we managed to distribute couple of tons of vegetables from Cordillera by connecting through network. And having said that, we realized the chain or the supply chain was disrupted. So now, for the past decades, the issues here is the system or the process is not interconnected, right? So sabi namin, feeling magaling. So we try to connect every single dot. So I created a team of kaysa tanggalin namin sila sa ibang sa other ventures namin, since wala silang ginagawa, we pull them in. Then we got our super galing na IT. Then we stayed in one place here in Baguio. Then sit down in 1-2 tables. Then we come up with potential solution that sabi nila kaya or kaya natin magbenta ganito ganyan. We feel expert. In reality, we are not. So we managed to distribute a couple of I think 3,000 retail vegetables, and we don't like to and only reason is to help our locals. Then after that, I reached out. Sabi ko, baka may maniwala sa akin. Feeling magaling, we reached out to 2 of my considered and respected people in the industry that I know. None, I think, na makakaintindi sa akin. Only these few people. So I reached out to Sir Bob Segovia, which is his managing director of a pharma company. We've been friends for not friends. He's my client actually. That's why he knows me. So we had a couple of success stories, and I know he's the someone that I can trust. Now I decided to reach out. I was curious because there's a lot of people are reaching out to us, and became viral and all that. Since we know the behavior of on the B2B side, and we have knowledge, a little bit of training on that. Then I reached out also on the second one, which is well considered I considered him as not only a mentor but advisor. He gave me clear overview on the technical side of the business, whereby, I mean, iconic na yan, eh. We have Sergio Flores. So these guys, and then one more, but I didn't, really give complete details. But what happened was, because of trust, we decided to create Fresh Buys. And Fresh Buys, ang pangalan ng Fresh Buys, para magkaroon ng connotation na, okay, fresh ba talagang binebenta niyan? But the person who actually created that name of company is my wife. And sabi ko, let's try. Okay, so we became feeling expert, gawa ng website, gumawa ng website, and then trying to test the market if it is real or not. If it is, since we are on this startup system, so we try to innovate products also. The only way to for us to at least beat that area whereby nasasayang the wastage is to, sabi ko, carrots pwedeng gawing carrot juice, right? Pero wala naman kami idea. We don't know how to do it. Then after that, I reached out also to a lot of friends in the tech space. Since my background is headhunting, what I did para wala akong babayaran, para make it clean, I look for network of ours who are very, very strong and expert on that field. So I connected with all the people here who has clear knowledge on what they do. So I created a coffee, and that coffee is scientifically ginawa. Wala naman ako idea kung paano gawin eh. So I reached out with Doc Melvin. He's a very good research and development guy, and then we connected him also on DOST with the help of our sharing of information. He got he's doing a lot of research. Also, now we try to innovate other products, and then we decided to set up yung Fresh Bites as an entity under VS Group. So why VS Group? Sabi nila, why VS Group? Ano ba? Parang billiard group or what? Eh wala naman kaming asset, we don't have anything. But the meaning of VS Group is a combination of potential solution to beat COVID, whereby fresh produce, okay, and fruits, and then at the same time, Sir Bob Segovia is specialized in healthcare. So we think that this might be an interesting combination that will create real value in our customers. Now, so we tried the whole process, and we changed the dynamics because ang hirap pala mag-retail. Distribute kami ng distribute. Sa 10 tao lang or less than 10. What are you going to do? You're going to die, right? So what we did, we decided based on the business model that I know in Singapore under B2B is to partner with the biggest companies here in the Philippines who have expertise of connecting all these dots so specific industries. We decided to, since on e-commerce on the retail, we partner with 5 major e-commerce companies here in the Philippines, the biggest one who handles the data. Second one, how can we transport all this produce or all these vegetables if we don't have contacts? We reach out with 3 major players in the transportation system that I know. Kilala ko sila personally. They are the decision makers of the organization. We share them the challenges and value on what we do, on what we are aiming for. They listen. Sabi, okay. Iba hindi nga nila alam eh. Iba hindi na alam ang Baguio or Cordillera. Right? Alam nila, we have strawberries. They know that, yes, masarap ang strawberries. Now, I shared some information. Some are skeptical kung may market or wala. Or may opportunities. Siyempre, pag maglagay ka ng business, you want profit, you want something to gain, no? But in reality, so we had a couple of discussion. We have a couple of bounce back ideas. Then me, as an entrepreneur pushing Fresh Buys, since we have friends in Metro Manila, they are sharing, they are seeing the value. But deeper than that, we don't have really enough way to connect. Then I go for institutional accounts. Yeah, institutional accounts where they are. Marami kasi nagsasabi, pagdating sa mall, mahal. Right? Bili ko dyan, mahal. Ito, mahal. That's the initial connotation. Why? So a lot of people, a lot of companies, innovative companies, they were saying, agri-tech, what is the best way to do it? Is to innovate agriculture. Right? But the fundamental of agriculture is not yet there on how to touch or where to focus, right? Since I have a little bit of knowledge on paano gagawin yan, paano ba bumaba ang presyo, paano ba yung ganito, ganyan, who has how to create an impact on the price, then we see thankful enough to Walter Mart for giving us the opportunity to connect and understand exactly the value of both sides. During the process of implementation, we saw the behavior of the consumers, the value of the supply chain, the value of our client, and the value of the people involved in the whole supply chain. The only way to beat that is to find new market. Hanap ka ng pagbebentahan mo. Huwag mo guluhin yung mga nandito. Siyempre, is the normal, and then you'll be competing in the same market, right? So what we did on our side, we look, since we know what's happening here, we have a clear idea, or maybe not a clear idea. There's a lot of, for sure, there's a lot of challenges and movable parts that we can implement. But we want to focus on our core function. Kasi sa 10 nga lang kami o less than 10. And our cost is important. So, reality check, if you want to grow a certain business, the cost must be, kung pwede lang, hindi gumagalaw. Kung pwede lang, walang asset. Kung pwede lang, lahat. Because that's the area whereby things will grow all together. Now, I saw the opportunity of seeing the connectivity of Northern Luzon through DTI. So ako, ang daming produkto pala rito na pwedeng ibenta. Dami palang areas na pwedeng ibenta, but they don't have access. Right? Because we are beating, paano nga tayo magsusurvive? Paano natin gagawin wala tayong opportunity to deliver? So, since the existing platform is there, the existing solution is there, we need to find ways to collaborate and have an opportunities to help our friends in different regions, because some are closing down their businesses, some they don't have food to eat, some they have oversupplies, and some are crying out loud because how to be bounced back, right? We did a couple of tests, couple of checking and training, and we know now the solution. Can you put the next slide, the next deck? Do you have the deck, please?
Ay 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 ugayam galayaman ugayam galayaman anakanin nandat dato kankanigan ganaso
This is my city where tradition and modernity harmonize, where the pulse of the culture is felt with every beat, where distinct backgrounds come together as one, and diversity is celebrated through amity. This is my home. My home. Every climb, every step, and every move is made towards progress, where inspiration is drawn, mind and body come together, where every sip feels like a warm embrace, and nature can be experienced in every corner.
Hello. Yes, our message to all of you, to our friends in the business community, we are inviting you on next year. Maybe lahat tayo na vaksinan na. Let's sit down and maybe we can share something. Maybe we can give value on your business. Maybe we can give value on our business. And I think we might have some market, that untapped market, that we can bring all this produce, bring your solution, bring your existing services. That is aligned with your vision and mission, but at the same time, okay, profitability, double the money, triple the money, isn't it? That's what we are doing, right? For us to connect, let's connect together in one platform. Let's connect together in one avenue that we can share all these ideas that will help us, to create more value in our community. You guys are the leaders. Kami bata pa kami. But I appreciate it. Thank you so much, and I appreciate sharing all this to you. Hope to see you soon. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Valdez, for that pleasant presentation, which I hope our chambers, and you could count on the Baguio Benguet chamber, would interact with you for a collaboration with Fresh Buys and other innovative technology, other innovative platforms. Now, moving on, allow me to call on our second and last speaker for this session. Our second resource person this afternoon is the CEO and founder of Agro Digital Technologies Philippines Incorporated. He is also the CEO of Verdant Seasons Farm Management Technologies Corporation for almost 2 years. Before becoming a CEO of these companies, Mr. Season has been with Accenture Philippines for 12 years as managing director and senior manager. Moreover, he worked with Jetronics Solutions for 6 years as their senior consultant and director for business solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Henry James Season.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my screen for a bit. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure being here. So as I was introduced earlier, I am Henry Season, and I'm founder and Chief Farming Officer at Agro Digital PH. We are advocates of change, and we are committed to uplift the lives of our food producers by establishing an ecosystem of trust and transparency. We're in the business of empowering smallholder farmers, and we want our own smallholders to consolidate and industrialize the way that they do business so they can tap economies of scale. AgroDigital is a platform that went on open beta in July of 2019 and gained pandemic-induced traction last year. We're big in helping smallholder farmers organize themselves and provide the digital and process know-how in order to make them successful businesses. Perhaps we're a bit of a different approach, whereas most would happen to rely on third parties. We ourselves are helping build up these groups of smallholders equipping them with the digital tool sets to let farmers literally help themselves. So by trade, I'm an IT person, been in IT for the longest time, for almost 20, 26, 27 years. But farming is something that's close to my heart. And I have been an organic practitioner since more than a decade already. Now, I left my day job in corporate just last year, just before COVID struck, in order to focus on the startup, which is basically agridigital. And the companies that I established, the farms that I established, basically was my ticket to understanding what issues are plaguing smallholder farmers, and having experienced them personally myself. So this is probably a very familiar diagram to most of you, especially those who work with food. No? This is how our food chain looks like on a good day. No? The reality is that this leg between farmers and aggregators and traders is usually too convoluted. The destination between wholesalers to consumers are likewise, not as nice as well. In the South, food actually changes at least 3 to 4 times. It's even worse actually up north, wherein it's not unheard of that goods actually pass about 7 or 8 times, which means each time the goods change hands, somebody gets a piece of the pie. So we've come to reimagine how smallholder farmers monetize their produce. And that should be, the basis should be a good understanding of the market, the ability to basically consolidate and synchronize production for consistent produce volume and quality, as well as coming up with a supply chain that actually is optimized and inclusive. Now, so for the past 18 months, we have built an ecosystem of agri-stakeholders grounded on trust and collaboration, so that we can actually assure a certain level of stability and fairness to prices. So how do we do this? So everything starts from organizing farming clusters, usually in the context of cooperatives and associations. We then focus on the business-to-business market by making use of a platform, a marketplace, if you will, wherein we encourage our customers to actually go on contract. This means that if they go on contract, there's a certain level of confidence and guarantee that the farmers will be able to actually sell their goods to a certain degree of certainty. Now, we look to the business-to-business market primarily because of volume, and having to synchronize production in this manner, all right, is a way to basically allow smallholder farmers with just maybe half a hectare or even less to contribute and basically supply goods to larger companies. Of course, because we are synchronizing things at relatively around the same time, we can deliver direct. Now, everything is actually digital. Those who have actually onboarded on our platform will happen to understand where the prices are, what is actually being demanded by the market, and when these demands should actually mature, and when their produce should be available. So just an example, for instance, of consolidating production. If you're familiar with ERPs in companies, you usually have one ERP per company. What agro production does is it's basically a production management and forecasting tool for smallholders, wherein you have multiple members to any let's say production plan. Each one, having to operate their own farms, but choosing to collaborate so that they can actually produce at scale. Currently, our solution has support for crops, for high-value crops, for rice, corn, tracking tree, fruit trees, bamboo, as well as livestock. And the one that's upcoming is actually on more on textile fibers. So altogether, this is just one of our modules called agro production. At the end of the day, what we want to do is to create a conglomerate, a democratized conglomerate of cooperatives and associations, lying on a single platform called AgroDigital. So the idea is to have the more senior, more senior or more mature cooperatives take control of central hubs while working with all of other farmers and associations, either supplying either on a production basis or as outlets or retail outlets of the central hub. What we are doing right now, since most of our operations is actually in Region 4, in Calabarzon, we've already started working with folks in La Union, actually, in Region 1, creating and trying to create a hub and spoke model there as well, together with our farmers in the Cordilleras. With that, we actually introduce some level of supply resiliency between lowland and highland vegetables. So just a quick view of the product line that we have. So we have Agro Registry, which basically is geared towards profiling farmers. You cannot manage your farmers if you do not know them. We have your standard marketplace, which is usually an e-commerce site similar to other technologies out there. What is different, of course, is we dabble with forecasting production so that if there are consistent requirements of, let's say, 30 or 40 tons perhaps of ube, what we can actually do is we can assign these things, quotas, so to speak, to these smallholder farmers, and the platform would actually track that. If farmers happen to relatively plant all at the same time, then you would expect the harvest to be there at the same time as well. Finally, we also have Storage Wizard, which is our warehousing solution. This is being used currently by cold storage facilities, primarily because, well, apparently in warehouses, sometimes goods do get lost. And in this case, from production, we actually put everything inside the warehouse, track where they're stored, and actually dispatch them at an appropriate time as soon as purchase orders come in. So producers are getting net new sales because this is a new channel. So digital is primarily a new channel. So easily 30%. We've moved as much goods from our most active partners. Likewise, we are working with the LGUs and governments for committed projects, primarily on establishing livelihood programs, similar to something like this. So we are working with LGUs as well as cooperatives in setting up livelihood programs, closed loop ones. And in this case, we do contract our farmers to produce feed ingredients rather, and then these are actually appropriated to those who are growing their livestock. In this manner, it's actually more or less like a closed loop system, and this is actually facilitated and managed via our digital platform. Upfront, we're also working with digitally transforming some bagsakans or market centers. We do realize that the way to encourage farmers to go digital is to ensure that their market centers are likewise digital. So those are top of mind, and we are really keen on establishing a foothold on a couple just to demonstrate that the theory actually works. So my last slide. So in SAR, we continue to drive demand as this spurs our farming clusters to continue production. The involvement of more farming groups and this way of doing business is obviously good for for the digital value chain that we aim to establish. Again, please be part of our ecosystem of hope, I call it. If you're an institutional buyer, please do consider our way of doing business. If you're a farmer or you're groups of farmers, please do get in touch with us. Again, please partner and invest in the ecosystem of hope. And this is our, this is the new digital Filipino farm. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sison, for sharing that business model of Agro Digital PH. We are glad that you could share with us your wonderful innovative solutions in harnessing the power of social organization We also hope our fellow businessmen, business persons will be interested in contacting you for these promising services you offer. That concludes our session 6. Once again, thank you to our resource speakers, Mr. Angelo Valdez and Mr. Henry Season, for joining us today in this prolific pitching session with regards to smart technologies for SMEs. I am hoping that our participants learned a thing or two from your presentations and were inspired to innovate as well. Before we close, I would like to request everyone to please turn on their videos for a quick virtual photo op with our distinguished guests for this session. Muli, maraming salamat po. Magandang bagyo sa ating lahat. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat.
And to express the appreciation of PCCI to our resource speakers, we are presenting a certificate of appreciation. May we please call back Mr. Angelo Valdez and Mr. Henry James Season. Presenting the certificate of appreciation to our speakers are AVP Gigi Simbulan, Regional Governor Alex Ang, and President Ms. Lina Flor Hizon. The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry hereby bestows the certificates of appreciation to Mr. Angelo Valdez and Mr. Henry James Season during the 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference given this 12th day of August 2021, signed by the officers. And now, as a souvenir, let us take a virtual photo op. Once again, a round of applause to our dear guests. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, to end this year's conference, we would like to present the grand plan for the pinnacle of all PCCI conferences in its 5 areas: North Luzon, South Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and NCR, and in the national scene. With that, let us welcome the chairman of the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo, Mr. Jeffrey Nang.
Through innovation and the bayanihan spirit, Filipinos will become matatag, maginhawa, panatag. Matatag, work-life balance. Maginhawa, living comfortable lives. Panatag, secured about the lives they live in the present to the future. Achieving economic recovery for all. By 2040, the Philippines is a prosperous middle-class society where no one is poor. People live long and healthy lives and are smart and innovative. The country is a high-trust society where families thrive in vibrant, culturally diverse, and resilient communities. Are you ready? We will show you the way. 47th Philippine Business Conference Innovation.ph. Economic Recovery for All. November 17 to 18, 2021.
The contribution of our micro, small, and medium enterprises cannot be overemphasized, as they make up 99% of the Philippine economy. The government and the private sector have been working together as partners in many programs and projects to assist SMEs to develop their products and expand their market reach. Presenting examples of the well-loved and world-class products of SMEs in the different localities of North Luzon. Cordillera Administrative Region. Region 1. Region 2. Region 3.
PCCI Acting President, Mr. Ed Lacson, members of the PCCI Board of Directors, and PCCI officers, AVP Gigi Simbulan, Regional Governors, Mr. Tom Panis, Mr. Alex Ang, Mr. Cloyd Velasco, and Dr. Alvin Belarmino, Conference Director and President of La Union Chamber, Ms. Lina Flor Izon, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. They say August is a ghost month, yet here you are organizing this successful 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference. Congratulations! The pressure is on for the succeeding business conferences and the 47th Philippine Business Conference. But with your continuing support, I am sure we will continue to blaze the trail. The 47th PBC&E will be convened on November 16 to 18 this year. We are adopting the same hybrid format of a combined limited physical and a virtual platform as last year's PBC. The limited face-to-face will be at the PCCI Innovation Center, courtesy of our President, Dicky, and the virtual platform will be via Zoom. We will start with the Chamber Management Development Forum as a pre-conference activity on November 16. We have lined up an exciting series of plenary sessions that will have different formats. For the morning of the November 17, the official first day of the conference, we will have the usual opening keynote message from Vice President Lenny Robredo, followed by a keynote presentation to set the theme of the conference by Finance Secretary Sonny Dominguez, then a panel discussion with economic policymakers to discuss the innovation ecosystem in the country. Right before lunch, we will launch the PCCI Innovation Center and unveil our pilot broadband internet through satellite project. This is a project we hope to replicate in areas of the country that are either underserved or unserved by existing telecom and internet service providers. In the afternoon, we will have the first part of the awards, followed by another panel discussion with the country's top CEOs. We will close the first day with a fellowship. We want our 47 PBC to be a cut above the rest. We hope to have Elon Musk and other such international luminaries with us on the morning of the second day in a keynote interview session. This session will be followed by a 2-hour dialogue with the leading 2021 presidential candidates. We hope to engage our presidentiables on their economic agenda, primarily on how they plan to address the COVID-19 pandemic and its consequent economic recession and loss of jobs, and meet the goals of Ambition 2040, a better quality of life for all, among others. The closing ceremony will be in the afternoon. We will have here the presentation of resolutions, the second part of the awarding ceremony, and a closing keynote message from President Rodrigo Duterte. We will be having a new award for national government agencies, which we are working on with the Anti-Red Tape Authority. To make the sessions informative and engaging, we have identified experts and top-notch journalists to be the session moderators. Thank you, everyone. I hope to see you all at the 47th PBC on November 17 and 18.
Again, we are inviting everyone to participate in the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo. After the very productive discussions and learnings from our speakers and panelists, we have now arrived at the conference final highlights: the presentation and adoption of the 30th NLab Conference resolution. Please enter our virtual stage Conference Director Ms. Lina Flor Hizon, Regional Governor PCCI of CAR, Mr. Ernest Panis, Regional Governor of Region 2, Mr. Cloyd Velasco, Regional Governor for Region 3, Mr. Alvin Bellarmino, the Regional Governor for Region 1 and Co-Chair of the 30th NLab C, Mr. Alexander Ang, Area Vice President PCCI Region 3 Chair and Lab C, Ms. Gregoria Simbulan, and the Chair of the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo, Mr. Jeffrey Lam. Ladies and gentlemen, as our two-day event is about to end, we are truly grateful to all of you who joined us. This is another milestone for PCCI North Luzon. But every milestone is another beginning, so we carry on.
Good afternoon. Allow us to present the 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference resolutions gathered from our consultation with our 22 local chambers in North Luzon. To PCCI Area Vice President for North Luzon, Gigi Simbulan, and subsequently for approval and adoption of the General Assembly. In the field of agriculture, here are our resolutions. Number 1, resolution urging the national government to review the implementation of the rice tariffication law, particularly its provision on the Rice Fund program, towards the goal of extending more help to farmers by way of subsidies and trainings in order to increase their yield, for them to be self-sufficient and be competitive even among Asian countries. Number 2, resolution urging the national government, particularly the Department of Agriculture, to adopt framework similar to the Babay ASF program of Santa Maria, Bulacan, to ensure a successful and ASF-free repopulation of the swine industry. Further, the government to adopt the following guidelines and implementation strategies. Number 1, comprehensive, complete, and fully understood training for provincial veterinary officers, fully understood training for veterinary municipal agricultural officers, and barangay biosecurity officers. Thorough, accurate, and untainted environmental swabbings, ordinances from provincial, municipal, or barangay that penalizes violators as their willful disregard of the laws may constitute economic sabotage, since the swine industry is a big economy for the municipality and the province. Further resolved that the full text of the Babay ASF program of Santa Maria, Bulacan be forwarded to the Department of Agriculture. The third resolution pertains to energy and power. Resolution requesting the Regional Development Council of Region 3 to urge the Energy Regulatory Commission and the Department of Energy regarding the reliability issue in the areas covered by the San Fernando Electric Light and Power Company, or SPELAFCO, and the sudden spike in power costs, which discourages potential investors and exacerbates the suffering of existing businesses. Thank you.
For environmental protection, resolution number 4,
urging the provincial government of Bulacan to mobilize efforts for the protection and development of the Bulacan River and its tributaries to preserve economic viability for livelihood, tourism, mobility, and flood mitigation. In the field of industry, resolution number 5, urging the Department of Trade and Industry and the Bureau of Customs to strictly enforce importation laws and regulations on product standards to stop the proliferation of standard construction materials. Resolution number 6, urging the national government to regulate rather than ban the manufacture and sale of firecrackers and pyrotechnics devices in the Philippines, which is a source of jobs and incomes of 100,000 individuals in Bulacan. Thank you.
In telecommunication and digital infrastructure, resolution number 7, resolution urging the national government to address connectivity in the country through the following measures to ensure the expansion of telecommunication digital infrastructure in unserved and underserved areas of the country, where demand has been largely unmet by current providers, and to improve current internet and telecommunication services. The Office of the President and the Department of Information and Communication Technology, or DICT, to accelerate the signing of the implementing rules and regulations of Executive Order 127 on inclusive access to satellite services so that internet service providers throughout the country can start availing of satellite broadband as an alternative connectivity solutions. For the DICT to fast-track the implementation of the National Broadband Plan to improve the delivery of internet service in the country. For the Senate to accelerate the passage of Open Access in Data Transmission Act. For the Senate and the House of Representatives pass the Faster Internet Service Act. SME development. Resolution enjoining the national and local governments to extend stimulus fund to qualified micro enterprises adversely affected by the pandemic. Resolution number 9, resolution urging Congress to fast-track the passage of the bill amending the Magna Carta for micro, small, and medium enterprises.
Recording stopped.
Number 10.
For tourism, resolution urging the national government, particularly the Department of Tourism, or DOT, and the Tourism
Recording in
Infrastructure
progress.
and Enterprise Zone Authority, or CHESA, to further provide incentives and support to encourage investment to establish good accommodations, resorts, and hotels with 3-star rating or above in the tourist destination areas in North Luzon. And resolution number 11, resolution urging the DOT to work closely with Travel and Tours Association in creating tour packages that are more interactive and purposeful for destination with more open spaces.
Thank you so much. Maraming salamat po sa ating mga regional governors sa kanilang mga ipipresentang mga resolution as output of this 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference. So we are presenting these 11 resolutions to the body as stated by our regional governors on agriculture, energy and power, environment, protection, industry, telecommunications, digital infrastructure, and SME development and tourism. So this is now being offered to the body for approval. For endorsement. So do I hear any objection or discussion from the body?
Move for the approval of the resolution.
There's a move to approve the resolution. Do we hear a second?
Second the motion.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded that the resolutions presented earlier be approved. So, having no objections on the floor, and second that a motion to approve and seconded therewith, these resolutions are hereby unanimously approved and adopted. Point, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to endorse these approved resolutions to the chairman of the 47th Philippine Business Conference and Expo, Mr. Jeffrey Nang, with having been approved by the General Assembly for appropriate action. Sir, this is with our ardent wish.
Mamaya pa
This-
masiguro ako ng vitals, no?
Yes. Mr. Jeffrey Nang, this is with our ardent wish that these resolutions, which were derived through various consultations and the consolidations of the concerns and solutions taken up during this conference, will bear fruits in its true sense. It will benefit the businesses, particularly of our MSMEs, our micro, small, and medium enterprises, and our economy, and our people who deserve the good life. And we hope this will be done via your good self elevating this to the national board so that they will become part of the national advocacies of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Sir, maraming salamat po.
I formally accept the resolutions, and we will certainly study thoroughly and compile together with all the other resolutions from the various business conferences, and which we will all together present to the President and the relevant government agencies concerned in the Philippine Business Conference this November 18 and 19. So congratulations and thank you everyone for your 2 days of hard work and fruitful work. Thank you everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, as our 2-day event is about to end, we are truly grateful to all of you who have joined us. This is another milestone for PCCI North Luzon, but every milestone is another beginning. So we carry on, roll up our sleeves again, and do our best with the hope that our MSMEs will emerge stronger in the new normal through strategic partnerships and collaborative pursuits, not just to bounce back, but to bounce forward. May I now request President Lina Flor Hizon and AVP Gigi Simbulan to formally close and adjourn this conference.
All right. President first.
Today, Ma'am AVP Gigi, it has been an honor to have partnered with you in our journey for the sleepless weeks that we have had for the planning of this session. And good day to everyone. At the outset, we would like to express how thankful we are for having you as part of the successful 30th Northern Luzon Area Business Conference 2021. The team behind this NLabC, headed by our very own president of the PCCI, President Yuhiko, represented by Sir Edgardo Lacson, together with his staff, the most hardworking, headed by Sir Edwin, Ma'am Grace, Ma'am Angie, Sir Russell, and the rest. together with a team of Ma'am Gigi Zimbulan and her secretariat, and also the La Union Secretariat, we would like to say thank you very, very much. Indeed, the responses of our participants show that these topics that we had were found to be rich, relevant, and in demand.
Yeah.
They are so in demand. This encompasses the different programs from the government and the innovations introduced by our business partners. Partnership with the business sector and the government is the key. Indeed, this is what we call collaboration. This is the key towards growth and progress of our country. By the way, as a result of this demand, participants are now requesting for copies of the topics of the different participants for them to prepare in the future. This is a sign, therefore, that indeed our program, our conference for the 2-day event was indeed a successful one. So congratulations to everybody. And we also thank you and congratulate each of the participants who at the last moment participated. And now I would like to endorse to you, Ma'am Gigi, for the closing. Thank you very much, Ma'am.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we are swarmed with requests for copies of the presentations from MSMEs, even from the academe, no? Because they would like to be able to share, especially the ones in plenary for, I believe, to their students, because these are very practical for upcoming young entrepreneurs. And of course, with all the claps that we see in the chat box, with all the hands clapping, it really inspired us to really make it even better on day 2. And I think we just did that. No, as I said in the beginning, it is the commitment of your North Luzon area leaders to continue to provide platforms for meaningful discussions and open dialogues, and to leverage on the expertise of industry leaders to maximize our collective impact in rebuilding our economy from the ashes of the pandemic, as it is like a fire raging. And I hope that with our 7 plenaries, is it 7 or 6? with all our plenaries, we were able to bring to you the expertise of these industry leaders, and with their experience and wisdom, as well as the new entrepreneurs with their dynamism and innovative outlook in life. So for those who would like to have the presentation copies, you may email PCCI. I think Ms. Angie can post it, the right email address. But the giving out or giving copies of this will be subject to the approval and conformity of the presenters. Yun po ang usapan namin. We would of course would like if everyone would share it, but as you know, there are some what do you call it, data privacy or trade secrets that may not be shared. So, but just the same, I think during this conference we have sort of given you a buffet of it's like a lunch buffet na nandyan na po ang nailagay po namin sa harap ninyo ang mga pagkain na pwede niyong pagpilian, ang mga ideya, ang mga innovation, ang mga best practices, ang mga solutions. So, meron na po kayo talagang pagpipilian, pero talaga po, this is not going to be easy. And I know every one of us, and it really moves me feel that everyone is willing to sacrifice, not just for their own businesses, but for the sake of our MSMEs who are hardest hit by this pandemic. So there is so much to share, there is so much to learn rather, there's so much to share. Tulungan po natin sila na maitaas natin ang kalidad ng kanilang pagnenegosyo para makabalik sa landas ng tagumpay sa hanap buhay, makapagpataas ng trabaho at kita ng ating mga mamamayan. And since we don't have an ending credits, I would like to, I think it will be remiss on my part to not to mention the very, very unrelenting assistance and the talented technical team who have helped us really make this possible, the success that it is according to many. Of course, first is Mr. Edwin Glindro, Miss Grace Morella, Miss Angie. Dinadoble ko na po kahit binanggit ni Miss Lina kasi no words are enough to thank you for making this thing really relatively easy for us. Magaan sa dibdib. And of course, the whole staff of and team of Edwin and Phil CDI as well. And our technical team also, behind the scene, we have Miss LX Events Pro, Mr. Trojan Darsen, Mr. Randy Reyes, and of course our most beautiful program host, Attorney Agatha Cruz. Ano po ito? It's really teamwork. And as I said, good teamwork really works. And of course, how can I not be taking a bow for and thanking my regional governors, my co-chair, RG Alex Ang, and RG Tom Panis, RG Alvin Bellarmino, and RG Cloyd Velasco. And of course, my teammate, ito, hindi kami Mel and Jay, we are Mel and Mel. Miss Lina Florhizon, and of course her staff, Froline. And of course, I'd like to thank the Bulacan Chamber of Commerce and Industry who will be taking care of the distribution of prizes. Maraming salamat po. And of course, to all our sponsors, our three major sponsors, Cleanway of the Herma Group of Companies, RG Simbulan Partners, RG Simbulan and Partners Corp of the Simbulan Group, and of course, Sangyup Masarap, owned by our consul, Nina Mangyo, and all the other sponsors. Thank you so much. And fighting is such a sweet sorrow, but let's all be happy and let's all be thankful to the Lord God for all the beautiful things that have happened in this 30th North Luzon Area Business Conference. And by the powers vested in me as your AVP of the North Luzon area, I now declare this very productive conference adjourned.
Yes, even good things must come to an end. But the takeaways are so much and yours to utilize in your respective businesses, in your community, in your personal and family life. Before we end, allow me to thank once again our generous sponsors, our co-presenters, Cleanway, RG Simbulan and Partners Corporation, Samyup Masarap. Special thanks to our major sponsors, Alcel Construction, Celia's Cafe, First Mega Saver, In Life, Tarlac Electric Incorporated, our minor sponsors, Bulacan Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Awesome Hotel and Restaurant, and our event donors, Sunrise Motor Parts and Marketing, PCCI Cagayan Chapter, LG Hizon Insurance Agency, Standard Insurance, PCCI Baguio Benguet Chapter Incorporated, and also we would like to thank Mr. Hermes Guerra and Engineer Alfonso Lao. Thank you all for having us. It's been a pleasure hosting the 30th NLABC, but please do stay on. Our major prizes will be drawn shortly. God bless us all and please stay safe. See you all next year. Mabuhay ang 30th NLABC. Mabuhay ang PCCI. Mabuhay ang mga mangangalakal na Pilipino. Mabuhay tayong lahat. Now it's time for our grand raffle prizes. And of course, we'll start with the 20 winners of 1,000 pesos cash. Our 20 winners of 1,000 pesos, Voltaire Basinang, Carlos Gilbert Barrera, Eleanor Matencio, Joanna Marie Shonko, Marie Jennifer Benegas, Roberto Montelibano, Enzo Consulta, Nia Nunga, Carmencita Uychoco, Leonard Sincochan, Aristotle Cruz, Maricel Dukulan, Edmond Ignacio, Karen Lising, Mark Kaluwag, Marlin David, Seferino Francisco, Angel Ann, Sao A. Dalay, Rolando Tison, and Louis Reyes. Kayo po ang nanalo ng 1,000 pesos each para sa ating second day ng ating raffle draw. Once again, congratulations to all the winners of 1,000 pesos and the 10 winners of 3,000 pesos cash. Mr. Sam Bernard Satana, Cecil Celesio, Cynthia Desierto, Patricinia Dayan Sason, Jenilyn Arino, Albert Aguilar, Rafael M. Benjola, Cheryl Puwak Pee, Corina Bautista, and Katrina Reclosado. Congratulations sa mga winners natin ng 3,000 pesos. And now, it's time to draw our grand raffle prizes, beginning with the 5,000 pesos cash prize. Magdodraw po tayo ng 5 winners. Okay? Ang rule po natin, tatawagin twice yung name at bibilang tayo from 10 to 1. At kapag hindi po nag-acknowledge, ay gone na yung prize. Okay? Let's start with our first winner of the 5,000 pesos. And the winner is John Cesar Ronquillo. John Cesar Ronquillo. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nag-acknowledge ba si Sir John Cesar Ronquillo? The prize is gone. So next. The winner of 5,000 pesos is Bong Pineda.